united. Our culture, united. Our culture, united. Our culture, united. Connecting all over the world. Connecting all over the world. Connecting all over the world. Connecting all over the world.
All right, check. You're tuned in live. Culture United every Wednesday right here on the Company Band channel. Hashtag CU Wednesdays. 9-second applause to you all. I saw y'all in the comment section already talking about we don't start till 12, 13, 15, 17 minutes after 5. Ha ha! Fooled you today. We're going to be efficient today. Thank you guys so much for rocking with us. We got a fantastic panel, fantastic special guests, fantastic conversations lined up for you guys today. Big shout out to all my Knicks fans in the house. I am a Bulls fan, but I am a Knicks fan by blood because that's where my family is from. I know BK is on the panel. She got a W last week, or this week. She got a W, San Antonio.
Yeah.
Even though last week they took that L. So we shall see what happens. I'm excited about this conversation, y'all. Joining us today for the first time on this panel, great friend of mine, done fantastic work all throughout his career. I guess you're never really a former co-founder, but co-founder of Funk Volume, one of the most brilliant business minds I know. He's now also manages Big Ja, who was here just a couple of weeks ago. The one and only Dame Ritter. 9-second applause.
Appreciate you having me. I tap into the show all the time. So I saw the young ladies that grilled my guy Ja a few weeks ago. But I'm always tapped in to stats, comments. So I'm blessed to be here. I appreciate you even asking me to show up. So yeah, I'm happy to be here.
My brother Dave, I appreciate you, man. Dave is one of my best friends I've met since I've been in Los Angeles, man. And he has a fantastic jump shot. Don't sleep on a game if you're ever on the court playing against Dame, because Dame got game. Also on the panel today, my brother, my partner, co-host of the Third Verse podcast, one of the greatest MCs to ever come out of Atlanta, the one and only Stat Quo. 9-second applause.
It's always a pleasure to be here, and back reunited with you and Dame got the mid range on lock. You know what I'm saying? It's a lost art in the league. You guys had to. That's what y'all did whenever we played ball. So it's good to have that connection back. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
we all played ball together. Like we
that's
like
what we
alumni.
did, yeah, we played ball together. Michael B. Jordan was in that league.
Yeah, that was all of us.
Steve Urkel crossed me up.
Urkel. Yeah,
I'll never forget that.
I forgot Urkel. I forgot. Dude, what's his real name?
Jaleel White.
Jaleel. Yeah. Good
Jaleel
dude.
got game, man. He wasn't acting in those scenes on Family Matters.
Always talking. He was always talking shit too.
He was. Also, as always, on the panel today, fresh off of finals last week. I imagine they went amazing, even if her Spurs did not. Incredible voice in this space. Rising star, superstar in the making, the one and only BK. 9-second applause.
Hey, not too much on my Spurs now. But I'm excited to have the conversation for tonight. Wednesday night is always the best day of the week, so I'm excited to chat with y'all.
Word up. And also, coming straight from Chicago today, had all kinds of technical difficulties, but always stay cool. Cooler than the other side of the pillow. I think that's my favorite Stuart Scott quote. Cooler than the other side of the pillow. One of my favorite people in general, a great friend of mine, fantastic mind when it comes to strategy, fantastic on this show every week. Also co-host of Culture United, the one and only El Janelle. 9-second applause. Word up.
Hey guys, I'm excited. I'm ready for today. I want to know if you got crossed up by Steve Urkel or Stephon Urkel.
Jaleel White. I think I got crossed up by Jaleel White. Got you. He's probably more like Stephon Urkel than Steve. Probably more like Stephon Urkel, though. There was no glasses in this game. He wasn't wearing goggles or anything like that. So, and again, thank you all for tuning in to Culture United every Wednesday right here on the Company Man channel. This is your show. We want you guys to have a great time. So feel free to let people know when they're saying something awesome in the chat. Feel free to let people know when you disagree with them as well in a respectful manner. If you see people on the panel that have their Cash Apps, feel free to throw Cash Apps at them if you like something that they say quite a bit. If you've been here before, you know that there is a 2-hour main show, and then there is a second show that happens after our main discussion. And so we have a special guest coming in today at 5 p.m., or excuse me, 5:30. We'll have Boots Riley join the panel as well. So we're going to talk about his latest release, I Love Boosters. So I'm excited about that. 1 second applause. And as always, 9-second applause to you all. All right, word up. So the biggest conversation this week to me has been just the fantastic reception that Vince Staples' album, Crybaby, has been receiving. And in this space, it's common for people, you know, when an album first comes out, it's either classic or trash. But Vince Staples' album is making an impression while doing something completely different than what we know him for. He's moved into a more rock punk friendly environment, and he has, in my opinion, released the most I would describe as important project of 2026. And the reviews so far coming out from a very critical audience, critical environment are fantastic. Right now he's sitting at an 87 on Metacritic. I love this project quite a bit. I did a video on it already, and I basically did 2 videos on it because I think that the album itself, dropping last week, a week after the Rick Chow case and with Cyrus Carmack Belton, and then this week with the Carmelo Anthony case. I mean, it's just a serendipitous type project. Open floor. Actually, I want to start with you, BK. Did you get a chance to listen to Vince Staples' Crybaby? What do you think?
Yeah, I did get a chance to listen to the album. Phenomenal album, really important album. I would consider this like punk rap in its truest form, because there is a mix of like punk, which is traditionally anti-establishment. It's not necessarily just a genre. So, you know, him being very explicit in this album, I think was really important in 2026 as people, you know, are less vocal under the second Trump regime. And there's even more, I think, amenable participation with the Trump administration. So to be explicit is important. And I think he absolutely did that. I feel like it's unfortunate that people think he's playing to some sort of white audience. I mean, if you're mainstream in hip hop, you probably have a large white fan base anyway. Like that's just kind of how the numbers stack up. But, you know, punk and rock and hip hop, these are Black genres. And so I love that he, you know, was the epitome of Blackness in true form in this project. I also love the runtime. It was like 30 minutes. I love that he led with Blackberry Marmalade and Cotton. Cotton music video was, I didn't think that anything could get more jarring than the Blackberry Marmalade music video, where it's like the POV of a gunman. But the imagery that he, you know, projected on that like whited out American flag was just very powerful. So really big kudos to Vince for making such an audacious project, not only genre-wise, but like subject matter. And I like how he's being super vocal now that he's like from under his label, and it's just like, I wasn't able to make music like this. And I think on the surface you could think, oh, they didn't want you to switch out of the hip hop genre, but I think he means subject matter as well. So I was just glad that in a time where it feels like everyone is just kind of like laying on their back and showing their belly in the face of fascism, he decided to put this out. So 10s.
Right up. 1 second applause. I mean, yeah, the video releases are really, I mean, listening to you describe it that way, I hadn't put it into context, but you do have Blackberry Marmalade, which is the first person of the mass shooter. Then you have White Flag, I think came out right after that. And White Flag, he's painting the white flag that shows up again later in the Cotton video. You know what I mean? So he conceptually has thought about this in just beautiful ways, in my opinion. Elle, what was your takeaway?
I loved it. And, you know, I loved it in a way that I haven't really liked a project in a while. I happened to be doing a road trip. I had to drive to Oakland and drive back So I was able to process it album all the way through in the car. And I was so surprised by how fun it was. Like it didn't seem like this type of material was supposed to be fun, but I loved the new genre. I don't know if it's new because I started looking into like different I called it rock rap. I was trying to decide between rock rap and hip rock. I don't know which. I think I like rock rap better. I don't know. I gotta coin it. But it was so fun. It like I really love the TV guide. That is my song. Like I really appreciated him being different. I want to hear more rap over rock music, and I'm so mad I missed the show. I didn't go to the show in LA because I hadn't listened to the project yet, and I was like, well, let me give it its just due before I go. But I really missed out because I know it's gonna sound great live. He's definitely speaking much more honestly than we hear a lot of rappers speak now. And so I was just appreciative of the material he covered, the risks he took. Even certain songs, I was like, did he say gorilla? Catch that gorilla? Like, what the hell? But it was interesting because it's like even my knee jerk feeling of being like, I don't know, nigga, because now it's gonna be a whole bunch of white folks in there talking about gorilla, gorilla. It's still, I think it paid off really well. So I really like the Crybaby project. I've been spinning it back over and over again.
Yeah, the replay value is really high. I didn't really think about that until you mentioned that earlier, that he's going to be having crowds full of people being like, go, gorilla. You know what I'm saying? But they say nigga anyway.
Yeah.
So I'm not
right?
sure.
So that's why I said it's funny, because it's like as soon as you say, hey man, you got all them screaming gorilla, it's like, oh, let's listen to what they screaming when we go to your show. And it's so that I like that where it makes you face a hypocrisy or makes you face something that maybe you don't want to admit. I love things like that. So it's really fun. And he's really hilarious. So it's almost like this is the first project from him where I feel like I was actually able to, where I feel like he was able to double down on his sense of humor in a creative way through the music, kind of. Like you could tell he's funny from the album, kind of, in a way. So I really liked it. He did a great job.
Word up, 1 second applause. I was shocked at your reaction stat to this project. You know, I'm so used to hearing, you know, you point out, I'm so used to hearing you focus on whether there's hits or not, and that being the main thing that you described. But you went into detail about how great this project was this week on Third Verse Podcast.
Well, I'm a big man, a big proponent of balance, and we don't have balance right now. There's not enough music. There's not enough socially conscious music from our mainstream artists, and I would consider him to be that. Unfortunately for him, what I wish would have happened, which I don't know if he probably due to budget constraints, he wasn't able to get with someone, a producer that actually does this type of music, to where this will be elevated to the mainstream. As great as the project is, my fear, because Culture United and Third Verse and our platforms are not as big as Breakfast Club and stuff right now. It's only so much we can do to kind of like get the word out. My fear is that this will be gone next week, and it's just such an important project and what he's saying. And I love the fact that he did punk rock, because he's really just basically condemning the system, but he's doing it over music that kind of like, they think they going into it like, yeah, but he's on there, yeah, fuck you, cracker. You know what I'm saying? He's just really just like throwing it up in their face. They're like, is he dissing me? Yes, he is. The whole project. Like, he's painting the flag white. He's going in there. He's really doing that. So I appreciate that. You know, I love revolution. I love going against the grain. But the business person in me does realize that this is not going to be around, and it's unfortunate. And I have a great deal of respect for him for even taking this risk, because I know for a fact financially this is going to put him in a place where it's kind of difficult when you go at the powers that be like this and you don't have a hit record, you know. And I am glad that the critics are giving him good reviews, because he deserved it, he earned it. But it's just that I don't really hear a record that's going to carry us to where we'll go back to this project. And the way that we just swipe, and just go to the next thing. It's not going. That's why you need that record. That's why I'm always talking about hits. I'm just saying that because that's what keeps people engaged into what's going on. So imagine if he had a hit record on this album, something that we like, oh, this is the standout track. You know how important this record would be to the world, to all of us, for us to really engage and dig into it, and we keep it around. But he doesn't. So as good as it is, it'll be gone next week, unfortunately.
Back to reality. 1 second applause.
Yeah.
I mean, look, you said something in there that I thought was really interesting. You said basically it's going to be difficult for him to go to his next situation or set up his next situation without a hit record on this situation. Is that as necessary if he's independent right now? Or I guess it depends on his views. What do you mean by that?
Well, it's just what I'm saying to you is I'm just talking about the numbers. You know, at the end of the day, he has responsibilities as a person. Like he has to pay bills. This is his bread and butter. You know, this is what he does. And a lot of the things he's criticizing is the system, is the things that he has to go up and negotiate with. There's no independence in music, as I told you, because Spotify and Apple, all this is part of the infrastructure. This show's on YouTube. So you can say you're not with a label, but at the end of the day, the labels are partners with the streaming services. So regardless of what it is, you are part of the system. So there's no such thing as independent anything when it comes to music. You know, I'm not trying to, I just seen somebody say I'm trying to be negative. I'm not trying to be negative. I'm just saying the harsh realities that we live in. If he had a record that was a hit record that was undeniable amongst all this music, they couldn't shut him out. But when you don't have that type of music, then they can shut you out and make it more difficult for you to get through based on certain things, because they'll use the fact that your numbers are not crazy against you in order to trying to do other things. You see what I'm saying? But if he made, like, let's say This Is America by that song. If This Is America was the lead single on this album, this album would be everywhere. Everybody be talking about it. So the messages would be broadcasted so more people could see it. You know what I mean? That's my point.
Word up. 1 second applause. Dame, I know you had a chance to lightly go through the project. What were your early reactions to it?
Yeah, so like I like Vince Staples. I think I just like his personality more than anything. I became a fan of just kind of his tweets, and I love to see artists take risks, and I love to see artists evolve. A lot of artists stay in the same pocket, and I kind of get bored. Like Vince is always going to be interesting, and I think that's why he'll always have people's attention. I think we'll have to wait and see where the press and the story of this album takes him to see what opportunities open up for him. Like I don't necessarily think that he has to have a hit if the story, if the momentum build. What do the visuals look like? What platforms, comment on the project? So we'll just have to see where the story goes. Sonically, for me, like nobody makes music for me. I'm still stuck, like we talked about earlier. I'm still stuck at like the late 90s, early 2000s. Like, I might add an independent artist song to my playlist here and there. So sonically, for me, it doesn't hit. But I'm glad that he's addressing a lot of the topics, because like Stat said, there's not that many people in his space that are covering these topics. So I think we need people that are louder, kind of how it used to be in the 80s and early 90s. But we'll see. I think the story can give it legs, and we see where it goes from here. You just never know.
I mean, 1 second plus. Look, I've been talking about this the entire life cycle of this show. It's a running theme that's very consistent in all the content that I've ever done. I appreciate when people are also able to contextualize the world around us. And I think that we're living in a point in time where people are looking to artists who can express some of the frustrations or things that they're experiencing from the world around us. And Vince Staples came through, to my surprise, explicitly in that lane. Like, take a look at this real quick. I want to put this on the screen because I thought this is one of my favorite joints on there. Elle just talked about this. This is a line from TV Guide. I want to call it TV off. Line from TV Guide. But look at this part right here. This part right here had me in a chokehold for got to be 48 minutes where I just played this back to back. And this is the third verse to TV guide, right? And so what he's doing in this verse is he is flipping Gone with the Wind and Wizard of Oz metaphors throughout this. 1, 2, 3, jump, I'm gone with the wind, for example. But then he gets down here to the end, and he says, let the coin flip, head or tails. Go ahead and pick which one they going in. Where's the love at? Touched by Uncle Sam, you better fuck back. You better bounce that ass, you better drop that ass, you better fuck back. You better move that ass before they use that ass, you better fuck back. You better shake that ass before they take that ass, you better fuck back. You better groove that ass. And so that hit me so hard because regardless of what the state of the country is or the environment is or whatever's happening at a macro level, regardless of what we want this country to be, you still have to find a way to make your way in this country. And he found a groovy, jamming way to express that. You better fuck. Uncle Sam touching you better fuck back. Open floor, but I was just really, really moved by the way he described that.
I agree so much. And this is kind of what I mean by his humor was able to come out because it's like you're going to get fucked in the system some type of way, shape or form. So just it's so hilarious to be like, I could just see him actually giving that as advice when he walk out, like, they're going to try to fuck you. You better fuck back, and just walking out the room. So I just love, he was very creative with saying that. So that can kind of be a mantra because it's true. It's so true. So I agree with you. That was one of my favorite parts.
Yeah, same. That stopped me dead in my tracks. I was like, bro, of course Vince would put it this way. But it's exactly it. Because he didn't say nothing about no Trump. He didn't say nothing about, he said Uncle Sam. Nigga, who don't matter who's in charge. This is an ever-present force, and you're gonna have to figure it. But it didn't even feel like an empower. It was just like, this is just how it is. Like, you're just gonna have to. Like, you're just gonna have to. That kind of exhausted, exasperated tone he took while also being hilarious. I was like, damn, like, it's just back to reality, So he's a genius.
He was one of the few artists that when the Drake and Kendrick thing was going on, Justin, I told you this, when they asked him about like who's winning the battle, he said Universal.
Yeah.
And so that's kind of like the stance he took on this project. Instead of most time people try to decide which political party they're going to align with, he went straight to the head because he understands that it's not the political parties, it's white supremacy. It's the whole shit. Yeah. You know what I mean? And he attacked it at the core, which I can appreciate that. You know what I mean? Sometimes we get so caught up in like, oh, this one red or blue. No, dog, all that shit is the same. You know what I'm saying? Uncle Sam, the whole thing's a scam, and I be goddamn. And so that's it.
Yeah, he's playing off a lot of different themes that are all directionally in that, or all in that direction. I can't think of the song right now, but there's like Whitey on the Moon references on this album. We're sending people back to the moon now. You know what I mean? He's tapping into a conversational spirit that was loud in the 60s and 70s. You know what I mean? Why, open floor, do you guys think there is a reluctance from other artists to speak on these things more consistently?
I think it comes off. Oh, go ahead.
No, I want to hog. Go ahead. Honestly, the reason why artists don't talk about it is because the general public, and there's not enough culture uniters out there that are to push this type of stuff across the mainstream. So people just want to make money, man. Let's just be honest. You know what I mean? Like, it's not the revolutionary wave it's not the same. It doesn't sell the same. It's not mainstream. And people trying to pay these bills and with the prices of everything, they're like, well, hey, I can make a record about saving the world, or I can save my own world here with my family. And most artists decide to be selfish and take care of themselves and continue to put the poison out. And my thing is, it's nothing wrong with the poison, but you got to have the remedy as well. It got to be a balance. And right now, it's just all poison. We have nothing to combat it. We have nothing to go to from our mainstream acts. You know what I'm saying? Of course, on the underground, yes, but I'm saying mainstream. I would consider Vince to be mainstream. And that's why this was super important for him to do this. Like, kudos to him and his team. I definitely I wanted hits on there because I wanted it to last longer. But man, like, salute to him, man. Like, for real. Like, this is amazing. Shout out to you, Vince. If you're watching it or if your team watching it, this is something you should be celebrated.
Well, I think number one, you got to have the knowledge and the ability to articulate certain things, and then you have the art. Then you need to have the artistry to flip the knowledge in a way that sounds good to people. That's a hard combination of things to do, right? And I don't want to bash today's artists, but I don't. There's less people today taking the time to really master the craft like that, and you have to have, I think, a supreme mastery of your craft in addition to the knowledge to flip something like this. So that's why I think we're not seeing more of it.
Yeah. And I think too, like, I think Kaylani's a great example, or an example of probably, I don't know if it's a cautionary tale yet, but maybe of, she didn't necessarily say things in the music, but in her music videos and then like off wax, which I think is equally as important. Like, what are you saying behind the scenes, off screen? What are you saying and what are you supporting? And her going super hard for Palestine and then basically having to scrub that shit clean because industry connects were falling through and shit was getting canceled. And, to Stat's earlier point, it's like people got to eat, but she talks very openly about the harassment, the blacklisting, all that. So there is an incentive to just kind of shut up and dribble. But then also to Dame's point, there is kind of a lost art of how do I kind of put the sugar with the medicine so the masses can consume it. So I think it's a bunch of different things going on with that.
Yeah, I definitely think it's. Oh, go ahead. One second.
No, you're good.
I definitely, I definitely think it's like a race to the top, and I think it's foolhardy, to be honest. I think everybody's like, I hear the common person doesn't want to hear this, so let me try to create something that'll be popular, that more people will like, which is usually like something coming from the flesh or something with a level of bravado where people feel good to try it on, like a costume and all these empty calories in the music. And I really think that is short-sighted, because what happens is all of these songs start to sound alike. And then then it becomes like the lottery or really the money on who hits the top. And I think that is not the right goal. The goal should be to come out with the best, most creative, most unique project. And I know artists don't want to hear this, but I don't even think the goal should be, I want to sell 1 million records and I want to be number one. Like, I do not think that should be the goal, only because the prescription that they're doing to try to get there is giving us all these empty calories. So as an artist, I would be more proud to have Vince's project, regardless of where it falls, regardless of where the numbers do, regardless, than to make some fluff project and it still don't hit Billboard anyway. Like, okay, you hot in 3 clubs. Yo, you did a great job. You made an ass shaking song. Great job. But there's no substance. And so I feel like you still can fail at reaching number one. So just make something badass and just get what you get and don't throw a fit. That's what I think. But I can understand why artists like, I don't want to hear that shit. I want to be number one and I'm gonna do what it takes. But I'm proud of the people who are brave enough to say, I want to make something dope. And I think that's what he did.
Second applause.
It was a time, I'm old enough, I'm gonna age myself right here, but it was a time where like artists could make this type of music and be political and go like be in the top 10. But you had artists like Public Enemy, you had Ice Cube with America's Most Wanted, you had the Ghetto Boys, it was a time where these type of albums where they was addressing certain issues that was going on with us would actually go number one. I don't know what happened where that's just not a thing anymore. It's not the reality, but it definitely has changed to where you very rarely hear anyone even expressing themselves politically on records. You brought up the Palestine stuff. I'm so surprised that not more artists actually even just stood on the side. You know what I mean? It's crazy because the fear that the artists have where before it wasn't like that. And I think maybe the fear comes from where the music is so controlled where it's all, it's relying on streaming. And so if you do go against the machine, they kind of can block you out. Whereas when in my era, we were selling CDs out the back of the trunk and you know what I'm saying? So you couldn't really block somebody out. But now if you come with the wrong messaging on the song and it gets too divisive, they can really literally bury you at the bottom of these, of these streaming services because they get so much music, and then say your shit not popping.
Right. So do you think it's the consumers that changed, or is it the corporations or the powers that be that changed? Do you think it's more the mechanism of the streaming, or consumers themselves that maybe got more money, see themselves as more American, feel less rebellious after the past couple of decades? What do you think?
I want
I'm
to
sorry.
pause right there for 1 second because we do have our special guest in the house right now. We can come back to that conversation because I think I wouldn't be surprised if some of this rolls in together.
Absolutely.
But joining us today, our special guest is a provocative and prolific poet, rapper, songwriter, producer, screenwriter, director, community organizer, and public speaker. He wrote and directed Sorry to Bother You, I'm a Virgo, and his latest release, I Love Boosters. And if you're a hip hop fan of The Coup, as I am, you also know he's an incredible MC, always dedicated to real social change and a proponent of mass militant labor movements. Please welcome Boots Riley. 9-second applause.
What's up?
What's going on? Thank you for joining the show, sir.
Hey, thank you. I can't see myself for some reason. Can you see me?
We can see you.
Yeah.
Oh, you
Yeah.
can. All right, cool.
Yes, we can.
Can you see us?
Yeah, I can see you. I just is a
Cool.
black space where my face would be, but that's fine. Yeah, how's it going?
How are you? Thanks so much for coming to the show.
Oh yeah. Well, thanks for having me.
We appreciate you, brother.
Well,
So we were.
Oh, you got it. Go ahead.
Go ahead. We were just actually talking about Vince Staples' latest project, Crybaby, and we were talking about all of the risks that he took being very political in this project. And so it was the perfect segue to you because you always take so many risks with your work and your movies, even from the music. And so it's the perfect time to just talk about I Love Boosters. I've seen it twice.
All right, cool.
It is fantastic, especially as far as promoting labor organizing, which is my favorite overall messaging in it. So I just wanted to ask you a little bit about how you find the courage to take these type of risks in your creative work when so many artists seem to be so scared to do that now.
Well, it's my only reason to want to do it in the first place. It's my only reason to want to do art in the first place. I want, part of it is you want your art to have, everyone wants their art to have an impact. Everyone wants their art to, they talk about, oh, this, my influence or my, this or that. And, sometimes we set those goals of influences very small, like, oh, there's these people wearing these hats now, or, look, nobody was saying that word before me, that sort of a thing. And for me, it's more of, I want to be in exchange with all the people that are taking in my art. I want to, collaborate with them and be part of changing the world with them. So it's just a bigger, it's a bigger goal for the art. So I don't look at it as taking a risk. I look at it as the reason I'm doing it in the first place. So if it was like, oh, it could be 20 times bigger if you didn't put these ideas in it. Well, but then I wouldn't want, who knows what that would be, because I wouldn't even be inspired to make the art. So.
That's so dope. I really resonate with that message too. And I'm like, I don't care how many times you shadow ban me or the SEO doesn't work. Like, I want to get this message out there. I want to say congratulations to a phenomenal film. I absolutely love the film. I have on my Metro Designers lime green right now.
Oh, tight.
But I love the pro-labor messaging as well. And I guess my question is around daring to be a communist and daring to make communist art, or even themes that have communism 101 in it. And, your online engagement around the film and in general has been hilarious and engaging and awesome, that you can kind of touch the people, so to speak, digitally. But I guess speaking to that, there was, I think when the movie first came out, there was kind of this online back and forth about like how do you make communist art under capitalism, and like this is hypocrisy and blah blah blah. What
Yeah.
did you think? Did you see that conversation? What did you think about that
Yeah.
conversation? What do you say to people who dare to
Well,
kind of-
one, I don't, the idea that someone's going to try to define what communist art is, I don't know what the usefulness is of that. Like, are you trying to define it to be like, if you want to make communist art, you have to do this, as opposed to what I look for is, what do people do once they take in the art? That's the only thing I'm looking at. Like, what do they do? Like, I'm not looking at definition. I already dealt with that with like, are you making real hip hop now? Or is that rap, or is that hip hop, or is that blah, blah, blah? And to me, it's about what is the effect that the art has. And so some of the discussions ranged around an idea that is not actually a radical idea. It's more of a liberal idea. Liberalism says that there's a way to just somehow be ethically capitalist, right? There's a way to work with the nicer corporations, this or that, and that things are better when you do that. And that's kind of what the Democrats have put forward. That's a tenet of liberalism. And that was always an answer to folks that said, no, we have to organize to have the working class overthrow the ruling class. And that's the only answer, right? And so being that I think the latter, all of my work from the beginning has been tied to getting these ideas out in a big way, getting them out in a way that helps organizers to organize the movement that we need. And so from, the coup came out on our first album in 1993. We were on EMI Records. EMI Records doesn't exist anymore, but they were a multinational corporation connected to all sorts of heinous activity. We strived to get on the radio. We got on the radio in LA and Chicago. We were right next to Coca-Cola ads, right? We weren't like, oh, no, we can't do that because we're helping to sell, that. Now, we had our own line. Like, I wouldn't, like Levi's wanted us to do an ad, and I didn't want people to associate the ideas in it with Levi's. Or Taco Bell wanted us to do an ad. I didn't want people to associate the ideas with Taco Bell. But it wasn't because I thought that somehow, there's a cleaner way to do it. We've been on Warner Brothers. We've been on, we've been on every Interscope, all these labels, right? So, and, obviously the TV show was on I'm a Virgo was on Amazon. The first movie was put out fully by Annapurna, Megan Ellison's company. And so what I can say is, going off of that thing, well, what does the art do? In terms of Sorry to Bother You, that was my most effective piece of work that I've ever done so far in 30 years of more than 30 years of putting stuff out. And the way I can say that is that with all of my music, I always had people coming up to me saying different things that were kind of hard to measure, but good to hear, like, oh, you opened me up to radical politics, or I joined an organization because of you, or this and that, all sorts of things, just anecdotes throughout the year. But for me, I never really know how to take that, because I know if you meet somebody that you like their art, you might embellish things just to be like, I want you to know how important it is. So I never really took that in. But what I did, I figured some of it is true. Some of it, I also seen my music being used at actions and demonstrations, and people telling me that like First Nations people in Canada telling me they played my music as a way to they played my music as a while they were fighting, actually having shootouts with the police. This may be an emergency for my son. Can you hold on 1 second? Because I have a son.
Yeah, sure thing. Yeah, I'll take
Absolutely.
for a second.
Absolutely.
Hey, you know
This is
what's
such a
always
dope
fascinating?
combo.
You know what's always fascinating with someone like him who's so aware is you start to realize even when you're making art that can change the world, that what he was telling you, the different companies that he had to partner with to even get to a place to put it out. It's like you have no choice but to work with these people in order to get your gift to the world. That's how structured it is. That's what we kind of like going back to the Vince thing.
Yeah.
Like to even get it out there, as aware as he is of what's happening and what's going on in the world and what the other involvement that these companies have, and as he mentioned EMI, it's like you have no choice. What I was just saying, Booth, I was like, you have figured out a way in order to work in this system that we have, because they make it to where you have to, work within the system to get the message heard. You know what I'm saying? Even though all the different all the different companies you work with through your music, and even now like putting out movies, to have a movie out, you still have to work with some people that have histories of doing some things that's like below board. That you probably I don't fool with that.
Exactly, like this is what I was going to say. Like,
real quick, Boots. I don't mean to interrupt you. Do you have a little bit of feedback that's coming through when you talk? I'm not sure if it's a mic or something.
How about now?
Say something again.
How about now?
It's a little bit better. Yeah, it's improved.
Okay, let me. I could, if I had a second, I could go get get some headphones.
Yeah, I mean, if you have time, we have time.
Okay.
I just want to make sure that people can hear you clearly. You have a very
okay. 1 second.
Okay, great.
But yeah, it's just fascinating. Like the way they have it set up, Justin. It's you really can't avoid them. You know what I mean? In order to get your message out, you can't avoid working within. Like, in order for us to get this message out of Culture United, YouTube is a very important tool. You know what I mean? It's a very important tool for this to happen. We have to work with YouTube to get our community built. And then once you have your community built, then of course, maybe you can build your own platform. But to get through the door, you still got to, I don't want to say dance, but I mean, essentially, you got to dance with the devil.
That.
You gotta fuck
Yeah,
back.
exactly. You gotta fuck back. It's a fact.
Yeah,
I love that though, because I kind of have that challenge sometimes. Go ahead, Justin.
I think a lot of times people in the independent spirit, the independent-minded artists or individual, a lot of times can look at corporate partners as just 100% the enemy, and I don't think it always has to be that way.
That's a fact. Hey, can you hear us?
Yep.
That's much better.
So I was surprised that you said, yeah, that's much better. I was surprised that you said you think Sorry to Bother You was the most impactful, because I see this as, I see I Love Boosters as one of your greatest success as a longtime fan. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's definitely my best work. But what I'm saying is that enough time hasn't passed to be able to see the impact that it will have, right? So with Sorry to Bother You, for folks that don't know, between 2020 and 2024, there was the largest strike wave the U.S. has had in its history since the 70s. And during that time, I got dozens of texts and messages and email, phone calls that said a version of, we were trying to organize a strike at our job. We were trying to organize a union at our job. We were having a tough time. We didn't think it was going to work. And we had everybody watch Sorry to Bother You. And then everybody voted either whatever it was to strike or for a union. Had this one story in Baltimore. There was 60 people at this work site. and it was to vote for whether or not to have a union. And they thought the organizers thought they were going to win, but they thought it was going to be by the skin of their teeth because there had been organized pushback. And so they were still a little worried, but they thought they were going to win. And right when it was time for them to do a show of hands for who wanted to join the union, who wanted to have a union, somebody in the middle of the crowd said that they don't know, said, "Equisapiens, let's be out." And then everybody laughed and every single person raised their hands. And so though all those things that are coming to me tells me I'll just say that's the most measurable impact I could see it have. Like I said, the other stuff was harder to measure, harder for me to know, but also this went out all at one time. So yeah, I think I'm hoping that you're right, that I Love Boosters takes it up another level.
One second pause to that too, by the way. I find it just really inspiring ultimately, not in just the fact that you've been able to champion the things that you care about in the world, in your art form, whether that's in music or in film, but that you've also been able to do so for so long, right? I think longevity is something that artists have a very difficult time grabbing onto in this industry of cool, so to speak. How have you been able not only to continue to push forward into new horizons as an artist that yourself, but also how have you been able to do that by doing the most difficult thing, which is to advocate for things that you care about other than marketing and materialism?
Well, it definitely was difficult, but okay, it's a mix of a few things, and I don't want to discount the luck. The luck is that we came up in Oakland at a time when every record label had to have a group from the Bay Area, preferably from Oakland, right? So we got that initial push from, even though it was a small label, it was called Wild Pitch. They were out of New York, and we were their only West Coast thing. We got on BET. I used some of my, so that was the luck part, but then I used some of my skills that I learned from being an organizer, which had to do with canvassing and getting stuff out. And they were like, we only have $14,000 after the videos. They had video budget, but we only have $14,000 to promote your album. So we used part of that to rent a minivan, and we drove city to city. This is 1993. We drove city to city, putting up posters all over the place. This is before everybody had SoundScan, so we had to drive and find the record stores. And we drove and found the record stores, asked them to put up our own displays. When we got to DC, we had a $5 a day. I know I sound like the old man, but we had the $5 a day per diem, and we saved up our per diem, and we knocked on the door in DC at BET. BET was in DC at the time, and we knocked on the door, and Joe Claire was the host of
Rap City.
Rap City. Yeah, Joe Claire was the host of Rap City. We were like, Joe Claire, we want to take you to dinner. We took our money from per diem, then we took them, or it was lunch. We took them to lunch, and then we showed them the video for Dig It right then. And he was like, I'm gonna put y'all on Memorial Day. So we had we had gone on, and we all of a sudden it was a sea change. We were like the local group, and then we were in Cleveland when it hit on Memorial Day, and we were in the park, and people were like, yo, we're in the video, blah, 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 right? So our first fans, even though we did do it underground style, like we got the big corporate push in that sense. We got on those platforms. We were our first couple albums. That's the only way we were known. And then, and then I did quit, but not for those reasons, but because I felt like I was wasting my time being an artist, and we formed an organization called the Young Comrades. But in that, it was all ex-artists that were making this organization. And that's when I worked telemarketing. But as we were doing that, I started getting a better appreciation, because this is before the internet. So you don't know who's listening to you. You don't know, like you do now. You don't hear that feedback, So, and it wasn't like we were touring around a lot, because a lot of venues, like we didn't have the small venues weren't booking hip hop. A lot of the venues now that they'll have rock on this day and then they'll have hip hop, they weren't having hip hop. They weren't having stuff where they thought it would attract Black people. And so we weren't getting, so we kind of were in a bubble. We didn't know the effect that we were having. And so, but then as we were organizing, I was seeing how people's choices were affected by movies they saw, by lyrics, things like that. So I started being like, having an appreciation for what I had let go. And then that's when I went back and did Steal This Album. Matter of fact, most of the musicians on Steal This Album were people that had been in the Young Comrades. And so, but the short answer to it is, the drive comes from the thing that I want to see happen. So even when it financially wasn't working out, because many of those years I was on AFDC, I was on, we had WIC, we had, all sorts of stuff, right? Going on at different times, food stamps, all that. And not because, and some of it was because my eyes were bigger than what was actually happening. Like I wanted to get it out bigger. So even though we're taking in stuff, a lot of I'd pay to do it in a bigger way to where I'd be the last person getting paid, right? So everybody get paid, and we do it with this big band, and we do all these visual things. And for me, the reason was to get it to make this vision come to life. And so some of my payment was just in that these ideas were getting out there in this big way. So definitely a lot of times people would be like, man, you broke. Why are you still doing this? You know what I'm saying? but it would be, and while we were shooting Sorry to Bother You, I was squatting a house, right? Now it wasn't like it looked like it was a house. It wasn't like in squalor or anything like that, but we were squatting, right? So but the thing is that that's the reason, because the goal wasn't just the money coming in. The goal wasn't like, because I always felt like I'm a pretty resourceful person. Like if the goal was just to get a paycheck coming in, there's all sorts of hustles that are a lot easier than doing art, right?
That's a great
and
point.
Maybe I'm wrong about that, but that's how I felt. And
Well, those hustles probably can't get the message out as well.
Yeah, exactly.
I love that you gave the background of Oakland. And I wanted to ask a little bit about your upbringing, but I feel like you shared a lot, even getting to the Young Comrades. I have some friends who were in the Young Comrades. Your dad, Dr. Walter Riley, was my mentor, or still is my mentor. So I know that you come from a very education-focused, radicalized background.
Yeah.
So I want to know about, like, what are the most important messages that you want to get out? And do you think any of those messages have been missed? I mean, you've had time to see people reviewing the things people highlight about your different movies. Do you think there's any message that you were trying to get out that you think kind of some people have missed in some ways?
Yeah, I mean, often people will take the message and put it to the closest thing that they know, the closest thing that they agree with. So that a lot of times will happen. But the idea that I'm trying to get across is that it is not one that's, it's not just about a statement. It's about figuring out where the levers of power are, right? Because sometimes, and I think this happens in left movements a lot too, where it's like the purpose of the movement, sometimes the campaign is just about getting this idea out, just about getting this message out. We don't like the way things are. And you'll see a protest, and the protest and it'll be designed to be like, we just want to show that we're upset with this thing. And I think that like breeds frustration sometimes, because even when that's quote unquote successful, you got tens of thousands of people out, if you go back even to the Iraq war, you have millions of people in the street, and obviously that didn't stop anything. So I've always been about where the levers of power are under capitalism, and which I believe leads to the idea that we have to have a class struggle. And so that's what's been what I've been putting forward in my work. And I think with my albums, I treated most of the albums like a full movie. So every song wasn't saying all of the ideas, but if you listen to the whole album, you get the idea. So it didn't always have the full thing in each song. So I think, it wasn't necessarily always clear. And what's interesting is there was a period where we were like, part of the financial plan was we could support our work here by performing in Europe, like, because you could do the festivals in Europe and do all the, and so you got to work that area. But what was interesting is, because even though a lot of those places we went to, they did speak English to a certain extent, but it was English as a second language. So what they got mainly was, oh, this is rebellion, blah, 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 just rebellion. And it was very unsatisfying to me, because they just got this aesthetic of rebellion and didn't get the nuance of what I was saying. Whereas, here, when people listen to it, I think they got more of the nuance.
Word up. Let's take applause. I watched, one of the things I think is interesting about your press run around this is, even speaking to how you were talking about going to Europe and using that to fund other music endeavors. You rolled this project out, going to different colleges, right? Colleges generally have budgets, but you also open up to local movie theaters as well, right?
Yeah.
It seems like a very community-driven marketing strategy. I'm gonna put this on the screen real quick here, because I think this speaks to it too, right? And so, noting what BK said earlier about your interaction with fans, I saw this one here, and it says, it's from Hobbit's Pipe. It says, why is Boots Riley up at 2 a.m. on the movie theater employee subreddit begging people to see I Love Boosters, right? And then here's your post. It says, hey, I'm Boots Riley, writer-director of I Love Boosters. The NRG survey tells us that awareness of this movie's mere existence overall is low. Neon did spend on marketing, but a lot of it was internet and streaming ads, which are a problem for me because, for me in particular, as I've always been historically muted on social media platforms. And with this movie in particular, people have shown me cases where Meta has said they weren't allowing reposts to be seen as widely because it was connected to organized criminal activity. I mean, that was just one of the craziest things that I have seen anywhere.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, we're talking about, how you have to, it doesn't matter what your politics are in this country, you're still in the capitalism system. So you still have to figure out your way to navigate it. And here you are, you got Meta saying, I Love Boosters is organized crime.
Yeah, they're trying to say, they were trying to say that it was getting people to shoplift. So, and I have no idea, you can't talk to a person there. So, and it's hard to know how many times it's happened, but I got 2 messages from people saying that. So my problem that I was saying, I was like, okay, if we're buying ads on social media, how do we know how many people it's getting to? Because, you know, how do we know whether it's under that, you know, that same thing? And who knows? It could have been someone else complained to Meta about it. You know what I'm saying? There's no way. All I know is that those are the two things that happen. But what I do also know is, for instance, on Twitter, I've got, you know, well, now it's like 188,000 followers, but let's take it back to when it was 170,000 followers. You know, it is rare that, you know, I would get like more than a couple hundred, you know,
Interactions or likes
interactions. And yeah,
right.
and so the only thing that I could trace it to, again, this I do want to say that a lot of this is just circumstantial speculation, right? But it's something that since 2019, the reason there was this whole thing where they're like, oh, Boots Riley got off Twitter because he asked what a twink is and blah, blah, blah. But it was really on that same day, I was like, my stuff is not getting out there. Like, and that was 2019. I was like, I'm doing all this work, and all of a sudden, and what it was I spoke out about against the invasion of Venezuela that was about to happen, and that was being threatened, and there was a smaller version that got funded, and you know they had a puppet leader, Guaido. So I've been doing a lot of posts on that, and what we do know later from Matt Taibbi's Twitter files. Now he definitely was on the side of right wingers on with a lot of that, but there was stuff in there that he didn't publicize that much that said that that the Biden administration had put an edict out to Twitter to mute anyone that was on the side of that was saying anything favorable about Maduro, and so that you can just put those two things together. It said to do that, and it said that they did do that. It didn't mention my name or anything like that, but I was definitely someone outspoken at the time for that.
Wow.
You know, so whatever. My point is, I don't try to get. We know what the terrain is, right?
Yeah.
So it kind of doesn't matter. But I think in general, the key is, and that's what I tried to get around with the college and community showings was to not just rely on social media to get directly. The one thing about when we used to do, when we first started coming out with music is we used to go directly to people, like go to the person that has the beat in their car, give them a tape, get them to play it. Can you get them to play it in their neighborhood? Can you go? And then the artists were getting directly to it, and kind of where some faltering happened was this was before the local radio station was playing, much local hip hop. And all of a sudden, when they opened it up and said, okay, come to us, and then we'll play it to people. Then all of a sudden, everybody, because before that, we used to be like, I remember we used to say, oh, look, he's bumping the radio. Oh, that's a mark right there, right?
Oh, it was frowned upon.
That's what we were like. You're supposed to be playing a tape, later a CD or whatever, but you playing the radio loud? Come on, right? But then that changed. That changed real quick once they started playing local hip hop, which was a good thing. But then they became the gatekeepers. It wasn't the DJ at the club, because you used to go to when we went on that tour. That's what we did. We went to the clubs and asked DJs to play our stuff. Here you would go ask DJs. Now they were the gatekeepers because sometimes they'd be like, "Oh hell no," but
Right.
you could talk to them, right? And then once the radio became that, then we went through this period where they were like, "Oh, you know." The local radio was saying people from the Bay don't sound enough like the radio, the music that sound, you need to sound like Jay-Z or you need to sound like such and such. So we went through that period. Then hyphy came and changed that. Then all this stuff. But the point is that I think we need more direct connection to our audience, because, I think YouTube was sold to us and it is more of a direct connection maybe than TV or radio, but it still is, there's still some gatekeeping happening in that. And the more that we can have a direct connection, then the more we can circumvent that filter.
Yeah, I just love that the on the ground organizing aspect was not only a message in the film, but it was literally what you did to promote the film in and of itself and touch the people. And I feel like, my generation, at least some swaths of my generation, I'm Gen Z, want to get back to the physical, even like the physical media that we're just trying to buy up now, because your favorite song could just be taken off of streaming and it's just there one day and gone the next. But I also wanted to just point out, I love that you highlighted the international aspect of the class struggle in I Love Boosters, where we go to China and we look in the factory, we see the conditions there. Like, it wasn't just billionaire bad and we're all gonna like jump Christie. It was like, no, like once the Metro designer strike happened, this sparked the next one, and it's an international class struggle. So I love that you kind of did this, I guess, guerrilla style marketing where you touch the people, but also infusing that international angle, which I think is really important for Americans to see, because it's so easy to kind of get sucked into that American exceptionalism. So that was just fire. I mean, you cramped so many dense topics into just an absurdist, colorful, hilarious explosion. It was great.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
One thing that, again, throughout your work really has been consistent is letting people know or spreading the idea that it's time for a mass militant labor movement. With the onset of AI, is that more difficult in your mind? If they need less labor to do stuff, is the effectiveness of that idea dwindling?
Well, here's the thing I'll say about that is, since the 50s, there have been articles scaring people about robots replacing labor. And it's been consistent. And it's usually with the idea that, hey, robots are going to replace labor, so there's no reason to organize labor. There's no future there. Like, it'll all be able to be replaced. Now, obviously, some things did get mechanized, but it's not what stopped labor, right? Like, it's not what stopped anything. It got mechanized and they still needed jobs now. But the truth about the AI stuff is now let's separate the different things that are being called AI, because now they call everything AI. The thing where you call up the airline and they say operator, they're calling that AI, where that's been around for 20 years. They're calling all sorts of things AI and it's just because they're riding this train where all the investment is. But so there's some of that stuff that is not generative AI, that are technologies that have been there for a while. But separate from that, the generative AI thing is mainly a grift, I think, because here's one thing I know. One, and just talk about the stuff that's documented. That you take that what was it? Brad Pitt and Tom Cruise fight that they showed. Well, somebody went through and showed how it's this one company that actually just had fighters against green screen doing kung fu moves, and basically did a rap of stuff that with technology that has existed for 10 or 15 years in video games. And it's not, it's not doing everything that they say it's doing. And you can find that article online. The other thing is that those Google VO videos, they were shot in the Bay Area. There are people that were on the crew that were like signed NDAs, so they can't say anything, and probably weren't supposed to say anything to me, but we're like, we shot that shit. The ones where they're like, it's so funny that we're not real people, that sort of thing. Now, who knows? They might have gone in there with VFX and changed some of the eyes or something like that, but they actually shot that stuff. Now, here's the thing. There's $1 trillion in investment. So there's some sense that even with us knowing that, we have some sense that these tech companies don't have a reason to lie to us. They do. They're getting money right here all over the place. Now, I was in the Bay Area when the first tech boom happened. The first tech boom and bust happened in the late 90s, early 2000s. That was people lying all over the place. The label that we were on was called Niche Music 75 Arc. These dudes, they were grifting so hard, like that's how they signed us. They were grifting so hard and had like bought a block, like a city block in San Francisco, and made a soundstage TV studio to play only on the internet in the year 2000, when everybody had dial-up, right? They were making it, and they knew this, but they were just like spending money. So that's the same thing that's happening right now, is people are claiming it can do a lot of those things, like when they're like Wes Anderson Star Wars. A lot of that is just regular VFX with a comp over it, and maybe something that moves the head from one side to the other for a few frames can be called AI. But it's VFX with AI. And what I do know because sometimes you'll have somebody on the VFX team that tries to use some kind of AI for rotoscoping. And that's the place where it could, like you could say, oh, it could get this busy work done, but it's never done. You're like, hey, why is this so terrible? And you're like, did you use AI? And they're like, yeah. And so then it causes so much more work than it, even for these little tasks. So VFX, VFX workers, they will tell you like it's not where they're saying it is. So there's just this whole, like, it's a pyramid scheme basically, because everybody's like, oh, it's going to be this thing, it's going to be that thing, and the amount that you have to put into it, it's just basic stuff. Like if you're going to be like, show me a guy sitting in front of a red background, then they show my boy right here, Stat Q, right here. They got his footage from something, and then you're like, make him twist around. They got to find that footage somewhere and put it on top of him, right? They got to do, so it's that. Just the basic idea of it, because they're not claiming all of a sudden it's going to make CGI that looks like him. Like it's not going to make CGI that looks exactly like him and do all these frames, because that would be more computing work than it would cost more than just hiring someone to do that. Right. So there, it's not where it is. But what is going to happen is there will be companies moving investments into that, laying people off for it. And then once it busts, then everybody will be scrambling, for it, but I don't think it's in danger of like any of that stuff. Now, the reason why it's a danger maybe for writers is because studios they hire writers to write like AI already, you know, like give me one of those things, let it do this thing that happens over there in this first part, and let it do this other thing from this other movie in this other part. And you know, and there's writers that write like that already, you know.
It's so funny because every time, even just with individual UGC creators on social media, I can tell when they're reading AI. You know, it's always some sentence like, "That's not a sunset, that's rising darkness." You know what I'm saying? It's always some sort of juxtaposition shows up as an exclamation point on their paragraphs. It's so you can see it from a distance. Boots, I want to thank you for joining us. We have some questions here from the audience. Are you
okay? Cool.
Answer some?
Yeah, I didn't even know this was. I thought we were recording this. So cool.
Yeah, we live. We live right now, man. So yeah,
I guess it does say live right there.
Yeah, there's a lot of people in here who really love your art. So you know who says regarding consumers or powers changing, it's both. Consumption of music has changed, giving more power to bottlenecks of the infrastructure, and more people have been adopted into the capitalist class. See Black athletes. What up, Boots? You have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, you know, there's always been groups of folks that have thought of themselves as, you know, that have had different amounts of income than the rest of the folks that's in their same ethnicity. So with Black folks, that's been a thing for a while, but it doesn't change the nature of how things are working. And I don't think it's necessarily, you know, I don't think that it has changed. And I've seen, and I'm not ready to quote it right now, but I've seen stats where it has not changed the relative the relative income of most Black folks, right? And there is more poverty now than there has been in a while, right? So that's even maybe more of an indictment that shows that you know, you can have, you know, a few very wealthy folks and not have any change to the system, but we're told to accept that as a positive change because we get to look at them on a picture, right? And I'm saying obviously I'm in a different place than I have been before in life, and I'm in a different place than most people, right? I have more access to getting my voice out there. I have some stability. So when I say we, I'm meaning working class, and I'm meaning working class Black folks in this particular case I'm talking about. But not that I am in that, but yeah.
Word up. 1 second applause. Next one comes from K-Way for real. He says, Boots, huge fan. It's an honor to support your art and a privilege to hear your thoughts, fam. Keep going.
Thank you.
K-Way's
thanks, K-Way.
Yeah, he's hilarious, but he's also a DJ. And so he has a YouTube channel where he's spinning. Today he did a set today on just celebrating Black Music Month. Yeah. So, you know, I'm just curious, what do you think of modern hip hop, where hip hop is right now? We were having a discussion before you joined the panel. We're talking about Vince Staples and how he made a project that really tackles the world's ills in 2026 and how rare that is.
I have not heard that yet, and I do want to hear it. I've been in this tunnel of getting this movie out, so I haven't been able to hear that. But I'm glad to hear that that's happening right now. I'm the wrong person to ask about the about new music that's here. I listen to whatever my kids put on when we get in the car. So sometimes I don't know exactly who is who. But what I do know is this is, I do hear a lot of people complaining about new music, this and that. And I hear a lot of stuff that I think is pretty good. So that's what I'll say. But I do know that the new music is supposed to sound different and feel different than, when we were coming up, the older musicians were telling us that we were whack. They weren't just saying, hey, I don't understand this and blah, blah, blah. They were like, y'all don't know. What is that? You don't know music. What are you doing? Right. And it's just more of the same thing. I talked to George Clinton, just to drop his name. I talked to him very recently, but I remember when Kendrick, his second album came out, and George was like, I keep hearing the bitch don't kill my vibe, and I was like, man, I don't want to hear that. And he was like, that's how I knew it was the real shit, because I'm supposed to not like it. That's how I know he's doing his job.
A second applause.
And so
That's hilarious.
The thing that's doing the thing that we think you're not supposed to be doing, but they're connecting to people. That's sometimes where the art has to go.
I love that you have this outlook, because a lot of times people think that if you have substance and messaging, then you become a little bit like a thought elitist to other musicians or artists. And I noticed that I think Young Miami actually opened up for the Miami viewing of I Love Boosters with her new song about scamming. Yeah. So could you tell me a little bit about that juxtaposition? Because a person may think, oh, Boots, he's so intelligent, he's honorable, he has substance. A person may think that you would maybe reject a song like that or an artist like Young Miami, but I was really happy to see the crossover.
Well, first I'll say in general, I've always said that a lot of the music that that gets put forward as just promoting capitalist values, like get rich or this or that, that's not necessarily exactly how they're heard. So when somebody's making a song where it's like, I got a mansion, or I got this, or I got that, you might believe they have it. You might know that they're just saying whatever. But when people are listening to it, what they hear is somebody who's free in their head. They're like, here's somebody that doesn't have to worry about the lights getting cut off. Here's somebody that doesn't have to worry about being homeless if their next check doesn't come in. Here are all these things that a movement, they don't say this part, but it's all these things that a movement is supposed to be making possible. Like, so much of what we think a radical movement has been put as this sort of like amorphous, vague sort of pride thing, right? When in reality, it's supposed to be about power, and that power is supposed to be about translating to material things that we control, and that has to do with food, clothes, and shelter. Is the basics of those things. And that's what people are connecting to, is this person is saying, I have power. Now, what the reality is that we haven't made the movement or we don't have the movement big enough that says, here's how we win. Here's how we do. And this is why I'm always putting forward that we need to make a mass militant radical labor movement, one that can withhold labor as a tactic and strategy in order to shut parts of industry down, in order to shut whole industries down, and in order to shut swaths of industries down, to be able to first exact the changes we want, demand and exact the changes we want, and to build into something even more radical where we can make a world in which the people democratically control the wealth that we create with our labor. Now, because people haven't seen something that they think can win, this is, to me, shows people want power. They want say-so over their life. They want agency. They want they want some semblance of being able to have material subsistence and being able to be creative, being able to express themselves. So when I hear this stuff, that's what I hear. And when I have a critique of it, my critique is like, damn, why did we not make the movement where, the 12-year-old that sees a bunch of people helping them stop being evicted grows up and is influenced by that movement, or because that's how you make that culture. But so I hear something different when I hear that song. When it, why do people feel empowered when they hear about someone boosting or scamming? What are they connecting to? They're connecting to people that are figuring out a way to survive, and in some cases, in order to spread those material goods. So, so that's what I hear when I hear those songs.
Stat loves that song. He's always talking about how that's like the newest organic hit that's out here right now.
Yeah, because in her case, people really didn't really, a lot of the, not to bring his name up, but when you hear Drake come out with an album, it's kind of like he has a fabricated past of how they boost certain records, and a lot of his fans, because he just got destroyed in this battle, want to see him elevate to a higher level, so they just boosting stuff up that's not necessarily catchy as what it is. That song, she wasn't in a position, based on some of the stuff she had going on in her personal life, she wasn't at a place where she got the benefit of the industry. It's kind of like a parallel to your movie, just to be real. Like the industry is not just going to jump behind your movie because of the things that you're highlighting. As much as you use comedy and satire to kind of like mask what it is, they see what the hell you're doing.
Well, and let's say this even on the beginning part of it. So a thing that I've talked about before is that the Intercept, the investigative journal, a few years ago, and they're award-winning investigative journalists. A few years ago, they showed documents that showed that all the police unions got together in the wake of the George Floyd protests and rebellions. And they said, let's stop trying to defend ourselves from murdering Black folks, and let's hire publicists. And they also show that they did hire publicists, and feed local news and social media pages stories about crime and why police are needed. And so a lot of these cities have different pages where in their mind, they're just repeating the news cycle, but they are but they get more views and based on this stuff that's hyping up the idea that boosters are the problem, or that crime. And in certain places like Oakland, they were showing that crime was going down, but the stories were going up. And so the idea was about boosting the need for police and making people, because at one point people heard about boosting, and they weren't worried about it. Like, they might have an opinion on it or whatever, but it wasn't like nobody thought it was terrible. And especially since they started doing that during the pandemic, a lot of people were like, of course, you take everybody's money away and have,
It's to be expected.
yeah. So they needed to hype that up. So some of what we are dealing with this movie and what you're speaking about, I think as well with Young Miami's song is we're also fighting these last bunch of years of programming that has happened where people have a crazy reaction to hearing this movie is called I Love Boosters. And I'm not talking about just white right-wing people. I'm talking about, folks that feel like they're on the side of the community.
Absolutely.
Right? They have this initial reaction that they don't have to, say, the movie How to Rob a Bank or Ocean's 11 or any of these things. And the difference has to do with all the
propaganda,
thousands of stories that have come out to make us think that, that the scourge of society is our own community. So we get into some, respectability politics and things like that. So we, there was even people online saying, "Oh, I Love Boosters is a psyop to get Black women arrested," and there were all these stories, and it was weird because it never came up on my feed. People would have to show me in person. I'm like, wait, why isn't the feed not giving it to me? Even though I'm obviously online talking about I Love Boosters all the time,
all day,
right? So it's not giving it to me. So you're seeing all these things, and we had all these attacks on the movie. That was one. But I'll say, yeah, as soon as I heard that song, like she was doing it on a radio show or something like that, I reached out to her, and so we did a collab on that.
That's dope.
I love that.
We have another comment here from Cam4748 says, Boots, I just wanted to say your work has been a huge inspiration for me on my political journey. It's socialism or bust.
All right.
That's outstanding. I really love that you highlighted the news in I Love Boosters, because I tell all my friends from all around the country, because I was working with DA Pamela Price on her campaign. So I was able to see how the news just completely changed and it brainwashed everybody. It was like every day, crime, 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 crime. And as soon as the election was over, it just disappeared. And I actually see people saying, oh, well, it's safer now. They've cracked down. And it's like, no, nothing has changed. It just stopped popping up on your feed. Nothing changed.
And I could tell you about one particular site, and I'm going to get the name wrong, but you probably know them. They're like, is it oaklandhyphy.com or something on Instagram or whatever. I don't want to say what the name is because I'm going to
Bay Area State of Mind. The Bay Area State of Mind, Oakland State of Mind. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
They have two sites. Now, I was following them because at first they were showing the side shows and stuff. Then they kept showing like having stuff about break-ins and robberies and stuff, even when the crime rate was going down. And I would argue with them. It turns out I found out that I knew who they were. So I'd be on there arguing, and at one point, somebody was arguing with me that had a fake profile saying that they were from Oakland, and they don't, so that I had exposed that. But I got into an argument with the folks in the DMs that own that, and I was like, how are two grown men posting all day, right? Like, how? This was just my question. How are two grown men posting all day about crime? Like, how are you getting paid, right? and because I know from doing music, like, because they were saying, oh, we're selling T-shirts. I was like, you got to sell a lot of T-shirts for two grown men to make a living, because you're doing it all day long, right? And they said, no, we're good, we and I was like, and I have not seen those T-shirts around, like, you got to sell tens of thousands of T-shirts. And so they were like, we can show you that we're selling that many T-shirts. I was like, okay, can you show me where the people are from that are buying it? Can you? Because they were like, we'll show you in person, but they would not show me that. So, and I never saw anybody wearing the shirts. I'm not saying nobody does, but if you went on their site at the time, it was like a generic thing with not even the real shirt on there. So
Right.
my point is, and I know it's sounding a little tinfoil hat, but
No, I know exactly what you're about to say.
the point is that their pay was through these T-shirts that I haven't seen people in the Bay Area wearing, and supposedly they're selling tens of thousands of them in order to make a living. So
convenient.
That's exactly what they said to me. So, and this is in the midst of everything else that I told you about, that you can find out on The Intercept.
Okay. We have this next one here is from Mr. Felder. Says, Mr. Riley, thank you for your art. I found Street Sweeper Social Club in high school and loved Boosters. What's your top 5 favorite cartoon characters?
Top 5 favorite cartoon characters. Let's see. Roger Rabbit. Yeah. Damn. It's hard for me to put it in a top 5, but I grew up watching, Bugs Bunny and Wile E. Coyote. Who else? X-Men. Those are cartoon, but the TV version of it. Rick and Morty. I don't know.
I'm surprised you know about Rick and Morty.
Oh, I'm not that old. But,
I feel like I'm too old for Rick and Morty. If it wasn't for my son, I wouldn't have been hip. Rick and Morty is fire. Pink Panther need a little love, though. I feel like Pink Panther is related to the Pink Panther.
Yeah. Do you have Jetsons or the Flintstones?
Jetsons or the Flintstones? I mean, the Flintstones, I watched a lot more.
Okay. All right. Next one comes from Dr. Sankofa. Says, I assign your film's music in my college courses. What do you see as the special challenges for Black creatives post the 2024 elections and the advancing of Project 2025 agendas?
Well, here, the specific challenges is going to be access to your audience. It's going to be, because I already see YouTube creators, for instance, changing what they say because, there's this whole game, that you can play to get your stuff on the algorithm more.
Yeah.
And sometimes it might seem like it doesn't really go against what you are talking about, but it shapes the way we talk. It shapes the way we think. It really is out, it's going to be that same thing, access. So we got to figure out networks for getting our stuff outside of an algorithm driven thing, which is hard because even an email list gets, like it's hard to get it out to your whole email list. So I don't even know how to do that, but I think it's going to be about having people meeting up in areas and having more in-person things. And I think, like you said, Gen Z seems to be down for that. One of the biggest reasons that they had such a big May in movies is because Gen Z is showing up to the movie theaters.
Yes.
And people want, maybe as a reaction to the to the lockdown, COVID lockdown, people are looking for more in-person reaction, and so it's going to be about figuring out how to get your own contact list. Maybe it's going to, sorry to say, go to like texting lists and things like that, and figuring out how to get directly to people.
Word up. 1 second applause. Dame here on the panel, he represents Big Ja and the whole crew Stupid, the Lesbian Homie 5, and they just did a deal for the season 5 for Lesbian Homie 5 with Tubi. I always think it's the concept of how you even fundraise around a project is so nebulous to me. You've done it multiple times now. Dame, do you have anything you want to say about that?
Yeah, that was just going to be my question around funding. Because I feel like we've always self-funded until we got to deal with Tubi. Now Tubi funds a lot of our projects, but it's still lower budgets. It seems like the movie that you just made fit in kind of the category of like a lot of our classic films were made that middle market film that we got a lot of classics, late 90s, early 2000s, but that has seemed to have gone away. We don't get that many Black films in that middle market, that area in much anymore. We get, maybe 1 or 2 a year. How did you go about funding this project? And was it, I would imagine it's pretty difficult.
Well, so far, and now, things may change now, but we made a movie for less than $4 million that made 18 at the box office in the US. It doesn't show you what we made internationally because we came out the next year internationally when they weren't tracked, when Box Office Mojo wasn't tracking anymore. But then we also then did DVD and they did various deals. So it made a bunch of money. So that changes the game right then and there, right? And that the first one was able to be funded with just the idea that, hey, there's this is something interesting that will be will cause people to talk about it, and we're gonna get some actors that have some following that can justify the budget, right? So just those things connect all together, and there's a lot of other like a longer story to the first one, a much longer story that is more like a Stone Soup sort of a thing. I got producers on board who had a track record of making indie films that had gone to the festival circuit. I then got in Sundance Labs. I used a lot of that, like lied and said that means we're going to the festival if we make the movie, all those sorts of things. I had originally gotten it to Jordan Peele, who was going to play the lead at first. That got a lot of excitement around it. Then Jordan Peele pulled out and helped me get it to Donald Glover, and he was going to play the lead. Donald Glover pulled out to do Star Wars. So as you see, like, it's building up like, oh, this is the thing that's going to happen. It's inevitable. This is going to happen. And that's kind of how I did, from doing music. Like, even before we had our deal, we had an EP out in Oakland and we had posters up all over the place. So this was a movie that was going to happen at whatever level, no matter what. So it's more like, here's the thing that's going to happen. The question is, are you going to be on board or not? As opposed to, it's only going to happen if you're on board, right? And so that changes it. And then once you had those two names being excited about it, even though they pulled out, it made people feel like this is a thing. Well, and also even before that, I had gotten it published as its own paperback book on McSweeney's, which was kind of a hipster publication, and it was packaged with the McSweeney's Quarterly. So it went in 2014. The book was out to 20,000 people, right? And the script, and so all of that went on board, then, once Lakeith came on board, he wasn't the Lakeith he is now, because he had only 2 episodes of Atlanta had been out, right? So we, they were like, as long as you fill it with people. So Terry Crews, Tessa, Omari, Omari Hardwick, all those folks, you kind of just made this thing, and you have to start with the script that excites people and a thing where people think it's going to get made, because people don't want to attach their name to a thing that's not going to get made. They want to make it seem like their name makes a thing get made. So we had all that happening. We again, like we filmed it for less than $4 million, but even that was over budget, because the budget was $2.7 million. But again, we were able to and one thing I will say about what Annapurna did when they marketed it, now with social media, a lot of times they'll try to be like, this is your demographic. We are going to buy an ad and market it exactly to this. They went wide with it. They marketed it to everybody. They were like, we think skateboarders will like this. We think blah, blah, blah. And so that was a part of it. And then a different part of it was that, when we came out, I think we were only going up against 1 or 2 other movies. With I Love Boosters, it was a big swing. And we came out on Memorial Day, which is the day that so many studios want. I mean, a Memorial Day weekend, so many studios want. And, went up against what we knew was going to be big, Grogu. And then we knew that the next week Backrooms was going to come out. So and then we knew that Obsession was out the week before. But what we didn't know was that they were going to put Passenger out on the same day. And so Passenger, so all of those things happening all at once, made, it made it harder to get it out. And so that was, a miscalculation, I would say, for putting it out. So for instance, had we put it out in the first quarter of the year, it might have been a different story. There's no way to tell, but yeah.
Word up. I have another question here. I was just texted. It says, Keke Palmer is one of those rare performers, a prodigy, with seemingly limitless range. When you're directing someone like that, are you trying to uncover a side of them audiences have never seen before, or create a character that allows them to deepen something that's already there? And working with her on your new film, what did you discover about Keke that surprised you?
Yeah, great question. It's a little bit of both as far as the first question is concerned. You meet and you talk to someone, and you find out who they are when nobody's looking, right? You find out what they're like, what their mannerisms are when they're not on, right? That I don't know about how people do it, but that's what I do. So we did a lot of talking. We had meetings and we hung out and did talking about life. And so not only did that let me know where I wanted to go, and I would have to say, before I even met with her, I saw certain performances by her that showed me a little hint at something. So she has a movie called Pimp that she did, where she was very different than she normally is. She has a movie called Alice that was a quieter role for her. So I saw that, but then I saw even more when we met, and we did a lot of talking about life and family and things that she needed to connect with. I mean, Corvette is someone who feels that she doesn't have anybody, even though she has people around her, but she feels like, and Keke had to find that somewhere, because that's one good thing about Keke is she has people. You know, she has family around her. That's why she can be so down to earth, right? And you know, so that also made me change the character too, because I think sometimes directors, and I tell this story a lot too, because, and I can tell this story because Lakeith is considered one of the actors of our generation. But right before we started filming, a director that had worked with him called me and said, "Don't hire Lakeith. He's not a real actor." And I was like, I got scared because we had a couple weeks before we were going to start shooting. I was like, what? You know, it's my first movie. So I started talking to him. I was like, what happened? What do you mean? He said, oh, well, he was supposed to play this part where the person had a certain way of being, the real person had a certain way of being, and he wasn't doing this certain kind of walk and this certain kind of stance and this certain way of talking. And I was like, okay, you just showed me, you know, they were like, he's just kind of being a version of himself. And I was like, okay, well, you just told me this is the person I want, because like, you don't get Robert De Niro to play a leprechaun, right? Because he's not that kind of a actor. He's not like, doesn't do an impression, right? He's acting from the place that he is. And so, with Sorry to Bother You, for instance, I had originally written it back when I was the most famous person I knew, right? So that could play it. So I wrote it in a way where there didn't need to be acting, where I could hire actors to be around me or whatever. But with Kiki, because from talking to her, I knew where she was going to go with it. There are definitely things where the character is changing based on who she is, and also based on the things the places she can take it that other people wouldn't have been able to, you know. So yes, it's always a collaboration, and a lot of times that might be, you know, even her being like, wait, I'm saying this, why? You know, like, what? How didn't I just do that? Why would I do that? And you know, actors, like, they protect the character because they're being in their own emotion, in their own. Because the way I want people to do it, I don't want them to show me what the character is feeling. I want them to feel that thing, and don't worry about whether it looks like it or not. I'll get the camera up close enough to where we feel it. You know. I don't know what the second. I forgot what the second part of that question was, so I don't know if I answered it.
I think so. I have a question, since we're talking about casting and like Lakeith came up. How did you come up with the concept of Pinky Ring Guy and that he was going to be this soul sucking demon? And how did you come up with that kind of intensity that happened between me and Corvette? I was in a damn trance when those scenes popped up. How did you come up with the concept of this like demon character model who doesn't have a name that's super into the lead? Like, how did you even conceptualize Pinky Ring Guy?
You know, I basically it's you know, metaphorical. It's a metaphor for things that the way relationships are sometimes. So that was just like actually like something easy. It might even have been you know, confessional in a certain way, but you know, not literally, obviously, but just for the, you know, the one-sided nature of certain kinds of relationships, right? And I wanted to, and actually I came up with the character before I even came up with I Love Boosters, right? I had the idea, and I called up Lakeith. I was like, I got this idea for a character, blah, blah, blah. He was like, okay. And I was like, I didn't know it could have been the lead of a movie. It could have came up in I'm a Virgo. It could have, you know, because sometimes I'll have characters, and I'm looking for what they tell you about the main character, right?
Mhm.
So in that way, because my movies are really about the main character. They're like a novel that's about a person, and you have all these things happening, and those things unravel things for you about that character, right? So, once I realized what we would learn from about Corvette, from her engaging with Pinky Ring guy, it was something that I felt had to happen, because normally it's funny because there's a lot of people that are like, why was this character even in there? Where they wouldn't ask that had they got together at the end,
Right.
right? They'd have been
Yeah.
like, oh, he was there, because it showed that, she had some closure by finding the right person. And so for that same reason, that's why he's there, and they don't get together. Sorry for whoever hasn't seen it yet, but you should have seen it by now.
No, that makes total sense. That makes
like,
total sense.
you find
Especially
out
because,
something else from that.
I like how she turned him down, not off the premise that he was a demon, but because she can't be with a nigga that won't go down on her.
Yeah.
Crazy. Yeah, and that, like, your journey of falling in love to undemon yourself is none of my business. I got the rest of my life to, like, I got the Triple F Community Foundation to deal with, and not show that. So that was fire.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that part too. Distractions. So since we're doing spoilers, this is the part that I feel like I kind of missed a message in. It was interesting how Kiki was taking from the corporation, and then that feeling when she saw, like, wait a minute, they took from me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I felt like there was some sort of like parallel there, where it's like we're rooting for her, but then when it happens to her, it's like, how dare these fucking people steal from you?
Yeah.
And so I didn't know exactly what I was supposed to get from that, but I know that I had some sort of feeling of, like, I guess, hypocrisy inside of me, because I was able to relate to Kiki being stolen from, but not the other way around. So what were you trying to kind of communicate with that?
Well, yeah, I think you end up seeing who all she, besides just the IP or whatever, besides just the design, you see the exploitation of labor that Christie is involved with. So it stops being a question of whether, it stops being a moral question about stealing, and because stealing is built in to the very nature of the economic system that we're in, right? Like, some of it's just a question of legality, because obviously she's, what we find out through the course of it is it talks about how these things are not just made of things, they're made of time, they're made of people's time, right? And and that's what goes into all of these things that Christie is selling. So it takes away it basically takes away the moral question, because it's not just about the fact that Christie stole the thing, and we also know there's a power relationship there, right?
Absolutely.
And her assistant and other people keep telling her, like, it's not really a financial problem with that. And what we also know, and what Corvette talks about, is, like, it's similar to the lowlifes in New York, who were boosting polo and made them popular, right? Made them the thing. And similar, and so made a bunch of money for Ralph Lauren. They talk about it also in the Gucci movie, how they're talking about the supposed fake bags. In reality, they're made in the same factories, just after hours, and they're called fake. But the reason that the purpose that they serve is that people get them for less of a cost and they become popular, you know, because the communities that everybody is getting their style from are wearing it now. And
Fascinating.
that's how they, you know, how money is made. So yeah, I don't think I didn't intend for there to be a question of why don't we feel sorry for Christy, because I thought that it was put out there that it's actually not what's hurting her business, but maybe that wasn't put out there that much.
Where we have two more super chats here. We've got this one from Brittany Danielle, says, excellent growth, purpose, integrity, and so much displayed on tonight's Culture United. Thank you, panel and Boots.
All right. Thank you. Thanks a lot, Brittany Danielle.
We have this one right here from Star Trek Ambassador that says, for Boots, you brought up the radio. So I'll ask you this. What was your reaction to the Telecommunications Act of 1996, and what was your thoughts about it now?
Well, that was the precursor to the was the one that Bush put in to the draconian laws that allowed folks to be wiretapped. I mean, that was that actually, huh?
The Patriot Act, I believe.
But that one also, people were allowed to be wiretapped, and it led to even more okaying of that. And it's interesting because it's what's happening, right? It's so normal for us that it's not shocking. Like there was probably a time in the 90s where, you know, if you said, oh, they're listening to us on the phone, people would be like, oh, you crazy tinfoil hat, you know, person, whatever. And now people like, yeah, like, okay, yeah, it's happening. And there was this idea that that if people knew the extent of surveillance that the government had on us, that people would somehow change it, like they'd raise their voices and things would be changed. But it's really just a misread of how power works under capitalism. So now we have things being said all the way out boldly, like, yes, we are monitoring everybody's electronic transmissions. Matter of fact, the guy that exposed it more recently, Snowden, he was not made an enemy of the state by Obama and Trump and everyone, you know, foretelling us that they are monitoring all of our transmissions. And it ended up not, you know, and it just, you know, if someone brings up that this guy shouldn't be an enemy of the state, it's kind of like, you know, what are we, or obviously he should be, because the state is our enemy. But the point is that they've gotten us to a place where it's not that we accept everything. We understand that there's nothing we can do inside of the existing structure. And it's to the place where it's, even when I say what we need is to have the working class overthrow the ruling class and create a world where the people democratically control the wealth that we create with our labor. That's not shocking, because most people will agree with that. The only question comes in with, can it be done? And that's where organization comes in. And that's where a plan and a strategy comes in. And that's where the part that I was talking about before, which would be a precursor to that, a mass militant radical labor movement, would help us get to that situation.
I love that answer. That's fantastic.
Word up. Boots Riley, thank you so much for joining us. Is there anything that you want to communicate to people, let people know where they can find you, where they can find you?
I will say this. Okay, we're on. I Love Boosters is on reduced screens right now, but I'll tell you what. I don't know what you've heard, but it's 92% on Rotten Tomatoes. It's 75% audience score on Rotten Tomatoes. B Cinema score 3.8 on Letterboxd. 74% on audience score. B Cinema score 3.8 on Letterboxd. There's it's reduced screens, but there's packed audiences laughing their asses off, and you need to be part of it if you haven't seen it yet. Go see it, because we are getting kicked off of screens where we are packing them in. There's a little quick talk I could do about how this stuff works. A lot of people were, I got a couple people online were like complaining how I was telling people that they had to be in there the first week, but it's really how it works, really the first day, because what happens is we didn't have high awareness. And so the first day first Friday, we only did 1.5 million. And so that made a bunch of screens be like, oh, Obsession is selling out. Let's switch some of their screens. So by Saturday, we were split screened, is what they call it. So only one screening a day. So we didn't even get to this next day for it to build off that 1.5. So we lost a bunch of screens to split screen. We didn't technically lose them, but they got turned to split screens by Saturday and Sunday. So meaning like, okay, 7 o'clock is the only time you could see it. Or if the worst thing, a lot of them were only 9 a.m. in the morning or 10:45 at night. So immediately it starts turning over to where we a bunch of those turned to split screens. So then it becomes a fait accompli where now you're making less per screen because you're only playing one time a day on a bunch of them. So then you got a full, so then it goes down. So then once word starts spreading, then by the second week that it was in, word started spreading and we started packing some of the theaters that we weren't packing before. But by then we were already to 1 or 2 showings a day. And it's hard to go back up when they've already brought you down. So right now, what I'm saying is a lot of these screens are being packed every night. You got to go see it now, because some of them are going to be taken away no matter what, even if they are packed. And you want to see this with the crowd. You want to see this on a big screen. We made this in a way. Part of the reason for making it the way we're making it is not just because I like big, bold colors and like action and stuff and texture, but it's because I wanted to make something that people would see on a screen and have a different experience than they would have on their laptop or on TV. So go see it immediately, but by Friday it's going to be on less screens, and then the week after that. Okay.
I love how that pressure actually added to the marketing campaign, because it started to be so hilarious. People be like, I'm going to go see it on Tuesday. You'd be like, actually quit your job, go to the movies right now. Don't wait till Tuesday. It's like it.
I mean, the truth is, if we got everybody that went the first 2 weekends to just go the first weekend, that's how different the story would be. Is because we would have kept a bunch of those screens, and we'd be having a whole different story right now. And that's just how it works. It's like you got the one weekend, maybe the one day to make it happen. And here's a rant. 10th and Wood, we traded jackets.
Yeah, I got you right here. This is Liminal Jones. They snuck a super chat in here at the 11th hour. It says, "Hey Boots, good to see you. Random question. I knew you back when you lived at 10th and Wood. We traded jackets one night. I gave you this fancy tasseled band Admiral coat, and you gave me a navy issued Peacoat. Still got it?
Wow.
I do.
Oh, well, I was looking for that peacoat for a long time. I didn't
Oh my God.
remember that Fancy. I wonder.
Wow.
I don't have
Do you
that
remember
jacket
the
anymore.
fancy tasseled band admiral coat that you traded for
No,
that
but
peacoat?
I remember it, but I don't know where it is because I lived on 10th and Wood. You mean 10th? It was either 9th. I lived on both 9th and Wood, which was the House of Music where Beyonce and them did stuff, and Tony, and then I lived on 10th and Pine. So I don't know which one it is, but either
Yeah,
way,
he's
the
mixed up.
latest that could have been was 2014. So I don't know where the jacket is right now. I'm
Well,
sorry,
now
but
we
I
know
do
where.
remember it. I do remember it, and
Yeah,
now
you-
it's good to know where that peacoat went.
You remember the moment. Word up. Boots Riley, thank you so much for joining us. I Love Boosters out now. 9-second applause.
All right, y'all.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Great interview.
Thank you. All
Word
right,
up.
y'all. Thank you.
Definitely.
Peace.
Peace.
Yeah.
Word up.
I
Boots
am
Riley, everybody. That was what's
cheesing.
up. That was a unexpected conversation, went much longer than we initially planned and discussed. I appreciate you, Staten Dame, for hanging around. I'm pretty sure both of you guys probably have to bounce around this time too, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm just gonna say this: we lost the boots. Now y'all gonna lose the socks. Have a good night.
Oh wow.
Sock stat is going to bed. You know what I mean?
Stat Q.
Yeah, there you go. Stat Q.
Thank you.
Stat Q is out. See y'all tomorrow at 8 a.m. on
8
Third Verse.
a.m.
Hey, Dame, good seeing you, brother. Thank y'all. L, BK, y'all hold it down.
Stat.
Peace, chat.
Yeah,
That's
peace.
that.
All right, bye.
I got another 15.
Okay, bet.
I'll chime in
Right.
next topic.
We'll, I'm sure we're going to come back around to Crybaby Vince Staples project more in the second show since we're almost at that point here. But I really did appreciate the synergy between what Vince Staples is talking about and how he's putting out this music that he's passionate about, that's connected to the things that he cares about, to Boots Riley doing the same thing throughout his career, whether that's on the music side of things or whether that is on the film side of things. And the other story today that we were going to talk about is Lizzo. And so Lizzo, I'm not sure if you guys are aware of this, but Lizzo is going through a career crossroads, I would say. And she has been on a campaign over recent weeks, or truthfully months, actually, talking about the challenges she's having with her label at this point in time, given that she is at least former radio darling, right? And so this tweet really caught my eye the other day. So let me see. Where is it at? And so this one right here. The original tweet says, Lizzo not having a fan base is so weird to me when this woman was literally selling out arenas not even 2 years ago. Like, where did those people go? And Lizzo says, I actually can answer this. The industry changed so much in the last 3 years. Streaming replaced radio, and I was a radio darling. That's how my fans discovered my music, not to mention the very obvious and public attack on my career changed things. But I'm out here doing my absolute best, and you can't knock a bitch for that. Right, and Shino is right down here. It says, please don't read these negative ads, comments, and keep doing your best. So big shout out to Shino showing up in this Lizzo post. But that did spark a debate. And one of the responses to that came from DJ Z. And so under this Pop Craze post that just shared what Lizzo said before, he said, it's not that Lizzo. And what he means by that is this post here. Can you guys see that? Yeah, you can. This one right here, he says, since Lizzo's last studio album 4 years ago, there was a regime change at her record label. It's possible that the new regime isn't as invested. That said, marketing dollars can create awareness, but can't make a record connect. I think that's her problem. And perhaps Rolling Stone agrees because they gave her new project, Bitch, 2.5 out of 5 stars. Now, I look at this and I just thought it was crazy hearing an artist talk about who made it to radio, who made it to superstar, who made it to having very big songs, talk about how that hindered her and that is why she doesn't have an audience. I know, Dame, you have the Music Entrepreneurs Club. You've done so much with obviously the success of Funk Volume. You've worked at Two Loss. You're building Big Jaw. What do you see when you see this Lizzo story?
I think you see this a lot with bigger artists on major labels, right? That's why I always tell artists, whether you sign or continue to be independent, you should always move like an independent, right? Build that connection from the ground up. When you build the connection from the ground up, though, that sustains or can sustain over decades. What she's talking about is having big radio records and having attention from the top down. That's not sticky. That you don't have their information. You don't have a strong connection with those people. Those are like fleeting moments. So when that kind of promotion goes away, you're going to see what happens with now she doesn't know what to do. But if you build from the bottom up and you get the data, you have the email list, you have the text campaign, you know your audience, you're interacting with your audience every day, you know kind of who they are, the profile of your customer, that's when it's sticky. And a lot of major label artists lose that independent mindset once they sign. I don't think that's happening as much anymore with like newer artists to go independent because they have this information going into it, right? Where they know how important the data is. They know how important building community is. It seems like Lizzo was detached from that community, right? And when you no longer have that big push, then she's going to kind of be cut off at the legs and going to have to start all over, like she said. So move like an independent.
Yeah, I mean, look, I mean, open floor. Was anybody else shocked? Like
I was just about to say, I was so surprised when she said that. I was like, because in a way, wouldn't that mean that you don't actually have fans? People just encounter your music serendipitously and it catches on like a jingle. Like I'm shocked that she believes that, one, but then to say it like that, I felt it was almost like a self-own in a way. Like, why would you say that?
Yeah, and then also, I don't know. I mean, it's mind blowing to me that even in 2018, that someone on her team, either her personal team or at Atlantic, wasn't like, "Yo, yeah, let's get these emails too." You know what I mean? Like, it seems like look, I've been an independent journalist so long. You know what I mean? I write about a product people don't buy, so at least I showed up knowing how important audience and community is. You know what I'm saying? I'm watching what BK is building with Look at the Material Pod and her partner and all that stuff. She gets it. I've known Dame for 14 years easily. They were damn near pioneers on how a lot of these artists are moving right now. And here comes Lizzo in 2018, thinking it just all stops when she gets on the radio.
Tomato.
So I went because there's a video of her talking about this too. And when she put out that video, I want to say it was a couple of weeks ago, I went to her page. I wanted to see like if she had a funnel now. Like, is there anything leading to like getting data, right? And I clicked on her link in bio, and it was still just a pre-save link. Like, those pre-save links are so ineffective. Like, you click them, and then sometimes you get to Spotify, and then you're not logged in, and so even that's not that effective. So she still doesn't have somebody that really knows how to do this on her team, like even now, which is wild. So she needs a whole new team with a whole new mindset, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I think, kind of going back to what Boots says, I thought it was really interesting what he said about when it transitioned to radio and they became the new gatekeepers. It's almost like people lost that hustle. Or maybe the success stories that they hear didn't come with that hustle. They didn't hear that hustle in the story. And like even me with my clients, I really push this whole, like, social media is cool. We care about social media, don't get me wrong, but it's just not the end all be all. We need the emails. We need to get them in our own silos so that we can talk directly to people. We do not want to be slaves to the algorithm. So right. But I would think that somebody on a level that big would not only have had that idea reinforced in her mind, but the opportunity to meet a boatload of people who would be able to execute that plan for her. So I was just like, wow, this is somewhat of a bubble.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Like I've seen this like time and time again. And all the innovation from my perspective comes from independent artists. If you want to see like where the industry is going, you have to look at what the top independent creators are doing. And that's where a lot of the major labels look over. And then, you know, now there's buzzwords like direct to consumer and community and like, but all this is shit we've been doing for, you know, decades. We as an independent community like has been doing this stuff for decades, and you know now it's a must for everybody to do it. So
what was it
What
like
did you think about?
when you guys started?
Oh,
What
go
was
ahead.
it like when you guys started Funk Volume and what looking at the marketplace? Like to put this into context for everybody. Like if you go back to 2012, 13, 14, right? You're looking at the XXL freshman list, for example, was one of the biggest honors a new artist could have, right? It's still one of the biggest honors now, but it carried a lot more significance. And Hobson cracked that list, Dizzy Wright cracked that list, Jaron Benton cracked that list, and you guys are an independent company at that time trying to move, right? So leading up to we'll say leading up to Hobson, and I look at that list, the freshman list, as when a new artist breaks national, right? So leading up to that, what were the things that you guys were thinking about? Funk Volume, what were the things that you guys knew you had to do to get to where you had to go?
well, that list, like that 10th spot was always like a fan vote, right? And we had a well-oiled machine where there wouldn't have been one individual artist that could compete with the marketing of what we did, right? Because we had all our artists firing from all cylinders. We had all the Funk Volume pages firing from all cylinders. We got an email list. We have an internet street team, right? So there was like Facebook groups of Funk Volume Cincinnati, Funk Volume Pittsburgh, Funk Volume LA, Funk Volume Chicago. So we had like, there wasn't going to be, it would have to be a very big independent artist to compete with as many votes as we can get there. So as long as Funk Volume existed, we would have probably, as long as they kept it democratic or fair, like we would have owned that spot every single year. So yeah, that's the kind of stuff we were doing back in 2010, 11, 12, 13. And that's what Lizzo needs to start doing now. Like that's the kind of organization their team should have.
Well, second applause.
Wow. So wait, you said 2014? Is that what you said? Wow. So who came up with that idea to create all of these different like micro clubs for Funk Volume? Like or not even who came up with the idea. How did you even execute that? What did you just find people in different cities to run the
Yeah, so
smaller?
it was something I organized. We had a pretty passionate fan base, so you just
Mhm.
had to find like the most passionate person in that city that wanted to be a part of what we were doing, and I made that person the street team lead. Or there was probably like 2 or 3 for each city. Those people
Mhm.
were on an email list, and anytime we put something out, I would email out that email list, and those street team leads would then repost it or post that whatever that content was in their respective groups. But then, you know, everybody else on the label would be firing off from their pages too. So collectively, it was like millions, and that's kind of how we like beat the algorithm to some extent. And the algorithm was more favorable back then too. Like it was easier to grow.
Definitely.
So
What were they doing in between the drops to stay engaged enough to, and I'm asking because I'm actually building this right now, but what were you doing in between the drops to keep those communities engaged so that they were all there waiting to hear about the next drop?
a lot of people were just interacting with each other at that point, you know, debating, arguing, like, you know, and we had a lot of content coming out. So there would be a lot of posts of our own stuff, and then people would chime in, and some people would post their own music, and you gotta let them run it how they want to run it because they were doing it for free. But it was great promo for us for sure.
That's so
What's that, boss?
motivational because that's so motivational because I have an idea similar and I'm trying to make it work. And so a part of me is like, that's kind of validating because it's like, oh, your idea can work. But then another half of me is like, wait, is this old?
You-
am I doing old shit? Wait,
So it's not exactly the same thing, but even with Big Jaw now, like we create pages specifically for his shows. So we have more pages as those grow, because everybody's not going to see everything you post on your own page, right? But if I can post from Big Jaw's page, the Lesbian Homies page, Blackbusters podcast, Laugh, then more likely to tap more people on social media. So I think it's always good if you have the capacity because it gets harder to start running several pages, more time consuming. But that's one of the things you can do for sure. I think we probably have about 8 pages now.
Which is all the more curious that going back to Lizzo, that Lizzo is in this position because it just seems like like to Dave's point, like a strategy issue, a team issue. I saw she made kind of like a cheeky little video where she was painting her posters on, and it's talking to a passerby, but there's no focus, there's no strategy. It's almost like she's like, I'm here, like, why don't y'all come? And maybe that's because the I know she debuted in 2013, but kind of, I don't know. I was introduced to Lizzo, I think, around like pre-pandemic and then pandemic era. I feel like that was kind of like her kind of moment. So maybe because the rise was super meteoric and like already has a Grammy and all this stuff that like she felt like there's no way this goes anywhere.
She thought she was already home.
Yeah, but then I also wonder like, what's the music doing? Because like, is it coming from the same referential like creative spot? Like, I don't know. I have no idea who Lizzo is in 2026, and like I just keep seeing kind of these strays of content coming out about like I'm not being pushed and it's because of the radio, and I'm just confused by the whole thing and by her whole output. I didn't realize she dropped the album.
I mean, what's interesting is artists. I don't think artists realize that their longevity is less than a running back. You know what I'm saying? Like you basically got 5 years of cool. You're a new artist. People love you. You're new. You basically got 5 years. You got 5 years to turn into Drake. If that doesn't work, then you're on a path to be Freddie Gibbs. Multiple Grammy nominated, build your audience along the way, grow with each project over time, still become, live out your dreams and be amazing. And if you don't take that, then I think you end up being Lizzo, right? If you get to the point where you think that whatever you accomplished with your Grammy Award and your radio, with your radio prominence, that's going to carry you forever. And you can't catch another record. It's just a tough situation to be in.
And but more than that, like you gotta be likable, and what she's doing now is not making her likable, right? Like if you're likable, you have a longer span, right? Like T-Pain is likable, and he understands this age, like he understands streaming and gaming, and he's in the race. He just seemed like a fun guy to be around. Lizzo needs to stop doing what she's currently doing, which is complaining, and start. There's probably some very easy things that she can do, but because it's work now, it's going to seem very difficult for her. Like for an independent artist, they can probably come up with a million different ideas. Like she can just start a free concert series in the park and just have people come out and film that. Like that, it's a very simple idea, but because she's already Lizzo, that would go crazy. I could come up with 20 more ideas in 10 minutes, but it would feel like more work to her because she never had to do anything like this. So,
and also too, like she took something like that actually sounds great for Lizzo, because what we needed post lawsuit with the dancers was to feel safe around her again. Because the allegations were, okay, she's kind of a bitch, and not in the like capital M misogynistic way. The way I'm viewing it was, if you have to take a pee break, I'm firing you. Like, and not only was it the harsh workplace condition allegations, it was, oh, she's taking us to the freaky club and making us eat bananas out of places we don't want to eat bananas. So her image was marred by the dancers lawsuit. And it was like, oh my God, is this like toxic positive front facing, I love, my body and everybody's body front facing, and then behind the scenes you a freaky bitch, like, and not in the way that people want you to be or whatever. She needed us to like come close and see she was safe and fun and real and authentic. And then what actually happened was she went away. I think she might have did a Gayle King sit down, which didn't really go well. And I'm a former dancer, so a lot of those stories sounded really like realistic. Like, yeah, you kind of do get fired for, or, hey, rehearse right now. You're auditioning on the spot. Like, that's kind of normal behind the scenes. So, but the other freaky stuff, I don't know. It marred her public perception, coupled with the fact that she's an obviously Black woman, a plus size Black woman, all of these kind of isms stacked against her. The strategy post that was like, let's just go away and then pop up and say, no one wants to listen because my label's tanking my stocks. Like, I don't know. It was an uphill battle is all I'm saying from the dancer allegations. But this, whatever this is, it's not helping her.
Dame, I wanted to ask what you thought about I was about to call him Vic Mensa. What the hell? Vince's marketing. I don't know where the Vic Mensa must be talking about me somewhere, even though he doesn't know I exist. What did you think about his marketing? Like, he did the I think he went, I can't remember exactly where the venue was, but he went to the venue and was like, I'm selling tickets for my upcoming show. You can come buy them from me. I thought that was kind of impactful because not only are people rushing to go just because a lot of people want that in-person experience with a celebrity, but it was good content because now people are also recording videos of meeting you or other people seeing you sit in this booth, and now that posting is starting to get the words out. So what did you think about his kind of rollout plan?
So I didn't see this rollout in particular, but Vince is normally on point again because he's hella likable, right? And he feels approachable. He feels that's the thing about. I know he's not. Well, I guess he's an independent artist now, but he's always moved kind of independent, right? And independent artists, for better or for worse, like, you have to be touchable. Like, you have to be kind of part of the community, right? You can't be distant. I think you're gonna see more like in real life things, like Drewski does his Could Have Been Records, and not only does the moment go viral digitally, but people are there like capturing content, going live, like so it multiplies the moment, like these dope in real life experiences, right? Dope in real life experiences, they get captured or streamed and then presented on socials, gives you the opportunity to kind of maximize that particular event. So anytime we do an event, we always have a social plan. How are we going to capture this? How is this going to look digitally? How are we going to present it to the world? Because what's happening live is cool, but it needs to have a moment online as well.
I think what you're saying is so true about likability, because just to go back to Big Ja, I know you saw us interview Big Ja. Now it's just us three here. We really, really enjoyed actually talking to Big Ja because he was so likable. He was so like, well, yeah, just tell me what you think. No, I don't think that. Like even if it was something that could be kind of problematic, like, well, was it this? And he was like, yeah, it's definitely that. It was like, damn, like it was so kind of refreshing. It was so funny. Like, even though, me and BK, we were kind of tag teaming, like, well, what about this? He had to sit down at Auntie's table. I was like, what about this? What about this? But he was so likable that it's like, I am a Big Ja supporter. I'm a Big Ja fan. And so I think what you said is so true, because that's definitely what we experience here.
While you guys were having that interview, I was texting Jess. I was like, man, I should have been on this because I have some things to say. Like,
but you also said we set Ja up. We didn't set him up.
No.
I want to clear the air on that though, because there's people who thought that me, L, and BK coordinated that line of questioning.
What?
So that we would put John in a situation where he's got to defend himself, and that just wasn't the case. Like we
would never do that.
It just naturally happened.
No, Justin
you
was
know?
literally like, "So y'all not gonna say nothing?" Like we just were keeping it cute. Like,
Yeah, there was. I did. I hit him on the side. I was like, "Are you guys gonna jump in? Like,
Right.
it's cool." And when y'all jumped in, y'all jumped in.
No, because I felt set up because I'm all excited. You know me, I'm all bubbly. Hey, then the more he explained, I said,
Wait a minute.
Like, let me leave him
Niggas
alone. Let
thought
me
I
leave
was
him alone.
lesbian after that conversation. They were like, "I don't care that you're a lesbian, bitch." I was like, "Wait a minute,
I'm engaged.
So no, I thought it was cool. Like Ja, he's a grown man, he can handle himself, and like you said, he is likable. But I guess my only thing when I was watching it, you hadn't seen it, and if you watch season one, and if season two would have been like season one, or season three would have been like season one, then I would have been more in your camp. I would have seen how problematic it kind of was, because it didn't have much depth in season one. It wasn't supposed to be season. It was supposed to just be a one-off sketch.
right."
But as you watch season two, season three, like the writing gets better, there's depth to the characters, there's like everything changed, so it's not as offensive as if you only just watch one of the sketches in season one. But anyway, like back to Ja's likability, like Ja doesn't use social. Like one of my things that I don't that I'm always,
Dame, real quick, I'm not sure if your mic's connected or not. You got a little echo behind you.
I got an echo
Yeah, and then you just had some feedback too, so I just want to point that out.
still or no?
No more feedback, but it sounds like yeah.
So,
I'm not sure if it's working or not, but we can hear you.
My issue with Ja is that, you know, we're older. We didn't grow up with social media, so like social media is not like top of mind for him. So like, and even myself, like I don't really care to have public profile. Like, I know how to use social media. I know how to strategize. Ja doesn't use his social media the way like the Drewskis and the Desi Bangs. Like he's not on it like that. But where his likability comes into play is in his relationships and his ability to attract talent to his shows, because people love to work with him because of his energy. Like he's just a really good dude to be around. And if you tell me you have a problem with Ja, I'll probably look back at you and be like, well, what's wrong with you?
Yeah, what you did. Yeah.
So that's where Ja's likability really plays to his advantage, his network in real life. And we're able to get access to a lot of talented folks that really want to work with him, a lot of times taking a pay cut in order for us to, you know, to execute these shows at this point. So yeah.
I love that conversation though. That was an amazing conversation
It was really good.
because he handled himself so well.
So
you know what
well.
I'm saying? He sat in his truth. He was like, "Yeah, no, I'm not gonna have gay men on here. It's not what this show's about." You know what I mean? Like L's over here asking him, "Why aren't you showing gay men over here?"
Don't do that voice. Because you know, I get 50-50. Like some people are like, "Why did you guys do that?" Like, so just in case you guys have a chip on your shoulder about it, don't worry. Your fans come. They're like, "What? You guys need to watch it. It's good." So I think it worked. I think the interview actually did really well because it worked, in my opinion. He came off very funny, very likable, and there's a shit ton of people watching that show for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the last thing I'll say before I have to get out of here for the artists that are watching, like being likable makes your music sound better to that person. So your music's going to do better. I'm sure you guys have a friend that's like, "Man, you should listen to this. This is dope." And like you listen and you're like, "I don't really get it." But that person has probably kind of learned to know that person online, and they know what they're about. They know what they value, and they probably share some of those values. And now their music just resonates better. So what I always tell artists, like, you have to be likable, because even your music will start sounding better to people that just like you. So, but yeah, being likable goes a long way. Somebody needs to reel Lizzo in and figure out a new approach to what she's doing, because she has a huge platform. She has an opportunity to figure this out, but if she keeps doing what she's doing, it's going to close. So, anyway, I got to run, but hopefully I'll be back. It was a pleasure talking with you guys. enjoy the rest of your evening. I got to get to the NBA finals.
Dame Ritter. Now second applause.
It was good talking to you too.
Dame is great, man. Dame is such a nice guy, brilliant guy, marketing genius. You know, like the work he's done, you know, for whether that's Funk Volume or with Big Ja or just the independent stuff he's done, the Still Moving campaign, like you guys heard him break down them starting micro communities in different cities in 2012, 13, and 14, you know, and a lot of that because they, like TDE, also benchmarked Strange Music. And so J-Rock was on tour with Strange Music, Kendrick was on tour with Strange Music, but so was Hopsin was also on tour with Strange Music. And so when you start thinking about these independent success stories or these tricks of the trade, a lot of them go back to the same source. And that same source are those guys out there in Kansas City who didn't have any industry and had to figure things out. And what they figured out was there's a lot of money to be made in markets that most celebrities wouldn't dare go to. And the reason, I say this all the time, the reason you don't see Tech Nine on the Forbes list the way it used to is because everybody's Tech Nine now. Everybody has taken that model and used it as the foundation of their audience and how they build fan bases and communities. And then they paired it with the light resources and investment that comes from the major label system. But a lot of brilliant minds out here. I don't know why Lizzo never met none of them.
She was too busy. It sounded like she had like an ego issue, maybe. You know, I think she actually won that case or defended herself against that case. I don't know if there's actually a win. But I mean, if even half of it is true, it sounds like she was living inside her ego and thought she was, I was going to say Beyonce, but we ain't going to take Beyonce name, but she thought she was somebody she wasn't. And it's just funny how life has this pattern of reminding you exactly who you are. So,
I mean, to me, all that shit gave theater kid down. Like that shit, I was like, oh, this is just, and this is why it was actually such a kind of split, I don't want to say like infighting, whatever, among the dance community, because half, even some of my friends were like, okay, I just don't understand why they're speaking up. This is just normal. This is business as usual. Like, this is just what happens in the dance theater world. And then the other that was just like, yeah, but look at what we've been putting up with. Like, that's unethical. That's ridiculous. Like, of course, you're not going to be the one to try to bucket because you want to be in. But so I don't know. Even if, like you said, even if half of that was true, it's just like, bro, I'm looking at you crazy. But it is
crazy.
Kind of as usual. But yeah,
it is kind of interesting because it's like, why is Lizzo the one that gets called out if it's business as usual? But I mean, I won't be the one to make that argument.
Real quick, I want to give just a major shout out to Elle Janelle. Elle's been working on this Boots Riley interview for weeks. She is not only a big fan of his music, but as she mentioned in the conversation, his father is one of her mentors. Fantastic work. Thank you so much, BK. 9 second applause. Oh, excuse me, Elle Janelle. 9 second applause.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm so proud. I'm gonna be honest. I am so proud of that interview. Like me, you, and BK. Like I am really happy about that. Like, you know, we are definitely Boots type of people. And so I feel like we were able to touch so many different important aspects of his career and I Love Boosters and class solidarity. We got class solidarity talk. Culture United. Like, we're
only
popping.
on Culture United.
Right.
Only on Culture United.
And he has a really interesting point of view, too, just given the type of music he was making, when he was making it, the changes he saw in the music industry, and then pivoting into film, keeping those same sensibilities and still finding success within the same capitalistic environment. You know what I'm saying? It's a very unique point of view that he has.
Yeah.
And don't skip the organizing in between, because he kind of glossed over it in a way where he was like, well, we started an organization, Young Comrades. There are some amazing people who came out of the Young Comrades. Like, and when they're talking, it's almost like you can kind of identify them in a way, or at least if I'm in Oakland, maybe now that I'm, out of the Bay, maybe they won't stand out the same. But they'll be talking and they'll have such a good explanation for what's going on in systems and the powers that be that you'll kind of be like, where did you go to school, or where did you? And then they'll say, well, I used to study with Boots. I'm like, shit, you one of the young comrades? Like, oh yeah.
Yeah.
So that organizing part, you really can't skip over that, because that is how I think he gets that that clear sense of, well, this is what's going on, because he went through the process to find it out. I think somebody mentioned that earlier. I don't know if that was you, BK, where it's like, well, they don't talk about it because they probably don't even really know or understand what's going on. It was somebody who said that.
Dame said that.
Dame. And like, they don't even know. And so I think that's also very important too, like the residual benefit of giving a fuck enough to know what's going on so that you can speak to it. So
yes,
I love how he came in after we talked about going number one and all of that. And he was like, well, why would I want to go number one if it's not promoting the idea that I want to promote?
Right.
I say something like that in one of my songs.
And like creating the art for
talk about your music unprompted.
Oh.
That is a big
Oh my
step
God,
right
did y'all
there.
hear that?
I don't know
Did
if people caught that.
As soon as I did it, it was a loud thunder crash. Did y'all hear it? Oh my God.
Yes.
Never mind. Woo.
That was
I'm
an
not used
indicator
to
of
this type
interest.
of
That's an indicator of interest. Don't read into that the wrong way.
Oh, okay, cool.
That's how
Snaps.
the universe has a way of letting you know when you are stepping in the right direction.
Facts.
Yeah, I think the line is, doing it they way may see the top, but could never generate my idea of success, so it's worthless. Something like that. And so it's kind of like a similar idea. Like, I could be successful doing it all these other ways, but how empty would that be to me if it's like, why would I want to be successful like you? Like, that's not even really my dream. That's not the thing that I want to accomplish. So in a way, it would still kind of be a failure.
Right.
Yeah.
So, well, now you guys see why I'm that way. Those are my type of heroes. People like Boots and his dad. So I'm so proud of that interview. Like, we got to it, y'all. I'm
so proud too. As soon as you like delivered this gift to the front doorstep, I was like, okay, yes, like we are the trio to get that.
Yes, I was like, it is
so on message to your point, and so I mean, I Love Boosters is like an absurdist film, right? It's so creative and wacky and abstract and whatever.
Wild. It's like, what the
message still is so salient. Then from there to Twitter to Culture United, the message is still on point. It's disciplined. It's accessible. Even he's accessible. Like, yeah, sure, I'll hang out and talk for 15, 90 minutes. Like
90 minutes. I was trying not to get excited, but I was like, let's solve another question. Like, oh, this is fantastic.
While we have
like, I'm really proud.
Here. Yeah. That was great. You guys want to jump into the super chats?
Let's do it.
Of course.
All right, let's jump into the super chats. Word up. We're now officially into the second show. 9-second applause. All right, word up. First one up, we have William right here. This is a follow-up. He says, 1 second applause to the proletariat. I have moved into a new apartment, and although I'm still feeling the effects of capitalism, albums like Crybaby remind me that we are in the time of change, new age, Rage Against the Machine. Word up. Congratulations to you, man.
Congratulations.
9 second applause to you, William.
Yes. I'm so happy to hear that.
Because he talked about this last week, I think.
Yeah, last time he was having like housing insecurity issues, and so we were sending prayers up to you. So
that was quick.
I'm glad it worked out.
That was fast.
June, you just needed June. You were just waiting on June. That's all it was. But I just needed the month to roll over. That's all you needed.
I'm also glad that he brought up New Age Rage Against the Machine. Like, that's my point about this punk. Well, I know in some areas they call it punk rap, right? But the anti-establishment aspect of punk is being lost. The anti-establishment point of being alternative is being lost. And so I love that Vince brought us back to that. Like, punk is not just an aesthetic. Like, it actually is a politic and an ethos, and it's inherently anti-establishment. So you can't be, you know what I mean? You can't be like bigging up the establishment while saying I'm punk. Like, that's not punk. Like, this actually was fucking punk. Like, even not having a hit, even not playing into it, even like speaking on stage and being like, you know, that album y'all really like, well, fuck that. Like, this is the shit I want to make, you know? Like, that, I fuck with that. Like, yeah.
I love that. Would have been cool. I think it would have been cool. Not cool, but I think it would have been interesting if Vince had sampled American Idiot or something like that, or had Jesus in Suburbia as part of his. I'm very curious at how that would have connected as well. Because look, he is sampling Slick Rick on here. You know what I mean? There's a lot of references to different MCs, rappers, classic songs, and things like that. He's talking about Gone with the Wind and Wizard of Oz. You know what I mean? Like, so his references, things he's pulling from, are all over the place. But when I think about American Idiot, that was a wildly successful album. Like, that's one of the biggest albums that came out in, 2008, 2007. I'm not sure when that came out. But that is an example of a counterculture, alternative punk album that went pop and still kept the same messaging. You know what I mean? I'd be curious to see how that would have resonated on a chart standpoint if maybe he does go work with Green Day or something like that, just out of curiosity.
That's a great point.
And I'm not saying he needs to do it or there's a failure if he doesn't do it. I'm just saying, just imagine.
What would have happened?
Right, because I think I agree with all of us. I think albums like this need to be heard. Like, this just needs to be heard, and so, but he's independent now, so you never know what people's resources are like when they try to do it.
Yeah, so it was 2004. I looked it up, but it got to be some resource because I'm pretty sure I heard the drums from "Can You Feel It," that Michael Jackson song. I'm almost certain. But
don't tell people that. You might be sample.
You know what? That's a good point. I mean, Can You Heal It? His original mixtape, Can You Heal It, is what I was talking about. But I was kind of torn with whether or not I wanted to call this rock. Okay, I know all the people who call me a contrarian, get ready, load up your weapons. Because hip hop is rebellious as well.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
So I don't know that I want to just hand that over to punk. And then also, we do have a lot of examples of rappers that lean towards a rock aesthetic. Y'all know my GOAT, Lupe. We have, because TV Guide is definitely the instrumental. It's instrumental again, like where he talked about
it just sits watching the people in the boxes. Everything he hears, he absorbs and adopts it. He mimics it.
He mocks it.
Really hates the box, but he can't remember how to stop it. It's the same song.
It's the same song. So I don't know and I don't think that people would say that Lupe is doing rock rap. I mean, I kind of would because he has a lot of rock influences. And I think earlier, Justin, we were talking about, I think you said Wayne, and then there's some other people who kind of, even Nicole, there was a lot of rock sound in there. So I was kind of arguing with myself, like, maybe Vince's album is still hip hop. It's just that version of it. And maybe I'm being too quick to be like, because would you say that Vince put out a rock album?
No, I would say punk
rap.
Like, I would say punk rap.
Put it together.
Like, I would put them together because I do view it as a hip hop album. That's interesting you put, because I view it as a hip hop album too.
Me too.
But I can't ignore, I guess there's funk elements, the bass, like the instrumentation. There's kind of he's kind of pulling from that, but the ethos is anti-establishment, which brings together punk and hip hop to me. But
okay, I like that answer.
I don't know.
Yeah, I definitely think it's a hip hop album and it's a rap album. I don't think it's necessarily. I mean, look, it's a hip hop album, but I'm not sure if it would belong in a rap category, right? And I say that largely because of the production choices. There's a live instrumentation all over this in a sound that isn't necessarily something that we equate to, rap music itself. It's hip hop and aesthetic without question. It's counterculture. You know what I'm saying? It's pulling from influences from all over the place. Hip hop is a sample-based genre in the first place. We can't forget that aspect of it. But its presentation is a bit different than what you would expect. And he acknowledges that too, because even when he was on stage during his release show, he was talking about how, they wouldn't let me do this before. I thought your point was really great, BK, too, because a lot of people thought he might have just been talking about the sound, but it could have just been the direction, right? That combination of things might feel a little outside of what a multinational corporation wants to try to sell, right? And it's particularly at that point in time, because in general, the teens is when rap fully decided they wanted to be marketing, right? In the 2000s, you get consolidation, you get all that stuff setting up what's become a monopolistic environment. But you still had, Kanye West is still rapping about the sit-ins. Jay-Z at that point in time is still rapping about, especially on the S. Carter mixtape. But he's over here talking about socioeconomic growth in a different kind of way for the first time in his career at that point in time. You still had a lot of other things that were successful in the mainstream. But by the time you get to the teens, it becomes like To Pimp a Butterfly. It becomes like Kendrick, J. Cole, you know what I'm saying? Like, it comes like four guys. And everybody else for the Big Crit, but then he was outside the system in the same way. And that is really, to me, when you start looking around and it's like, are they trying to make it seem like rap is only good at selling things? I feel like this is just a whole marketing genre now. That can't be the case, right?
Yeah, jingle rap.
Yeah, so. But shout out to you, William. 1 second applause. Next one up here, Poetic Flacco. Beautiful Black Queen's heart and keep winning, my brother. Appreciate you, Flacco. This is 2 weeks in a row. Man, I appreciate the support, man. Flacco. That's really, really dope, man. That's awesome. Yeah, Flacco, his channel going crazy right now. He's on a crazy growth swing right now. I talked about how I like to shut the builder coverage quite last week. But, yeah. He's in terms of again, when I talk about stuff that's happening in the media, I'm always looking at how people are covering whatever it is they cover. Like, who is really good at capturing a news cycle? That, to me, is the most impressive thing because from a media standpoint, that's what all the successful media outlets do, whether it's a person or whether it's an outlet. And Flacco's smoking things right now. 1 second applause. Appreciate that, man. What we got next? Okay. Ditto. Don't know for the crew. Going to have to leave and watch the game though. What's this game looking like? I don't think it was looking that good.
Let's see.
Let me go get my little trading card. Hold on.
Uh-oh.
Oh wow. So Knicks. Let me see. I'll put this on the screen. Share this tab.
Oh my goodness. What's it gonna say? Oh my goodness. They gonna blame Trump.
And Dolan. They should. They should blame Trump and Dolan. Spurs up 20.
Yeah.
Fourth quarter.
Props.
Spurs up 20. They were up 30, I think, earlier. So at least New York is making a comeback here. But
I got my Spurs gnome. I got my Wemby card. I think wearing the jersey last time jinxed Fox, so I was like, "Fuck the jersey, I'm going with what is it? Metro Designers, lime green." I just had this. I was like, "Yo, this is like the green from the movie."
This is perfect. I wish I would have thought of that, but I mean, I think I kind of match. I got on blue pants, so I'm kind of doing mono colors. Just in case you guys are wondering, like people were dressing up in all these mono colors to go see. I think with the nails, I could. I blend in. I blend in.
Period.
You know what's funny is I do blame Trump. I blame Trump and Dolan. Not really Trump. I blame Dolan more than anything else. Like Dolan is the worst owner in the NBA. I don't know if he's the worst owner in the NBA history because you still got Donald Sterling, who lost the whole team for being racist. But Dolan inherited the Knicks. He's been the owner of the Knicks his whole life. Okay, his whole life. They haven't won since Technicolor and big back televisions. All right, they didn't have cable boxes since the last time the Knicks won a championship. They got to the finals with Ewing. They got to the finals with Latrell Sprewell or Allen Houston. And they finally get back now. They get a 2-0 lead as the underdogs. They've got the craziest culture that I've seen from the Knicks in forever. And the Knicks is a crazy, they have a lot of fanatics in that fan base. But the stuff they're doing now, they've got reason to celebrate. And here comes Dolan bringing in the most polarizing people in the world. And then today, when they were trying to get back to having the outside watch parties outside of the Garden, he went and he said that he came outside and tried to say that the mayor refused to allow it to happen. What actually happened was he submitted the wrong form, or he submitted a form, said that they wanted permission for 500 to 99 999 people, somewhere in there, 500 to 1,000 people. The mayor gave him permission for 1,000 people. Then he turns around and say, well, that's not even enough, so we're not going to do it at all.
Right.
And the suspicion is that they're doing this because he is trying to run cover for Trump because when the Secret Service came, they blocked off like 10 blocks of Midtown Manhattan. So all the businesses lost money. Everybody lost money. So the suspicion is he's trying to run cover for Trump in the first place. And so now he's in a political debate or back and forth with the mayor of New York City while the Knicks are in the finals, up 2-0 and finally back at home. Yo, I'm saying, man, look.
He is
also
fumbling.
He's
Fumble.
a freak too. The surveillance shit on him.
Right.
If you as a fan tweeted something he doesn't
Oh,
like,
that's the guy that's watching through the cameras?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, that's
He
the
a
same
weird
guy.
dude. Just a small man. Just
That
a
is
small
crazy.
man. Even we all saw Trump sleeping. He's like, I sat next to him. He wasn't sleeping. Yes, he was.
Like, bro,
Yes, he was.
I don't know much about the sports ball, but this is the first time I've seen somebody fumble on a basketball court.
Ooh. He fumbled from the VIP. He fumbled from the suite.
See how I did that?
You know how crazy it is to fumble from the suite?
You know
All
how
he had to
crazy it
do
is to...
All he had to do was just shut up and do nothing.
Facts.
The easiest thing to do. You know how crazy it is to think that you was going to say that about Mom Donnie in Mom Donistan? And that was going to float? Like, are you paying attention to who the mayor is? The whole country is jealous of the mayor. He's everybody's mayor, okay?
Yeah.
You thought that smooth, charismatic man was about to let you lie on him?
Hell no.
Yeah.
He came right out. Actually, I don't know what's going on, but we approved it, and I don't know what.
I saw that
It was out
crazy.
so fast. Like, come on, man, you can't. He's a social media guru, okay?
And he's outside in the streets talking to people.
True.
You know,
Who did he think the mayor was?
He's the guy out here penalizing predatory landlords. You know what I mean? He's the guy out here that's making sure the potholes are fixed and the snow. Like, he's actually on the ground doing this stuff. He is sitting right now with the lowest murder rate in New York City history.
Free buses, free childcare.
Right, the
He
groceries.
cares about the people.
He's lit, and I generally don't think the average New Yorker is going to believe James Dolan over Mamdani. Like, I mean, perhaps there's a class of New Yorkers,
Right.
but I don't think the average New Yorker. I don't know. That whole thing is just.
But just I even
Tomatoes.
saw people saying that like the energy in MSG was horrible because people were sitting down. It's like, how are you sitting down in your first home game, like of the finals in decades? It just shows even the class of people, speaking to the class of people that would even be like aligned with that. It's like, y'all not even bringing what the Knicks need atmosphere wise, is what I'm hearing from like other people on the ground. But
Yeah.
horrible.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Well, I know
That's
you're
crazy.
excited that they have such a silly owner, BK.
Well, I don't like it for my fellow citizen. I don't like it for my fellow citizen because he's a surveilling freak. But yeah, I kind of do. I kind of do fuck with that right now.
1 second applause, Uncle Ditto. Appreciate it. Sergio G52 says, well, the Knicks might be cooked for good. Trump coming to game 3 will be a documentary. Van Lathan. It's so true. There was no reason for him to be there. No one asked him to go. Dolan and his island buddies shaking my head, right? I mean, that's what it looked like, man.
You think he could have told him no?
The way that the story is told is that Dolan invited him on his own. That's the way the story is told. Now, who knows? It could have been Trump being like, hey, I want to be
Yeah,
at
but
that
it could be
game.
like an empty invite. Like, hey, man, you're welcome anytime. Come to the garden. And like, well, I didn't think he was going to show up.
Why make the
game
empty?
3.
Well, yeah, no, but why make the empty invite?
It's the wink and the gun.
Yeah, but I wouldn't make that invite. I'm like, please
neither.
have front row seats to our championship parade. You know what I'm saying?
Maybe not
Do-
that either. Maybe not that either. Imagine how he would ruin the parade.
I mean, at least you got the ring, though.
Exactly.
Let me get the ring. Let me get the James O'Brien
Yes,
trophy first.
the hardware first.
Whatever you parade, whatever summertime, whatever, fine. The Knicks
Yeah, I
haven't
think that
won
was
since
so
Technicolor,
selfish.
big back television and Technicolor, not even real color.
Nah.
There's someone coloring in the thing in the
Fuck that
broadcast.
color.
Nah, Trump's
Fake
PR
color is
team would
crazy.
have been like, do
That's
not go
crazy.
because if you lose, you're gonna be the bad luck charm. It's just bad PR. Like it's just bad PR. Like Drake at this point. You know, if he bets
Right.
on your team's gonna lose. That's just
That is crazy to me. Oh, that is insane. But yeah, big shout out to Sergio. Thank you, man. 1 second applause. That's crazy. Big shout out to Mr. Avmatic, brand new YouTube member. Thank you so much, man. 1 second applause. That's awesome. We got, what's this R? Is that Russia? I don't know what that is. Big shout out to Gabe here. Vince makes a point that white people should stop pretending, either care about us, colored folk, for real, or wear your ideas on your foreheads like it's Inglorious Bastards. Right, yeah, what's the line in there? Oh my gosh, what song was that? I think that's TV Guide as well when he says, they love black, I can tell they love black people, but not enough, or something like that. What's the line on there? I think I still have this up. Because that was...
I loved Inglorious Bastards. Inglorious Bastards was another one where it's like, I love projects that can give me that moment when he put up that 3 the wrong way. Oh my goodness.
Right.
You haven't seen it, BK?
Mm-mm.
You should watch it. You would like it.
I was just asked, do you want to watch? And I'm like, that actually sounds like something I should watch.
You would love it.
Okay.
Hopefully you didn't catch what I just said, so it's not spoiled.
I
Just ignore it. Great.
I'm gonna add it to the list.
It was really good.
Word up. Thanks, Gabe.
Oh, speaking of, for all my... Oh, I thought you were looking up something. You couldn't find it?
Oh, well, yeah, I thought we were moving on. But yeah.
All right, go ahead. Come on, let's move on.
So let me see
Let's
what we got. Let me see what the line is.
And I don't know if we do show wrap-ups around here, but I want everybody, all the dragon heads, to be ready. We're back.
Game of Thrones?
End of this month. Well,
Back.
you know, the spinoff. House of Dragons, I think it's like the 20th.
Are you
It is
watching?
up.
No?
Am I watching?
Oh, absolutely. Okay, we're gonna have to
BK,
live. Yeah, we're locked in.
Oh my, because you know it's going
Baby,
down.
I watched really the YouTube breakdowns of the motherfucking trailer, bitch. Yeah.
It is going
down.
They have built us up. They made us wait, and we are right there. It is going down this season.
Okay, so I'm gonna text you about season 2 because I have thoughts.
Okay, please do. I too have thoughts. Glad to clear that
You guys text each other and enjoy that.
You don't watch HOD?
I watched Game of Thrones. I was in it. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like super into it. Then the last season, it was like, all right, well, you know, it's cool. I'm glad Jon Snow didn't die. That's my man. You know, he's got his little redhead north of the wall. Looks like everything's okay. You know what I'm saying? But like, you know, as far as the new one, nah, I haven't jumped into the new one yet.
This is the perfect time to do it because I'm gonna be honest. It was torture waiting for it and waiting for the episodes, but now it's at the point where everything is coming to a head. So if you could just go straight through and be ready.
Is this the final
because
season?
It's going down. They didn't say.
I hope
I
not.
don't think it will be. I hope that it could be, but they would have to get a lot of story out in one season for it to be satisfying.
Okay, all right. Big shout out to K-Way for real. Says Crybaby should go down as one of the most important albums of this era. Black voices push everything forward, and I appreciate him even more for pushing us forward. Happy Black Music Month. 1 second applause. Well said. Well said.
I want K-Way to be a writer on Boots Riley's next movie.
Yes.
You could do it. What's the stat? Always quotes something. Like I'm just talking about like in general on the phone and stuff when I'm talking to Stat. He'll be like, it's like K-Way said, it's like, how do you say, it's like a shit covered in pine cones. Shut up your whatever. one of them K-Way quotes. I can't. Let me know what you say, K. It's like it's pine cone rolled in shit. I don't know how he says it, but Stat be saying that shit all the time. Hey Goog says, listening to this album, I can't help but think of early groups like the Watts Prophets or the Last Poets. The day this album ages is the day the institutions it criticizes are gone. Classic for sure. 100%. 1 second applause.
I don't know about the Watts Prophets, but I know about the Last Poets.
Yeah. Like I wish that these themes would go away. I know they don't go away by ignoring them.
What's that thing you always say? History don't repeat itself, but it sure does rhyme.
It rhymes. Yep. It does. Just Gwen, thank you for the 5 memberships. That's what's up. 1 second applause. GG out here supporting. That's awesome, man. Thank you so much. Let's see what we got here. Ain't no video hoe. Oh no, ain't no video. I think I added the hoe. I don't think I meant to do that. Ain't no video.
Oh my God, I think you did.
Ain't no video.
Well, no, they capitalized the H and the O.
Yeah.
Video. You know, I don't. Awesome title, awesome name. You know.
I was like, you ain't no video hoe.
Have to catch the replay, but Culture United continues to be epic. Thank you so much. 1 second applause. This is a banner day. Banner day. L bringing the talent to the table. That was awesome.
We did our big one. We did our big one for sure.
That was good. TDXVI says, even without the dancer stuff, she still would be facing major adversity. Lizzo was targeted as the face of woke music as a large black woman, I think. Even Ben Shapiro was throwing shots at Lizzo. And I agree with that 100%. And this is why I think it's such a missed opportunity that she wasn't able to capture her audience, truthfully. Like, you know, all those things that Dame described lets you know how long people have been connecting directly with the people that support them. And it is in times of crisis. It is when you're having brand problems. It is when you need to hire crisis representation. It is when you're in court that you need your ride or dies to really ride or die for you. You know what I'm saying? Right. And everything that this super chat describes is, again, to me, the missed opportunity that Lizzo has by not galvanizing and capturing her audience.
Yep.
You know, like, I see all kinds of people go through crazy stuff, looking nuts out here, but they audience be showing up. Their armies are armying. True. The armies are armying. I tried to make that work. The second one didn't work either. All right, 1 second applause to you, TDX.
It worked.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Good. Yeah, that's good. I'll take the quote. Big shout out to LLM Nigel. I'm starting to think like Nigel's no longer a learning model. Like, I'm starting to think he might actually be a real person, and that's even better. Because Nigel always gets back to the core. You know, Nigel shows up asking consistent questions about music that connects to our personal lives. Mm-hmm. And he forces, at least he forces me, I'll say this, he forces me to think about my life, but also in music from a different angle than I normally do. And I appreciate that for someone from an audience. So thank you, Nigel. 1 second applause. All right, let's take a deep breath. What Nigel got to say today? Let's go see.
Let's see. Are we ready for this pop quiz?
Hi, y'all. One more question. What is your favorite political rap song? Grandmaster Flash and the Furious 5, NWA, Public Enemy, Kendrick Lamar. Do not count. Oh, I'll take that.
Oh, I didn't read the whole thing.
I like that. You going to say TV Guide? Is that your favorite?
Nope. I would think that maybe you would know my favorite.
I'm trying to figure out which words I never said.
I could say that. See, if I was a very simple person, I would just go words I never said. Because let's be honest, he got off. He got completely off. It's still quoted to this day. He said a lot of things that people wanted to say, didn't say, and even the title and the video is outstanding as well. But no, I'm not that simple. Okay. But I am still going to go Lupe, so you guys kind of know me. American Terrorist.
American terrorist.
It is.
Don't give a black man food, give the red man liquor. Red man food, black man liquor. Give yellow man too, make a railroad.
Make a railroad.
Also
give
a pad,
make them pull gold from river. He got off. He got off so hard. Even the part where if a Muslim woman on a bus with a bomb give you the jitters, just imagine an American-based Christian organization poison the water supply just to bring the second coming quicker, nigga. Okay,
we have to say that correctly. I'm sorry. We're gonna give ourselves another chance to do that because that part is too dope to be.
I fucked it off. You do it. You do it, Justin.
Now, if a Muslim woman with a bomb on the bus with the second running
No,
give
that's
you the
not.
jitters.
That's not.
If
That's
a
not
Muslim
right
woman
either.
with the bomb on the bus with the seconds running gives you the jitters, just imagine an American-based Christian organization planning the poison water supplies to bring the second coming quicker, nigga.
That's what I said. Anyway, yes, he got off. He really like
Yeah,
we
that's
were
amazing.
talking about this earlier. Me and Justin, a person's scope, and that's what's so dope about Vince. I feel like his scope kind of widened on this
Yeah.
project. Well, what he was talking about. But Lou has a long history of just having this huge scope where it's like he's talking about these things that are sometimes out of our vision or out of our immediate perception, but once they're kind of explained to you, like, oh yeah, that actually makes sense. It's a macro version of a micro scam or shenanigans that I'm dealing with at home. So American Terrorist for me, he really got off, and you can sing it and kind of salsa with it while you're doing it.
That's what's up.
What about y'all?
My favorite is Pray For Me by Red Veil. He's kind of a lesser known artist, but I love how in there he says, I sign my own Patriot Act. And he talks about the Panopticon. And he talks about like, I'm glued to this thing that's surveilling me, but I'm an artist. So, and I'm in Hollywood. And this is the only thing that's keeping me relevant. And like that toxic relationship between surveillance and putting yourself out there to sell your art. So I feel like he's kind of I believe he's Gen Z. So he's kind of he's carrying the flame for Gen Z and also just like conscious rap in that space. So yeah, I fuck with Pray For Me by Red Veil.
Let me look this up.
That's
right
a
now,
great choice.
And his
No,
colors
auntie don't know that shit.
performance. His colors performance, I would start with because he leans into the theatrics of sounding exasperated and paranoid, like in his vocal performance. So that all came together for me. Yeah.
Word up. That's a great one. That's a great one. Oh, y'all. Oh, it's my turn? Oh, shit. I forgot.
Sure
Yeah.
is, and I'm looking up Red Veil so I can watch it later. Put auntie on. Put auntie on.
Somebody caught Carry the Flame. If you know, you know.
You know, mine is a bit, mine's probably a bit outside of the fact, but like, I'm gonna go with How Do You Want It? That's what I'm gonna say. How Do You Want It by Tupac. Right.
Love the way you activate your hips and put your ass out.
Right. That song. Right? Because it does a great job of being multiple things. First of all, it's jamming, right? But then I think it's the second verse, he's like, worse than the others, Bill. He said, Dolores Tucker, you's a motherfucker. Instead of trying to help a nigga, you destroy your brother.
You
Worse
destroy
than
a
the others,
brother.
Bill Clinton, Mr. Bob Dole. You're too old to understand the way the game so. Your lame sword got to hit you with the hot facts. Once I'm released, I'm making millions, nigga, top that. I love, like, just the
They want to
way he
censor me. They rather see me in my cell. It's living hell. Only a few of them live to tell. Okay, sorry.
Now
I get
everybody
excited about
talking about
Pac,
us. I could give a fuck and be the first one to bomb and cuss.
Bomb
You
and
can tell you
cuss.
how you
Come on,
want it.
tell me how you want it. How do you want it?
Ooh.
Do you feel?
Wow.
Hey, come on, vibrato.
That's the jam for sure. I'm sorry. What
shit
was
is
you saying?
funny.
You can't just walk to the plank and
Yeah.
not jump off.
Yeah,
Like, come on.
I mean, it's Pac. That's what Pac do. He
Pac.
walked to the plank and jump off.
And jump off.
Yeah, you know, and so, but to me, that's an example of how, you know, a song can hit a lot of chords, you know, and they can still all be connected because that's just what culture is, right? Culture isn't just one thing. Like gaming culture isn't one game, you know what I'm saying? And so,
Right.
you know, his music always did a very good job of doing that to me. And a lot of artists, like, you know, it's not every song doesn't have to be one thing, right? It can encapsulate an energy and feeling that touches on a lot of different things. And that's one of the things I always loved about Pac particularly, but that's one thing I love about that song because that song was a hit record. They were playing in the clubs and people were like, Bill Clinton, Mr. Bob Dole, you're too old to understand the way the game's so. You know what I'm saying? Like
Right.
jamming to it, you know?
That's
and now,
fire.
and then this era right now, this time that we're in, we've been here for so long, right? We've been here so long that people have felt like, hey, you got to play the middle. Can't be having no opinions on things because you fuck up the bag. Bag culture has gotten so loud, and the bags got so big. I'm not knocking, people for the choices that they make, even though I don't respect them, right? Because bag culture has gotten so big that our collective voices, or the power of these artists' voices, in my opinion, becomes marginalized, and over time. And I think that's just the case. But at least the impact of their voices gets marginalized, in my opinion. But that was one of the things I think was Pac's biggest gift. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of artists too. Great question though, Nigel.
If I had to bet, go ahead. If I had to bet $1 million, I never would have guessed. I never would have guessed your pick.
Yo,
I could have had 1 million chances. I never would have guessed.
Yo, the hours I logged listening to that CD and playing Super Mario World, playing Super Mario World. Disc 1 ends. Let me get up, walk to the CD player, put the other disc in, go back to sitting down Indian style, playing Super Mario World. Can I get the cake real quick? Where's Bowser at? You know what I'm saying? Like that was a pivotal point of my high school years or middle school years, I guess. Listening to Pac and playing Super Mario World.
Wow. Can we get a score update? Because the chat is kind of crazy right now.
I'm not even looking at the chat.
Oh my God.
What?
Oh my God.
Update?
It's gotta be Brunson. Brunson gotta be insane. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this.
I scared my cat.
38 seconds.
Hold on, let me go see what's happening on Twitter with you guys not watching.
BK, come back.
Dang, BK.
38 seconds. You never know. I mean, somebody said Wu-Tang staged the arena.
Right, they staged the whole thing.
Wu-Tang.
Oh.
All right, let's go see. Let's see how much time is left. 38 seconds. All right, we'll keep it on the screen right now. Let's put Twitter on the screen. No, we'll keep that on the screen. And then
Spurs fans, we gotta touch.
All right, let's go to the next one.
We gotta touch and agree. We're gonna lift Spurs up in prayer right now.
So what's this say?
Oh my fucking God.
Oh my God!
How did they do that?
First of all, a New York City police officer got knocked out by a fan in front of this. Oh man, this Twitter is going crazy over here. Look at this. This Spurs coach ain't it, dog.
Holy shit.
I bet they do think that.
LMFAO, bro. Spurs blowing a 30-point lead. You can't make this up.
Oh my God.
This entire meltdown by the Spurs is why it's such an issue that Wemby has no post game. He can't dominate inside and overwhelm teams physically. This has been brutal. Spurs can't hit anything. Knicks can't miss. No way the Spurs actually choked this. Pathetic offense by the Spurs this half. Spurs really some bums.
Justin, please.
Hold on, I got a couple more for you. Spurs really blew it. Unbelievable. This is sad. Spurs blew the lead. Spurs are stupid. Dylan defender is Brunson. Pero Hindi, Pinup, Pak Hawk, NG Bolas, another language, but it don't sound good. Dust Rider, how did the Spurs fumble this? Spurs, what? Ugh. Yeah, man. It's not a good week for Texas. Not a good week for Texas.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's true. Texas don't deserve no championship.
Yeah,
and they made history tonight too, as it's like they scored the most in the first quarter for a road team. That shit don't motherfucking matter if we don't get the dub though. Shit.
All right, so here's the update. Let's see who did what. All right, so let's see who.
Sports ball strikes again.
Let's see what we got here. God. Watch live. Where are the stats for this?
I saw him on Twitter. Twitter actually had a really cool. You found it on here before. Maybe click something there. There you go. You found it before.
So who's doing what? Who's doing what? Wemby has 24, 9 of 25, shooting terribly, 2 from 8 from 3. Probably spending way too much time there. Got 13 rebounds, got 3 blocks. Stephen Castle, this is where the problem is. This is their number 2 guy. Minus 10 points, minus 10, 3 turnovers, 5 personal fouls, 2 for 7, 12, not even getting a lot of shots. That's crazy. He's the one who saved the day last time. Let's see, De'Aaron Fox,
had 5.
Their highest paid player on this team. He's plus 3, 6 for 15. He's had a terrible series. He had a big shot last game.
High ankle sprain, please.
Oh, not De'Aaron Fox.
But now they're back up. San Antonio's back up. It's 106.
They're back. Oh, so this is one of those greatest games of all time moments.
Type shit. After being down 30. Oh,
I
Miss
see
Johnson,
what's
when I
going on.
see you, bitch. For real.
Let's see
Oh
what the
my
Knicks looking
God.
like over here. Jalen Brunson, 36 points, 12 for 23. This is MVP type numbers. 3 for 6, 9 for 11 free throws, 5 rebounds, 7 assists, 3 steals, 3 turnovers, +9 right here. Karl Anthony Towns, +15. Not a lot of shots, too, so he's super efficient. 10 rebounds at the same time, too. That's great. What's the score look like? 105, 106.
Somebody say hit the refresh button.
All right, let's see what the refresh look like. It's
It
106,
doesn't happen.
105 still. It's the same. Yeah, I think
All
they
right.
might have.
Okay,
Maybe it was a
might have
late.
doubled
Maybe
it.
it was a late chat.
Yeah.
My bad.
Let's see what that is.
Oh God.
Where's my man who Mitchell Robinson? Here we go. -14. Wemby was all up in this guy's head the whole time. That's the only thing I saw trending. How many rebounds? He got 5 rebounds? Yeah, Mitchell Robinson did not come to play today. All
I
right,
don't
let's
even
see
know
what
how
it
to
looks
work
like
this
over here.
TV. I don't know how.
All right, we're on a timeout.
If y'all could hear my heartbeat right now, you could probably rap over it. I swear to God. Like, oh my God.
Yeah, oh gosh.
I'm stressed.
All right, let's see what you guys got. What do you guys think? We got 30 seconds
Well, I
left.
mean, it must be hard when you know the whole country is rooting for the Knicks. So this
Yeah.
is what I could say. You maybe don't have the support of the whole country, but if you are able to pull it off, then this is going to be one of the greatest heartbreaks of all time. And growing up as a Bulls fan, we used to really, really add up the heartbreaks. Jordan used to snatch people's hearts and dreams out of their chest and head all the time. It's like, I don't know what you thought you were going to enjoy or whatever, but it's not happening at all. So
Yo.
I will give you that. If you guys can pull it off, this will be one of the open chested heart snatches of all time. Kind of like
I want
that
that.
season that will go unremembered 73-8.
I want that. I'm hungry for that feeling. I want to rip the heart out of the chest of every Knick fan, not personally, but metaphorically and sportsballically.
Oh,
All right, we got 5
Sports
seconds
Bubbles
left.
got
Spurs
5
up
seconds
1.
left.
Who has the ball?
Hold the ball! Hold the ball!
So San Antonio has the ball?
I don't know.
Y'all ain't never
Why do
really
you guess
seen me
San
watch
Antonio?
sports no more, but
Because it was 30 seconds, because San Antonio scored, and then it was 30 seconds left, and now it's 5 seconds left, and the score hasn't changed. So,
Oh, so
I'm
that means the Knicks
guessing-
didn't score.
I'm guessing there's a missed shot here, but it could have just been a deflection. It could have been, knocked out of bounds.
It'd be
by
a foul
the
when
Spurs.
they at the free throw line.
Could be a foul at the free throw line. Right?
hopefully
Ha,
not.
see,
Hopefully
I
not.
know some things about the sports ball. Hope they
It would
don't
be-
fumble
It would be a whole lot.
or strike out.
Yeah, for real. Let's see. All right. This is old school right here. This is before you could even live stream. You had to watch.
Just watch it.
If you weren't in front of a TV, you had to watch Yahoo Sports refresh what the
Oh
score
my
was.
God.
That's what it was.
Damn.
This is back in the day. All right, let's see what's got over here. Let's see what's happening.
I'm at my big sister's house. I don't even know how to work her cable or whatever. I'm just hitting all kind of buttons.
Elle, are you in Chicago?
Yeah, I'm in Chicago.
Aw.
Eating like a pig. So anytime you see this couch, I'm at my big sister's house, guys.
Okay.
I've done a Culture United from here before.
Yeah, I remember
But yeah,
that.
I'm in Chicago. The Chicago 20th anniversary food and liquor tour is tomorrow. It's going to be a fucking movie.
Oh my God.
I cannot wait. It is going to be insane.
Yeah.
So I'm out here visiting the fam, getting a little work done, getting a little content, and then doing the show tomorrow. And first of all, it's hot as shit in Chicago. I always forget how much the weathers because I've gotten used to California where every day is the same day.
Yeah.
It's hot as shit. It's hella. What happened?
Hold on. So we got. Am I sharing the screen? I'm not sharing the screen.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So the Knicks just scored. All right. So the Knicks are inbounding the ball. So this is what just happened. Let's see. So Brunson pulls up from 30 feet, and then OG tips it in with one. So now it's 1.2 seconds left, and OG
And the Spurs have the ball.
And the Spurs have the ball, but
But it's
Dog,
like,
the garden looks like it's insane right now.
oh my God, bro.
Look at this. This is crazy.
This is
Oh, there's Steve
unacceptable.
Rifkin. Steve Rifkin's at the game.
Oh.
There's Jerry Seinfeld looking crazy. Who else is in here? Let me see.
Knicks won. Someone said Knicks won.
Look at the Knicks one. Dang, that was crazy.
What?
Dang. Look at all this. Look at all the Seinfeld people.
Someone's going to have to the story obviously is gonna be Knicks win, right? But the story is gonna be, how did the Spurs lose a 30-point lead in this game? I mean, the Knicks are an incredible team, but what is up? Like, what is
Wow,
that's insane.
crazy.
That's insane. They led by 20, 15 to 20, like most of the game. Like, that's
Dang,
unacceptable
that's
that you lose
crazy.
in this fashion.
Look how they got off. That's crazy.
Justin, you are so funny with your like this like sarcastic tone that you have. Wow, that's crazy.
No
But
facts.
you could hear the like joy,
I
like
mean,
it is tone. It's like you are so funny when you switch into this. What you don't say?
that's
Wow,
crazy, man.
damn, that's
Y'all breaking all.
crazy.
If you guys could just see all the different angles that New Yorkers are celebrating all over the Spurs right now, it's pretty awesome. Look, they're setting Wemby up to be the face of the league for the next 30 years, right? This is probably the last time they could even honestly get away with having the Knicks win a championship.
Yeah, everyone's saying like, this is y'all's window. Just
Right.
run through it.
Right. Let me go see. Let me see how. So let's see how San Antonio screws this up. So I'll do a play-by-play here, and Harper's inbounding the ball. Oh, dang! They had a shot. They actually had a shot. They threw. They did a backdoor pick so Castle could for a lob to Castle, but I think Karl Anthony Towns tipped the ball. So, but wow. Okay. Yeah. Well, big shout out to Spurs fans. I guess I don't know. But yeah, big shout out to New York City. Big shout out to the Knicks. One game away. One game away. That's beautiful to see.
Is it?
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely.
I mean, I don't want to see you lose, BK, but New York is
I will say
about
from a
to go
story- From like
nuclear.
a storyline perspective, it is awesome. And that's why I said, like, if we were gonna go, I was gonna be happy if we were gonna be in the finals with anybody except for the OKC Thunder. Like, it couldn't be them. So at least we got that. We won the championship, the Western Championship Finals, Western Conference Finals. Fuck, not the championship. Fuck. Anyway, I'm so pissed right now, bro. Like, I'm so upset. But these are formidable opponents. We gave them their first loss since April, so that's something.
You guys were also the favorites.
No.
Yeah.
See, that's that same tone, Justin. That's
Well,
that
yeah.
same tone.
Well.
Like, you congratulated yourself about something? What about this?
Oh no, I was. They've had an incredible season. You know what I'm saying? If you
But no,
think about
it's
it.
worse for them to lose as the favorites. It's worse.
I mean, it depends on how you look at it.
I don't see how they were the favorite. Well,
They had a better
they
record.
were,
They had a
but
better record.
okay, but the Knicks had the better record, right?
Not overall. No, the Spurs do. That's why they had home court advantage
But they won the most consecutive game. Like I
in
mean,
the playoffs.
In the playoffs.
Yeah, they're in a better rhythm.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, but word up, man. I'm happy.
Are there any Spurs fans in the chat? Jesus Christ.
the whole country wants the Knicks to win.
And they rightfully so. They haven't won since Technicolor. So,
Yeah, I
good
guess
thing
somebody said-
Wu-Tang staged the place.
Spurs have 5
Wu-Tang.
Spurs. I mean 5 champs, so chips. So
Right.
I don't give a damn. We need one.
At least they pushed it to 5 because that my mayor is Muslim.
Yes.
What's the rest of it?
My
That
mayor's
poem was so
Muslim.
fire.
My Christian's Dior.
Yeah.
No,
Knicks
they
and
they
five.
fucked up the rhyme because the
Yeah.
Christian Dior and Nixon. What's the,
Yeah,
oh,
Nixon
my
for
mayor is
something.
Muslim, my baker is Jewish, or my deli is Jewish.
Yeah.
My bagels or something.
My
Yeah.
bagels,
Yeah.
yeah, that's what it was. My mayor is Muslim, my bagels are Jewish, my Christian Dior, Nixon Ford. At least y'all fucked
You're
up the
right.
poem.
Right.
So
Hey,
now
that's
they
good.
gotta switch up the poem. At least y'all made them have to rewrite it.
Right. You can say Christian Louboutin, Nixon 5. You know, you could just,
No, no,
it
man.
doesn't work, but it doesn't work if you like extend it, you know.
Yeah, if you pronounce it with a New York accent, it'll rhyme.
Right. Right.
That's what it is. You gotta
One
be
second, pause.
authentic to the city. Yeah,
That was
that's
great.
what it is.
Shout out to Doomer. He says, I'm making a third child tonight. Go Knicks. Congratulations to you, Doomer. 1 second applause. All right, let's get back to these super chats real quick. All right, so we've got Jiraiya89 says, regarding Crybaby Live, the baby is hungry. Type feed to feed the baby. All that we need is live chat to come to a consensus, deeper messaging to be the video, deeper messaging be the videos on loop, so it's rigged from the beginning to give you illusion of choice, but still we participate. I'm not sure what this is, but
I have a guess.
I think Blackjack I think I saw him say something about DMing me something, and so let me see what this is real fast.
I have a guess, and I like to do these guesses because it's fun, like a puzzle, figuring out what these people are talking about.
Okay.
I saw somebody in the chat say that Vince went live like an hour ago. We were talking to Boots. And I was like, damn, I want to see this. There's so much shit going on. We got the Knicks. We got fucking Boots Riley. We got Vince going live. It's just a competition for attention tonight. But
You're right.
maybe
there's a lot of
maybe
things
you were,
happening.
yeah, it's all in fact happening.
It's all happening, yeah.
There's a lesson there.
So
but maybe they're saying, oh yeah, this is it.
So
this was gonna be my guess. I was right.
This is what Blackjack sent me. He said, this is what went on Vince's YouTube earlier. It started right around when Boots joined you guys on Culture United. Chat types feed and the baby eats. Chat types music and it listens to the beat of Blackberry Marmalade. Chat types workout and it does the cry face down on the ground. If it eats too much, it throws up and no inputs are taken during that time. It keeps a timer for how long keeps it happy. And while I checked it, it never got over 10 minutes. This is great.
Wow, I like this. This is becoming is this on YouTube?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was on this live.
I was
It says,
looking
don't
at
kill
the
the crybaby.
Wow.
oh, is it still live? Well, I guess I can look it up. This is interesting. The technology behind this is interesting that reads the chat and then this is like a programming thing you can do to get it to read the chat. But I like this interactive marketing thing that they're doing. They also did this with Scary Movie 6, where they had, what's the thing called? What's the mask wearing thing called? It has a name. The main character in Scary Movie with the mask. Anyway, he has a name. Let's call him the Mask. They had him standing in a room and you would type in, hey, do this. And it would either do it or it would reject it. Like one person said, let me get 2 free tickets to the movie. And it like stuck up his middle finger, like act like it was pulling something out and stuck up his middle finger. And so this is becoming quite the Ghostface is his name. Thank you to our very knowledgeable culture chat. His name is Ghostface. But there's a lot of this interactive, gamified marketing going on lately where people just want to play with the interfaces. And it kind of reminds me of old school websites, because this would happen with some artists where you would go to their website and it'd be something like fun to do during a release. It'd be real simple like this too, not type of word, but it might be like you're clicking something and you're chasing something or things like this. So I definitely think we are in a cycle of going back to the way things were. And I'm excited about it because we were lit.
Me too. Hayley Williams did something like this for her most recent release. Before she uploaded it on Spotify, it was like you just had to know someone that had the link, and like someone that I knew had the link and sent me the link. And then it was like you click around this little website and you open these little folders, and some had photos and some had videos and then some had the actual music. And she put that out weeks before it was actually on Spotify. So it was like we had our own little secret in the digital age, which is so cool.
Second applause. This is cool. Thank you. Thank you for putting me onto this. Jiraiya and some Blackjack. I thought it was from Blackjack. Who sent this? Yeah, there it is. And Blackjack. Hey, Justin, I sent you a DM about what's going on Vince Staples' YouTube. It's short. It's a short read and a short screen recording of what I'm mentioning. Yeah, so this is where I started.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, Blackjack, we on it, man. 21 Blackjack. 1 second applause. Appreciate you both.
Shout out to our correspondent, 21 Blackjack.
He keeps me tapped in, man. I can't front. Blackjack has, for over a year, has been keeping me in the loop of things I'm missing in different pockets of the internet, and they're always worthwhile. You know what I mean? So I really appreciate you. 1 second applause. Ain't no spam coming from Blackjack.
CU correspondent.
Right. We got to set that up. We should do that. I'm
I know. I was
inspired
just
by some of the stuff that Dame was just saying about those different communities. If you guys think that's something you'd be interested in, drop trophies in the chat. Jermaine L. Johnson, is chasing hits more important or an album that lasts for 50 years? No one cares how many sales Illmatic or Purple Tape had, but it's still streaming today, and the artist tour of those songs in 2026. You know, who was I talking to about this? Oh, I went to the store. I went to the store yesterday, and the guy who works in the store, he's a big fan of my work, right? And so we got into a conversation, and he was really frustrated at the entire Jay-Z conversation from Gen Z, particularly. He's Gen Z too, but he's really frustrated by it because every time he would have conversations with people, online particularly, they're looking at everything through the lens of streaming platforms, of how big the streaming numbers are. And, you know, I started thinking about that. We literally have a whole generation that has grown up with a scoreboard in front of everything that they've ever been interested in. Like, oh, this person has this many points on the board, so they are cool. You know what I mean? And so I hadn't thought about this fully, but what are the broader ramifications of a society that's raised to equate success with big numbers on the board solely? Like, what are the future ramifications of that? Or is there a way that people will be denazified from that point of view? You know, like BK, the stuff you were talking about before, you're talking about how a lot of people in your generation are buying physicals, are trying to find ways to own a physical version of their favorite things because these streaming services will take down. Maybe that's part of it. I don't know. What do you guys think?
It's hard to think about. Go ahead. No, it's your generation. I don't know why Auntie talking.
I mean, it's an open question about either way, though. I mean,
But
you philosophy. You just passed your exams, and you passed your exams too. 9 second applause.
did that.
Definitely did have post-it notes all over my wall. I have philosophical theories all over my wall at home. I might not even take them down.
Oh. No, I feel like
I'm taking that shit
it's
down.
that rebellious spirit of the youth that would always be there. Like, there was a couple years ago, a girl had predicted that Gen Alpha was going to be they were going to be super anonymous, not even putting their real face and stuff on their profiles. And all my little cousins, they have like either 0 posts or 1 post, or they're super private, or they only post on their close, like they just don't, you know? So I think there is this rejection of everything, the gamification of everything. Like, goddamn, everything's prediction markets, our future, our opinion, our anger, our everything. So I think it is that cycle you're talking about earlier, that natural just rejection of what the powers that be are trying to force down upon you. Like, some of my homies even got CD players now. Like, we're fully just like, you know, trying to at the best we can, while being inundated by these fucking slot machines everywhere, trying to just reject that. But it's hard.
So I just have a bunch of random thoughts. First of all, I would love to see like a 15-year-old have to deal with a CD skipping, like for the first time. I think that I would love to see that, because I can imagine the panic of like, what the hell is going on right now? Like, that CD skipping, baby. Welcome to analog, if I can even call it that. But then also, I was thinking about Justin's question about like, what are the ramifications of growing up with a scoreboard? That's interesting, but my mind automatically fast forwarded to, what about when you grew up with the scoreboard and then you start to realize that it's fake? Like, ooh. So it's like what was built up in you. And then it starts being like, actually, when I see somebody with 400,000 followers, I kind of almost think, oh, this must be a fake ass nigga.
Yes. Yes.
That's going to be interesting because, to be honest, like even with school and just like doing whatever academic research or whatever, I really like to watch lectures. The best lectures have less than 1,000 views.
Yeah.
For sure. For
Yes.
sure. It'll be 9:38 and that man will be up there spitting hot fire. So like the last one I watched on philosophy was about desire. Oh, let's do a little philosophy. Girl, it was so good. There's a philosopher called Koyev. I can't really pronounce it right. It's Kojeve. And he was talking about desire and what makes humans different from animals, because animals have like basic desire and humans have a desire for desire. So I started the desire of recognition. And so I started watching hella lectures on desire and philosophy. And they started talking about how people confuse actual desire with just having value for something. And the difference is you can look at something and think that it's valuable, but you don't actually desire it if something doesn't motivate you to action. Desire requires a motivation. Well, this is his theory, that desire requires a motivation to action. So if you don't see it and it turns you on to the point where you're like, I'm motivated to go out and get it, to use all the resources I have to get it, then you don't truly desire it. So sometimes people think they're jealous of what other people have, but you really shouldn't be, because if it didn't activate you to go get it, you don't even really desire it for real, because you don't really have a choice.
Yeah.
It's fascinating. 938 views on that damn lecture. So I don't know if you heard us while you were gone, Justin, but we were talking about not only growing up with the scoreboard, but how do you react once it starts to become obvious that the numbers are fake?
Yeah.
That's like religious people when the aliens show up.
Come on now.
You know, the
I ain't gonna lie.
issue though, or not the issue, something I worry about is that sometimes it's the fork in the road. Sometimes that feeling from the youth could turn into, oh, well, I'm just going to revert. And then sometimes it just turns into nihilism, which I'm really scared of like, well, if this thing is fake, then nothing matters. And if nothing matters, I don't need to put my energy behind anything. So that's something that
And
I
some
feel like
kind of give that too.
yeah,
They do
especially
kinda
in late stage capitalism when they're like, you have no prospects, a bachelor's degree, master's degree doesn't do shit anymore, wage theft, wage stagnation, inflation. Like, it's just, what do you even tell the kids, you know? But not to say everyone will be like that, but I could just see how nihilism would be an easy choice too.
Well, then you build concentration camps.
Yeah.
Problem solved.
Woo.
Tomato.
Big shout out to Brown Girl L. That's why I said BK earlier when I was talking about UL and booking boots for the show, because I saw I saw BK's mom super chat, and every time I see, it's just so funny to me that BK's mom has L in her name and L's on the show, and I always do this thing like trying to make sure I don't.
Me too. I was like,
talking. Yeah,
it was written in the stars. We're triangulated around each other.
Right, big shout out to Brown Girl L. 1 second applause. Says Lizzo thought she could ride the Houston connection, Meg and Beyonce wave and bounce back, I guess. But what she did allegedly to those dancers was egregious. Yeah, I mean, look, nothing stops your progress more than being a terrible person.
True.
If you're an artist anyway, I guess. And you don't have control of your audience. Like you do those two things, it's kind of like, what's going on?
Nothing stops your process faster than being a terrible person. You better preach, Justin.
Let's see what we got. Brown Girl L again says the Lizzo lawsuit concluded in February 2026 with a private settlement agreement between the singer and her 3 former dancers. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's what
I feel like I do know that a lot of the stuff was like, they were like, we can't use this in a court of law. Like, it was a lot of anecdotal, subjective stuff. So
right.
It's interesting.
Big shout out to Romango. He says, had to update my name for y'all. It finally became available. Can't stay tonight, so I will be team playback at work tomorrow. Love, see you. Y'all inspired me to stay open and learn. That's awesome. One second applause. That's awesome.
So it was not Romango. Glad we cleared that up.
Yeah. Is this the lecture right
Oh,
here? El?
yeah, somebody asked me to drop it in the chat, but my join the chat thing doesn't work. It goes to all my burner YouTubes.
Oh, I almost
I don't
pressed
know
that
what you
the
got
other
going
day,
on over
and I
there.
was like, okay, I'm not gonna press that.
Damn,
There it is
burner
right there.
YouTube. All right, we dropped it in the chat, guys.
There it is. All right, so we got next. All right, that's the yellows. Let's go to the blues and the greens. All right, so we got Lord Racer. It's all happening. My brother,
Hey,
let's take
Racer.
applause.
It's all happening.
Big shout out to the mods too, man. Lord Racer, Lils, Said, Deluxe the Champ. Who else is in here? Let me see what the other mods looking like. I always forget people. I think Seed's a mod. Is he a mod here or is he a mod on the other one? I'm not sure. I have to get better
Oh,
at that.
Deluxe. I talked to Deluxe on Twitter too.
Yeah.
Happy seeing him.
Squad.
Yeah, Deluxe does a great job too, man. He's a great source too. Like he'll drop all kinds of. He always keeps me updating everything that's going on in the space, like every single day. And I think he does this for other channels too. Bucktooth, big shout out to Bucktooth.
Oh, Bucktooth.
Yeah,
Look at all the mods repping. Squad.
represent.
I
Mods
need to
to ill.
see
It's
you
not second
handshake.
applause
Is this
to
a
you all.
trophy?
Someone said positive nihilism is a thing too, BK. It doesn't have to be all bad. And I see your positive nihilism and I raise you revolutionary optimism. I think that's more so what you are describing. Because positive nihilism is almost an oxymoron, but I get
It
where you're
is.
going with that. And it actually is a concept called revolutionary optimism, which says we're not going to kid ourselves about the reality, which is a core tenet of nihilism, right? But instead of taking the path of nothing matters, so fuck it, we should all just it says, well, then if nothing matters and it's also absurd, then revolutionary systematic change or systemic change can happen. So I would encourage you to go down that road more so.
You should tell Stat.
We are.
You should break that down for Stat.
Yeah.
You know, because Stat would be like, "Hey, it's all rigged. Hey, we're all getting played. Hey,
Yeah.
I'm not sure if any of this really matters." You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that concept is a great rebuttal for not even just Stat in this case, but like for people in general, because it's very easy to be apathetic and feel like all this stuff is so far outside of your control, it's not even worth thinking about. You know what I'm saying? So
Exactly.
that's actually a great rebuttal.
Yeah, it's like if nothing matters, then try.
Right. Right.
We are smoking this episode. I'm not gonna lie, we are smoking this episode.
Yeah,
like,
this is
what?
great.
We got some revolutionary optimism. What the hell?
You know what I'm saying?
Trophies.
Listen to them syllables. 1 second. Big shout out to
Smoking this.
Doomer253. Justin, ha ha ha. I threw that shit from the other room early. Finally, Black Dynamite. I guess that was the intro when I came in and said, I know you guys thought we gonna be
Yeah.
Doomer responded to that. That's funny.
It's 12, 14, 17, 19 minutes late.
Yeah, you're wrong.
Yo, there's an episode of Third Verse, maybe 3 Thursdays ago, a month ago, something like that. And Doomer, obviously, his name is Doomer, and he's got the Food cover art as his profile pic. And I was like, oh, yeah, Stat DJ, what do y'all think about Food? What do you think about Food? They looked at me like I was nuts. And it turned into a thing on the episode for like 15 minutes. Like, they're like, oh, yeah, MF Doom. So Stat wouldn't listen to Doom. He spent like a weekend listening to him. And so now he loves Doom. But Doom is, again, another one of these artists who's an anomaly outside of the system creating impactful music. Like, if you go look at the way Doom streams, you would think he was like a platinum selling artist. You know what I'm saying? And that just lets you know how many roads there are to salvation. You know what I mean? So, 1 second applause to Doomer for that one, because of his profile pic that Stat got to, you know, understand the brilliance of MF Doom. You know, so that's dope.
You doing the real work, Doomer.
I Got Fame says Vince channel Rage Against the Machine, but on a punk level.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so too. 1 second applause.
I
Let's see
think, what was my Rage Against the Machine song that I liked? Can't remember. I gotta look it up.
Selby Wan Kenobi. Spending time
Fire.
with my wife, stopped in to say, what up? I'll watch tomorrow at work, but also my name has the stamped I like that name from Justin. That's the truth. I think, when was this? Was this? I don't know if it was on this one or if it was on another video that I did, and I shouted him out in the beginning of the video. But isn't that dope? Look at that. Sally
Yeah, I
Wan-
just said the same thing.
Selby Wan Kenobi. That's fire. I love that. 1 second applause. All right, let's see what's
As soon as I heard it, I said, "Oh, great name."
Cam Sulan, Crybaby and Mr. Morale and The Big Steppers are two of the most important albums of the 2020s, and Vince Staples' version of To Pimp a Butterfly. It's more direct than To Pimp a Butterfly. You know what I mean? Like I'm not knocking it, but like I get where you're coming from because, you know, you're talking about, you know, these themes of struggle against, you know, our community. This one is like, boom, direct in your face. You know what I mean? Me and Stat were talking about this the other day. I'm surprised we didn't talk about it on the show. We'll probably end up talking about this tomorrow because he feels like a lot of the major artists should be doing this right now and has a theory about what the world would look like if Drake or if Kendrick or if whoever went direct like this. And I think we're starting to see more of that from a lot of the bigger artists. Like Beyonce, you know what I'm saying, is been in this lane for the past few projects, you know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
But yeah.
Once they see a whole bunch of people get really successful at it, then they'll just copy it.
Right. But I mean, but in this environment, it's so crazy because they can just turn off the algorithm. Right. So that's why, like, even listening to the way Boots described his independent years trying to get signed. Right. Just, and Stat actually, I think, said the same thing right before Boots came on. He was like, well, we were pushing mixtapes. And once you did that, you had a direct connection. And then once those got big enough, then the industry was forced to recognize you. Well,
yeah, that's exactly what he said.
But if you're pushing streams and the industry doesn't like it, they could just turn
like,
it off.
You know what? Turn that shit off.
Shadow ban.
And if you pushing some, and if you pushing some bullshit that they want people to see, they're like, turn the volume up on this shit. That's crazy.
Right. Star Trek ambassador from How Y'all Talking About the LP. I need to hear this. Yes, you do. 1 second applause.
Bro, it'll take you your commute to work. Yeah. The runtime is very tight. I'm very much for efficient runtime.
Me too.
So, yeah.
Samesies.
Right. Don't
like make it like an episode.
Right. Yeah. I think, and it's funny. People pick. I think with these bloated albums, it's very easy to listen to them like you're in a grocery store. You know, like, okay, not that one, not that one. Okay, this one. Okay, I'll put this one in the cart. Okay, this one go in the cart. Okay, I think I'm good in this section. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And like that is just sort of the, you know, the cast a wide net. Let's, you know, manipulate streaming strategy around a lot of stuff.
Yeah. Boring.
I also like what Boots said where he was talking about how he looked at his albums as a movie. So he was like, well, you won't get everything in one song. You have to make it through the whole album to get the full story. I was like, I felt the wheels start turning in my head when he said that. Like, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Shout out to Old Trev says, shout out from the replay crew. Love the show, BK. I'm sorry I can't root for the Spurs after how Fox did us here in Sacramento, but I hope y'all school finals went well. And
my final went swimmingly. I had to write 3 essays. I think that's how they're fighting AI at school now. Like, I have to handwrite essays. Like, what the hell? My hand.
That's dope. That's actually
like back in the day type shit.
Yeah.
You know what? I can't speak to what Fox did in SAC. Actually, I can. I can't speak about it positively. I can because he was y'all star player, and I need him to remember that and bring that veteran talent to the motherfucking Spurs. Because bitch, I'm starting to think you gambling. I'm really starting to think you motherfucking got a parlay on these fucking games the way you playing, bro.
It looks like
it. Yeah, hi Uncle Spring. Okay. But certain things, I'm like, and I just don't buy into the propaganda of trade him and he's too expensive. Like, no, this is a talented dude, one of the quickest guys in the league. Like, we saw what he did. This nigga had us learning what light the beam meant. Niggas didn't even know what light the beam was because, you know, like the Kings never even went that fucking far. Well, in my lifetime or whatever. So, but sorry, I'm getting carried away. School
$200 million deal. You guys a $200 million deal. It's the most expensive player on that team. Getting outplayed by a rookie and a second-year player.
He's because, like baby, let me tell you something. If you asking me whose hand I want the ball in, it's Dylan Harper.
Dylan Harper, yeah. You want the ball in Dylan Harper's hand right now. Even though he did have that turnover at the end of the game.
But like this man is putting up Magic Johnson numbers in his first postseason run. Like
Right.
that's just unheard of. Like,
Right. Yeah. I mean, Magic won that series.
God. Yeah, I don't want to get too worked up again, but school's going good. It's stressful right now, but I just need Fox to wake the fuck up. Because the night that I wore his jersey, which while I'd never wear his jersey if we're playing, because I'm very superstitious, and like I wore the jersey, he had 0.0 rebounds. Swear to God, I was like, okay, it's GG's, bro.
Did you hoop? Did you grow up hooping?
I was horrible at basketball as a kid.
Okay.
So I just turned to dance, and then I did that forever. But basketball is my favorite sport to watch because I just can't with the barbarism of football. Now, I love college football because I went to LSU, and it's like they basically convert you to the religion of, it's like I got baptized, like, you know what I mean, type shit. Like you go in and you're like, I went to an RT school. We didn't even have football. So going to a state school, I was like, okay, but Joe Burrow got us the chip my fucking senior year. I mean, that made me a believer. I swear to God. But then I'm like, okay, no, this is just ridiculous. This is very auction-y combine situation. It's very, it just gets very like, I don't see how people, and then with cap and all that, but basketball is just so riveting. I think just because it's so fast paced. And then when Unrivaled came out, in kind of competition with the WNBA, and it's like 3-on-3, and then they have a 1v1. It's just, yeah, I love it. But
you watch women's basketball a lot?
Yeah, we actually went to, what's so crazy? I can't wait until the W gets to the American Airlines Center where the Mavs play and the Stars and everybody, but the Wings play on my college campus.
Oh, that's cool.
Because they're, it's just, right. So they play in our gym, which is crazy. But, we've got Paige Beckers, right? Like, we got the number 1 draft pick. Then we got her girl, AZ, the next year.
She got smoked last night by Olivia Miles.
Okay,
Olivia Miles is crazy.
Olivia's different. Olivia is magic.
Yeah, basically. Isaiah Thomas something. I don't know. But like,
so if we're going to lose to anybody, okay, look, we can lose to the, the baby goat. But shit, nah.
That Minnesota team is dangerous because Collier is not even playing right now. Their best player is not even on the court. Olivia Miles has them number 1 team in the league.
As a rookie.
As a rookie. As a rookie. Oh, yeah. Big shout out to her. 1 second applause. And she was magic on 2 teams. She did look incredible in Notre Dame and at TCU.
And she said TCU actually made her fall in love with basketball again. So thank you to the state of Texas. She's from Texas.
Yeah. That coach at TCU does a really good job of taking extremely talented players from disgruntled programs or who are disgruntled with their previous experience and like building their teams that way.
Yeah, because Van Leith, I think,
Haley
was
Van
there
Leith
too after. Yeah.
And then that center they had that nobody wanted to touch because she beat up her girlfriend when she was at Oregon.
Oh my God!
What's her name?
She's not even talented enough to even be in the league. So
she got into the Elite 8. You know what I mean?
She was on some super senior shit.
Yeah,
she was old as shit.
She was definitely 37 years old her last year.
They say the same thing about Joe Burrow, but it's like, fuck it, I'll allow it.
Right. Yeah. I mean, look, it's all pro sports to me at this point in time. The only difference is which day of the week you're playing.
With NIL, yeah, that's a great equalizer, I feel like.
Right. Big shout out to Larez Pate. Boots hat would have gave 2014 Pharrell a run for his money. I wish I put this, or at least asked him this, where his style came from, because it's so distinctive. Let's see with this one. I missed this one too. Boots, please explain, if you want to send these to him, this could be cool. Boots, please explain 45-47 significance on Fat Cats and Bigger Fish at that time. I still think about that track and how relevant it is today. And then this one here from Doomer. For Boots, if Marvel called, would he do it? Which character and how would he subvert it? So
that's a fantastic question.
It is.
I'll try to send it. See if we can have some answers. Okay, thank you.
I'll screenshot it too.
I'm so glad chat loved our interview too. Like, it seemed like they were into it as well. Like, that was just so edifying for everybody, I think.
It really was. It really was. Yeah. Wait till the replay squad gets it. Because, everybody's all everywhere in their hoods doing all the shit they're doing. Wait till the replay squad goes to work tomorrow.
Right.
They're going to give us our 10s. I got to say.
Yeah.
I agree. I feel like the mic thing, but I think people will get over it. You know,
The mic thing was
I was
trying to keep
scared
my
of it.
face
I don't even
straight when I
understand.
really wanted to.
Yeah.
I don't even understand how that was happening. It seemed like he was just on his phone.
Yeah. I don't know
Like,
what
what
was
was his
happening.
phone on? Like, if it was on, maybe it was too close to a computer. There was
Maybe.
some other type of device that
Well,
might have been doing
he's a
something.
dumb phoner. It couldn't have been the phone. He's a dumb phoner.
I mean, maybe
I
that's
do
it.
know
I don't
that.
know. I don't know.
No, he doesn't. His phone can't do that. He doesn't have one of those phones. He has like,
Nokia.
I don't even know what it is, to be honest, but it's crazy. But it's like, don't text me because I don't get texts.
Oh, he
So it's
doesn't
like,
get
what?
text. All right.
He
Well,
has like he's like one of those, I don't actually need a phone people, which is cool.
wow,
I don't know how you could do that, but
that's crazy. K-Way for Real says, whoever said Lakeith Stanfield isn't a real actor probably pronounces the L in Salmon.
Salmon.
Second applause.
That's funny.
Oh, gosh. JG, shout out to Just Gwen, says, I'm late and my mood is off, so I'll catch the replay. Just wanted to pop in and show support to Justin and the panel. Thank you so much, JG. I hope everything's okay. I hope everything is all right. You know, I mean, I hate to see that your mood is off. You know, I don't know what it is about, but it has been a heavy week for me. Like, I don't like stories like Cyrus, you know, Carmack Belton. I hate stories like, you know, Carmelo Anthony, you know, like, and it's like the last 3 stories on my channel are the Rick Chow story, because I think that man is a straight up menace to society. You know, away from the fact that he chased homeboy 130 yards and shot him in the back, he shot 2 other people, and he was wrestling teenage girls to the ground.
Yes.
And at no point in time did he say, "Maybe we should sell our business and get out of here."
Yeah. You want to
Or
put your hands on people.
did the authorities say this man is a threat to his community? Like, you know what I mean? Like these instances back to back to back.
Right.
And the fact that in their particular, I heard his mom say that in their particular jurisdiction, you can't bring prior offenses to, like, there's some
Yeah, you
weird
can't.
law or whatever. And it's like, but there's a pattern of behavior with this person targeting members of his community maliciously
Right.
and not diplomatically as a business owner. So like, why wasn't that Better Business Bureau? I mean, there were no channels that could have caught that. Just
Yeah, it's insane.
Well, I see why you can't do it in a legal case, because it becomes, I guess the word is prejudicial.
right.
Because
Or
it is kind of true. Like, even like let's say somebody says, "Hey man, he slapped me." And somebody else says, "Oh, he slapped him, and he slapped him yesterday, and he slapped him the other day." It's much more likely that you'll be like, "Oh yeah, so you did slap them." And so I guess that's viewed as unfair to the person who's on trial, because it's like that one person could be lying and you're judging that one instance off these other incidents. But I don't really, like, I understand the logic behind it, but to me it works in the reverse way, because I feel like it's actually more likely that you did slap them if you slapped a bunch of other people. But I mean, I get the logic, but
especially if you slapped a bunch of people and got away with it. Like, if you shoot people, he had 2 different cases where he shot people, and they were both considered self-defense, right? And so that, to me, makes it way more easier to just chase somebody at 130 yards and shoot them in the back. That whole case hinged on the fact that Cyrus had a gun and it fell out, and that is the story that Chow and his son told the court,
right.
which is why they had to shoot him in the back, right? At that point, is that not self-defense? Yo, these 2 grown men are chasing me across a football field. Is that not self-defense at that point in time? You know what I mean? Like, that whole case I hated. And then the next video I did was on Vince Staples, which I love. And YouTube put an age restriction on it. I have never had this before in my life. There's nothing, and I'm not going into gory details about anything.
Right.
But they put an age restriction on my Vince Staples video. It's insane. I don't even know. I mean, we'll see. But that video obviously is about similar conversations. And then the last video.
That sounds like what Boots was talking about.
Yeah, I've only had one age restricted video, and it was actually a live, and I was talking about Dochi. Like that was the subject matter, and I was like, why is this age restricted? Which just like inherently suppresses it in a way, because like it's just not going to end up on certain feeds. Yeah, yeah.
Suspicious. The algorithm fucks back.
Second applause. That's crazy. I'd never seen anything like that. And, you know, and then the Carmelo Anthony video. You know what I mean? So these type of weeks hit me pretty hard, and it's easy for my mood to be off. So I hope that's not affected you at all, Gwen. And I say that because she left a comment on one of the videos talking about, you know, how these stories are hard for her too, especially when she has sons. You know what I'm saying? So whatever it is, send you positive energy. Thank you so much for everything. 1 second applause. Doomer back again with let's get the Griselda talk cracking. Now Doomer left. He said he left the chat. I think I saw him say he was leaving. But that Griselda thing is crazy. Are you guys up on that story?
Yes.
No.
So there was a story that came out. Griselda has been having, you know, issues lately. Conway the Machine's done shows and where he takes a picture of Westside Gunn or Griselda and he puts it in the corner, just makes it known that there's frustration there, right? And so, where did this story come from? I'm not sure if this was someone who reported on this or someone else said it, but there's a story out there that Westside Gunn was talking to Jay-Z, and Hov was like, "Yo, you should give your homies a piece of the company," and Westside Gunn allegedly said, "Nah, I'm not going to do that." Right. And so that had a bunch of people thinking that, okay, well, this is why Conway's frustrated, this is why Benny's frustrated around different things. And then Westside Gunn came out and said that these were all rumors or whatever in the post. I didn't see how it's resolved, if it's still resolved, but that's really unfortunate, you know, because they grew that together. You know, and they're all from Baltimore. And they're forever going to be associated with each other. You know what I mean? And we're in and they're an independent success story. You know, right? Like one of the things that people love about the Griselda movement is how effective they've been able to be outside of the mainstream and then still just be themselves and start getting mainstream distribution, whether that's from Def Jam or whatever, right? Like the success of the independent stories a lot of times is community rooted. A lot of times we're just rooting for people because they're a team, they're doing their thing together, and we want to give everybody, you know, an opportunity. Everybody wants to support that, right?
Yeah.
So when you see something like that, it really, really fractures the idea that a lot of people think that they're supporting at a different point in time. You know what I mean?
That's kind of the core of the whole Russell story, right? Is that like you're rooting for the guy. And there's this, he was in the movie, was he not? Did you catch that? Okay, I was like, even you, my nigga.
BK.
I thought of you. I literally
imagine my face. I'm like, this is so great. This is so great. And they're just doing hella shit. I'm not going to spoil it. And then they just pan I'm like no matter what. It was really quick. No matter what, a mention of LaRussell or even you or anything, it doesn't matter how much energy I have. It's like it pulls the plug out of me and just be like,
right.
That damn LaRussell. We talking about I Love Boosters. There's a little cameo in there.
Somebody else said, I thought of y'all. Me too. I thought of y'all. I love that. I love that.
I love us. So, Justin, I think you meant to say Buffalo because I think they're from Buffalo, but
yeah, what did I say?
Baltimore. But I think that I'm not sure if they should have gave him the 10%. I would have gave the 10%, but I've been hearing little rumblings where they're like, actually, he built that from scratch. There was a time when people didn't want to do what they were supposed to do. He believed in the dream. They didn't. And I started to feel like maybe I don't know the details of this story enough to judge. But to me, 10% is such a small number to me. 10%?
I had a finance professor.
Not 10% each, right?
No, I had a finance professor who taught us that 5% of anything is a whole lot. Right. So
really?
So let's say you're lifting weights. Right. Let's say you max out at 100 pounds.
Okay.
And then someone puts 5% on top of that. So now you got to
Yeah.
try
So
to
you
get
have
105
105.
pounds. Your whole body might
Yeah.
fall apart. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like if you lost 5% of your paycheck right now, you would notice that shit. Like you would,
Definitely
whatever your
would.
income is right now, you lost 5%. That's a lot. You know what I mean? So I can see where that's coming from. And even if it's just all of them, you know what I mean? Like that's still, from a business standpoint, a very large percentage. Right
Because
now,
it's 3 other ones, right? It's 3. Because it's Benny. It's 3. It's 4 people total in Griselda, right?
I don't know what it is now. It's Benny Conway,
What am
West
I
Side
missing?
Gun.
West Side. I'm missing
But then I
somebody. I'm
know
missing
Rock
somebody.
Homie was with them for a little while. I'm not sure if he was
No, he
just
don't
put those
get. No,
albums
he
out.
don't
I
get
don't know if
shit.
he just put those albums out with Griselda or if they're not, supposed to be Griselda or 38 Special. I'm not sure where some of these people are in terms of like the organization, but I know that they're all rock together.
So I mean,
Because I think of I think of Griselda as West Side, Benny, and Conway.
Right.
me too. Yeah, I think those are just really the. They said they have some other producers or whatever. Rome Street. Oh, Stove. We need Stove God in there though. Stove
Oh,
God got to be in there. So I feel like just them 4. So you basically giving 3.33 to them other 3 niggas. I mean, I get you. I mean, I'm not a financial professor, so numbers do get to adding up real quick. But
Look,
the
I look at a
work,
lot. Oh, sorry, my bad.
no, I'm gonna say the work that they put in to add to the name recognition of Griselda, 3.3%. I mean,
I look at money as an energy exchange more than anything else, right? Like just not like the idea of currency is an energy exchange, right? People have to have faith that this currency is going to work, just like people have faith in religion, right? We're just sitting here thinking that hey, this dollar works because people say it works, but there's currencies that crumble and crash all the time, right?
yes.
So it's just an energy exchange around it, and that's how I look at things, right? And so with that in mind, I don't see how it's a negative energy exchange to give your homies a piece of your company. The guys who were there that helped get it to the next level, who've all put out classic albums that you're still eating off of, all this kind of stuff, right? I don't see how that's a negative energy exchange.
Yeah.
And with Griselda being as successful as they've been for the past 16 years, you know what I mean, to where they've been able to grow, I don't see how there wasn't a way for West Side to still really be on top, really to ball through the process. You know what I'm saying? So that to me, when I see stories like this, is the most disappointing part because what it
what
looks
if he
like.
gave them hella money up front?
I mean, then you give them an opportunity to buy a share. That's what I would do if that was something I was concerned about. But they were there for so long. And as far as I know, they've always been there. Like they haven't, until recently, I've started seeing them have more challenges with it. But it's not like they've been outside and we're trying to get deals away from Griselda. Like part of this too is like, if I'm looking at this correctly, I could be wrong about this. Westside is probably the one negotiating the deals with Def Jam or Rock Nation or whoever it is, right? And so I can understand where he is coming from, right? At the same time, those deals are those deals because of the quality of the catalog that comes with it, and that's them, right? So I'm not going to say I can't speak one way or the other about what they should do or shouldn't do. My point of view is I don't see how it would be a negative energy exchange to give them equity. And if, there's all these other details out there behind that I'm just not aware of that are factoring into that decision, I understand. But just from a number standpoint, my finance professor told all of us, or my finance professors, plural, told us 5% of anything's a whole lot. So, I mean, look, I had a situation of, oh my God, do I want to tell this story? Do I want to do this? I'm not going to do this. But these situations happen more often than people think. And so, sometimes you're really surprised at what people don't want to do for their homies. Like that is always a really disheartening thing.
That's some real shit.
You know what I mean?
That's some real shit.
I'll say it this way. I worked with somebody at one point in time who, not even just me, our company, we worked with somebody for that we wanted to elevate in the organization. And this is a while ago. And he brought on one of his homies to like help build out the division that we were trying to build for him. And we were going to offer that person a piece of the equity, but we also said, hey, you should probably give some to your homie. And he was like, cool. And he was like, okay, cool, yeah, so you're going to give him, 10% or whatever the number was. And he was like, no, well, so he agreed to it at first, right? And then more time went by, and then that person was asking for more salary, not even just a bigger percentage, more salary. And so it was like, we're still trying to grow this organization. And then he was like, yeah, but we still get the equity, the piece of the company, you get this, and then your boy gets that one. He's like, well, I actually want to give him less. I was like, why would you give him less? He was like, well, he's going to understand, it's fine, right? Stuff like that, is always really, really weird to me. You know what I mean? Where it's like I can see, because like at the end of the day, 5% of nothing is nothing. So if the company isn't even making money, the investment is what you put into it so we can build things together.
Yeah.
And you're already out here trying to take from your homie who is helping. Oh man, like it's always, those are different and difficult conversations, right? So I don't know what the backstory is on, the finances and inner workings of Griselda at all. Perhaps there's really great reasons. Perhaps it's all made up. I don't know, but I'm always I look again at money as an energy exchange. And when it comes to me and when it comes to people I work with, I try to put revenue and finances in the directions of things that I want to happen more often. like even when it's not even a whole lot of money, necessarily, I'm always trying to, think of it that way. Because in my opinion, that is a literal definition of paying it forward. However it works out, it's a literal definition of paying it forward. You know what I mean? And that's just how I was raised. Great question, Doomer. No, 1 second applause. Or statement. We got cracking. Ryan Keel says, y'all triggered me to listen to Crybaby 4 tracks in, and this is a must buy. Much love to you, BKL, Boots, and Dame, and big peace sign to Cali. Word up. 1 second applause. So I'm telling you, man, this is a fantastic album.
It is.
It's a fantastic album. We got K-Way down here. He says, I'll be dipped in shit and rolled in breadcrumbs. That's what Stat be quoting. That shit is funny. 1 second applause. Yo,
K-Way got such grandpa energy. He will hit you with the grandpa, old school Southern grandpa so fast.
Dog, but like K-Way, he don't even look old though. Look at him right here in this profile pic. Everybody zoom in. Look at him. Styling.
No, I know he look younger than me, but that's why it's funny because it's like, boy, that old soul passed right on down.
Right. He looked like a track star.
Mm-hmm.
He a track star. Yeah, he's an athlete for real. You can tell. Shout out to K-Way. 1 second applause. K-Way got the good vibes. Y'all gotta listen to K-Way's mixes, man. You gotta listen to him. I posted one of them today in the Culture United what do they call it? Post, the community section. I posted today when he was live, so people can go check it out. But like, them shit's good.
I have my notifications turned on. That is always so fun when I'm doing something. I'm running around, I'm doing whatever, and I get that boop. K-Way is live on Mixcloud. I run right over there. I'll be the first person in the chat. Let's go. Dancing around.
You be doing this thing. Kimmy Oak says Knicks down by 2 minutes to go. Yeah, man.
Please.
Yeah, it was a great night for Knicks fans. There's a lot of them.
Yeah, there is, Justin.
Yeah. And I actually think this is the last time the Wemby's going to be looked at as a hero. I think he's about to be the ultimate villain of all villains from this point forward through the rest of his career.
Tonight solidified that. Solidified that.
He's a legitimately, in America, he's a dirty player.
Oh, yeah.
They play way more physical in Europe, so he fits in over there.
Yeah.
But here he's a dirty French player, a French player who plays dirty.
Right.
He mushes people to the ground. You know what I mean?
Yes, and he's so big, it looks so egregious when he does it. Because we have a lot of dirty players in the league, particularly this Thunder team, in my opinion, that they just won against. But on 7-4, bro, you gotta be more stealth or just, I don't know. I fuck with it though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, look, my biggest fear is that Wemby learns Kareem's hook shot. I hope to God he never learns that shit.
He needs to learn something. He needs to learn something that's automatic in his offensive bag that he knows he can lean on, because him chucking up this motherfucking threes is pissing me off.
Yeah, he can't play with his back to the basket.
Like,
and he's skinny.
Yeah, I mean, I know he needs to get his weight up, whatever. But some of the shot selection is pissing me. I don't know if it's a Mitch thing. Ugh.
If he gets that hook shot, it's a wrap.
Oh, it's a wrap.
Kareem was doing hook shots from the 3-point line. You know, that is crazy.
I can see Wemby learning that too.
Me too. Me too. Oh, that's crazy.
Me too.
Even you.
Even you. That's funny. Sports ball talk. 1 second applause. Austin Muncie. Thoughts on Immortal technique? He easily had the best Bush era anti-imperialism raps from my perspective. Love you guys. I have a story about this. I'll be right back.
Oh, props.
Hey.
I can't wait to see this. Ooh, what's it going to be? Is it going to be a t-shirt?
I don't know. T-shirt?
Maybe it'll be a signed vinyl. I'm going t-shirt, signed vinyl.
Yeah, it's going to be good though. He's like,
For him to get up.
Oh. What is it?
It's a
CD?
big
Vinyl?
reveal.
You say what?
Were you trying to guess what it was?
Oh, no. What's the story? Well, first of all, IT is one of my favorite people I've met in the music space. Longtime friend, longtime homie. And in 2006, yes, 2006, right? So I'm working in investment banking. And I'm super into everything that I'm seeing on the internet when it comes to hip hop, because at that point, have become so frustrated because all my friends in every region were listening to the same songs. I thought I was crazy, right? And so I get, lost in the rabbit hole for years. I've been in there for years just looking at hip hop online. But also I was very pissed off at what was happening in the Bush administration. Like, really? Up until the second Trump term, Bush to me was still the worst president of all time, right? We got the Patriot Act, we got the Homeland Security Act. My man couldn't get people out the Superdome. Everybody lost their house. We had World Trade Center get attacked, and he was dumb, right? And so the anti-war movement was really big at this point in time. But I still worked in investment banking. And so there was this rally that was put on by Loose Change, an organization who created Loose Change. Now, Loose Change was, because this is also the era of the YouTube conspiracy videos. Now, conspiracy in quotes. And so Loose Change, Zeitgeist, Obama Deception, those are my joints. Me and my cousin would just get high, listen to rap, and go watch these conspiracy videos, right? They were flying around everywhere. And so the organization that put on Loose Change, which really looked at 9/11 and all the inconsistencies around it, they had a rally the night before the 5-year anniversary of 9/11, right? So I go to this rally, and Immortal Technique is headlining, right? So first of all, this is my first time meeting him. I'm probably like 2 or 3 months away from even starting my blog, right? At this point in time, I'm just sending emails to my friends about all the stuff that I love in rap music, because that's how my career started. I had a blog, of course, but it started with me going to work, and it was called Justin Hunt's Daily Quotable. And I would email my friends about rap lyric that I loved, because I, again, was frustrated with the fact that everybody was hearing the same songs, and I was trying to put people onto different things, right? And before it was Justin Hunt's Daily Quotable, it started off as Lupe Fiasco's Daily Quotable, right? So it started off emailing my friends about Lupe, and then it turned into just email about other things, and then it turned into a blog, right? And so I was in the Justin Hunt's Daily Quotable part, and I'd been emailing my friends about Revolutionary Volume 1. from Immortal Technique, which I love, right? Revolutionary Volume 1, Revolutionary Volume 2, The Third World. I think it's called Third World. I think it is. just incredible stuff, right? And Immortal Technique was also a big fixture in just independent hip hop in New York in general, the battle rap scene, EO dub scene, wherever, right? He was omnipresent. And so I'll go to this Loose Change rally that Immortal Technique is at, and I'm hyped. I'm just like, this is crazy. Yeah, we about to go and make a difference tomorrow. Because it was a rally to get people to go and protest at the 5-year anniversary of 9/11, right? So I'm hyped. The energy's crazy. I go home that night. I get up super early. I get up at like 5 a.m. because I still got to go to work. So I go put on my suit and everything. You know what I'm saying? And I take the train to Lower Manhattan. I'm listening to Mosh by Eminem. I'm listening to Revolutionary Volume 2. I'm listening to like all my favorite revolutionary music on the way to this protest, right? And I get there, and I'm actually completely shocked at my emotions, right? Because here I am with such a loud, almost all-encompassing feeling of injustice that I felt like all of us were experiencing, and such a, ready to march through this whole thing. We got to fix this whole country. Everything is going wrong right now. But when I got to the side of the towers, what I saw, I was confronted with the fact that there are real people who lost people that they loved, who were real people who were grieving on that site. And that was the first time in my life I'd ever felt this dichotomy between what I felt was right, what I was standing up for, in a shared space with people who were there really trying to put their lives back together in one way or the other, right? And so the protest was everything that it meant to be. The police sort of pushed people to different places. But my energy shifted when I saw the human costs not even the human costs, but, the way people were grieving at that site, right? And it was the first time I'd been impressed, the first time that I was hit with the fact that like, there's so much more going on than even what I'm seeing in terms of my point of views and my opinions, right? An opinion without powers, or righteousness without power is an opinion, right? And so that was my first time running into that idea. And they took a picture of it and they put it in the New York Post. So here is the picture that was in the New York Post. And so,
Wow.
So this is me right here. And this right here is the Investigate 9/11 t-shirts we all got at the rally with Immortal Technique. I still have this t-shirt because I saved t-shirts, but for a solid 10 years, this is my favorite t-shirt in the world, right? But if you can see my face, I wasn't posing. I didn't know they were taking pictures of me. But you can see exactly me understanding that there was way more going on.
Wow.
Just whatever I was protesting against.
It's like they literally captured the feeling you just explained to us.
That's exactly what it was. You know what I'm saying? And so that day always stays with me. And the night before especially, because that's the first time I met Immortal Technique. And so I just think he's one of the most important artists, period, this century. My second favorite interview or conversation of all time is on my channel, and it's with Immortal Technique during 2020. I've made $0 on that because it's raw and uncut. And so YouTube has flagged the hell out of it, but they never took it down. And I've been, we're trying to schedule time for him to come on Culture United because I just don't think there's very many people who are more important than he is in this space.
That would be so dope to interview him.
Yeah. But I love Immortal Technique.
First of all,
Great question.
that was a
One second applause.
fantastic. Dare I say 3 second applause?
3 second applause.
That is a fantastic story. Only shadowed by him coming on Culture United. It was hard to go back. I was like, this story is fantastic. I was like, wait, did you say he's gonna come here? Like,
Right?
what?
I'm like, that would be awesome. Yeah.
That is a very layered, fantastic story. When you walked away, me and BK tried to guess the prop.
Yeah.
And then when you came back, he was like, there's no prop. I was like, there's definitely a prop. So a part of me was like, I'm listening, but I was waiting on the reveal of the prop. I'm like, I don't care what he says. I know a prop walk when I see one. He's coming back with a prop, right? But I never would have guessed it would have been that layered, that deep, that emotional, that impactful. That was a fantastic story. It was still a shirt involved, so we're still kind of right, but we were wrong.
Yeah. Right. It's a shirt involved.
We were like, it's some sort of merch signed, vinyl.
Vinyl, what is it going to be? Yeah. But I don't know much about Immortal Techniques music. I'm a fan of Immortal Techniques speaking. His lives, the arguments that he's had with people, the things that he tries to educate people about. Another fantastic individual. So if I wanted to listen to Immortal Technique and really get that feeling like you got, what should I listen to first?
Revolutionary Volume 2.
I knew he was going to say that. I was like, I'm still going to ask just in case it's not the same thing. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. All right, cool.
Start with that one. Yeah. I mean, you know, and just this whole universe. I mean, my man built a hospital in Afghanistan while the war in Afghanistan was happening. You know what I mean?
Wow.
So, like, he's about
He's outstanding.
You know? Yeah, he really is. One second applause
And
again.
arguably one of the greatest names in hip hop.
Right.
Like, your name is what?
Right.
Exactly. Let's see what we got. NPC John Smith. One second applause to you, brother. NPC John Smith says, I just want to say that watching Culture United grow organically from the first stream into what it is today has been fucking incredible. Now, when I'm feeling crushed by the state of the world, I think about how close I am to Wednesday. Word up. I really appreciate it, John, man. We really appreciate you too, John. 1 second, 9 second applause. That's what's up. Look, and I felt like that before. Like, I've had heavy weeks, and I was like, man, I know something good is going to come from Culture United that's going to make me feel better about how I'm feeling right now. And so I'm glad that John.
I too have felt that.
Same.
Well, John Smith, now I'm going to think about this comment lovingly in this same way, because that felt good. I really appreciate that.
That was powerful.
We do good work here.
That was powerful.
Yeah, that really is. That's what's up.
Is he just waiting on a Wednesday? Wow.
Yeah, of course I am. Like, look.
Well, I'll see you Wednesday, John Smith.
Yep. Hashtag see you Wednesday. 1 second applause. That's awesome right there. Appreciate that, brother.
Wow.
Brown Girl Earl says, not even your mama Brooklyn, go Knicks.
When I say you on an island, you on an island.
I will say, y'all have been incredibly respectful, even in your gloating. I haven't felt disrespected not once, and I would have said so because my tongue is sharp tonight. But
yeah, I'd be sharp too, man, because nobody on the Spurs is sharp at all. Somebody got
Spurs in 7. Spurs in 7.
It might be, you know. Look, I don't want to. I don't like. Look, I'm someone who obviously thinks about the power of the tongue. Words are spells. Thoughts are physical. I just don't trust the energy James Dolan got, man. The owner of the Knicks has the worst energy. Like, this is either going to be the most awesome experience a Knicks fan has ever had, or it's going to be the worst.
The worst.
But
there's no in between.
To me, I have a feeling that Wemby, especially with those like moments that he had tonight, he's kind of unlocking that ice in the veins. But this may be, people are calling this the worst loss in Spurs history. This is going to stick with him and stick with them. And so I don't know. I think this is an incredible mark in their arc because this is fucking embarrassing.
It's a record. It's definitely a record. You know, this is the largest comeback in finals history, 29 points.
But then also, too, it's the duality that Spurs made NBA history, playoff history, finals history, right? In the first half. Like, it's just in the bookends. Like, it's back and forth. Like, these are two formidable candidates that should be in the finals together. But Spurs in 7.
Word up. 1 second applause, Brown Girl out. Brown Girl, yeah. Brown. That wasn't 1 second applause for the Spurs at all, but that was for a great comment. Star Trek Ambassador says, if Knicks win this, Joey holds a huge ass L for being a year early dropping those diss tracks. Maybe he set it up. Maybe Joey Badass set it up with that whole battle.
Maybe so.
And maybe it took that little butterfly to flap its wings
Yeah.
365 days plus ago.
Oh,
And that butterfly that flapped its wings for all these years ago has turned into a booming tidal wave that is now washing over Wemby's big ass. Maybe that's how it goes. Something like that. Tall ass Wemby just washed away by the flood that Joy Badass started years ago with his little butterfly wings.
see, now we're venturing into disrespect territory.
I describe it as imagery.
I don't like the visual you painting.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. That visual the Spurs painted, something special tonight. 29-point lead. Crazy visual.
You know what?
They looking like Picasso over here, all disjointed. Still a masterpiece for the Knicks. Big shout out to Philip.
That fucking troll voice.
You know what? We're just gonna have to find a team we both root for because I'm not gonna stand this. This is not gonna stand. I'm not gonna deal with this.
The proletariat.
The proletariat, there it is.
I'm gonna give me a jersey. You know what? That'd be a cool brand. What if somebody had a clothing brand where they just have all jerseys of fake teams, but it's all like things people want to root for. Like you just have a clean ass jersey and it's like the proletariat on a jersey. That'd be fire. I would wear that.
Free healthcare.
Right.
Yeah. Like on the back.
Right. That'd be awesome.
Healthy Humans 05.
Right. Free Wi-Fi for life.
Oh, just on a hat. I'll take it on a hat.
Yeah, I'll take that. I will mention this again because I always get frustrated every time I get on a plane and they ask me to pay for the Wi-Fi.
Me too.
But the flight is like $5, $15. Like it's not even that. They just throw it on the ticket. Don't show me that. Don't make me have a separate transaction because if I have to think about it, now I'm thinking about it.
Facts.
But if you just throw it on the ticket, then they make more money anyway.
But let me tell you this: as mad as I am, when I have to pay the $7 or $8, right? I took a Frontier flight for the first time.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have Wi-Fi at all.
That's fine.
I was like,
Frontier.
what? I was like, what do you
know.
mean? They was like, oh no, we don't have Wi-Fi.
Well,
And
their planes were probably made in 1992. You know what I mean? They probably didn't even have.
Justin, the way
they
I
bought those
leaned back in my
planes.
chair, I was like, so I'm not about to be on the Wi-Fi the whole 4-hour flight. They're like, no, we don't have Wi-Fi. And from that moment, I was like, I would have gave 15. Like, no Wi-Fi is crazy.
Yeah.
What?
Before I even
15?
Before I get on the plane, I'm always going through YouTube and just downloading every video I might want to watch. I download like 10 hours worth of videos.
Me
all
too.
the time.
And I don't know
case.
why. I be having hella videos. No,
Because
reason.
sometimes the
Audible
Wi-Fi just
books,
broke.
whole shit.
Yeah. Philip McGee says, Lou predicted the pandemic with hello, goodbye. See you Wednesdays.
Yeah.
Hello, darkness. Hello, sunshine. Hello, not at all. Hello, all the time. Hello, where?
Hello, oblivion. Hello, goodbye. I don't know why he said hello, goodbye and not streets on fire, but okay.
He just sits.
Maybe that's what he thought. Maybe that's what he meant.
The poor say the rich have
He probably
the
meant
poor.
streets on fire.
The rich say the poor are the source. Revolutionaries say it's psychological war invented by the press just to have something
to report. Yeah, that's streets on fire.
Some say the first
They
case
say the
came
first
from
from a
ward.
maternity ward. None say the horse. Horse say
Some say
the...
it's got-
Yeah, he was getting off.
Horse say the dove,
Death
dove say the
is
horse, and
on the
everybody's
tip
sure.
of her tongue. Danger's at the tip of her finger. Streets. I can't wait for next year. I mean, it's not confirmed, but we know that he's going to do the cool 20th next year.
Yeah,
Woo, that shit finna be so fire.
that's gonna be crazy.
Food and liquor's good too, but the cool is going to go crazy next year. Death is on the tip of... Yeah, but I think he had to mean streets on fire because hello, goodbye. He had to mean,
Ditto says, made it back, BK, couple more years in the gym for Wemby and a power forward. Y'all look it up. That's true. I mean, he is the enforcer. Usually you have someone else whose job is to go beat up other people. He's beating up other people.
Oh, for sure. No, he's what the league needs, period. But he said it just hurts. And I say to that, good.
Yeah, good.
Let it hurt. Fuck.
Ro Mango became a member. Thank you, Ro. Nice second applause.
Also, to that person that insinuated that I had money, I do not bet on sports.
Yeah.
This is passion and love for the game, bitch. This is not money on the game. I know you only see niggas get this passionate when they got money on the game these days, but it's not me.
Right.
Yeah, we do it for the love, not the USD.
Hello?
Wow. Amen, Walls.
Can I get an amen?
That's what Pastor Curator used to say.
Well,
Amen, Walls.
I think I was trying to find the around here. We call it a little 20. What movie is that? Nah, what movie is this?
Friday?
It just
It's
came
on
out of my memory. I don't even know what movie this is.
I think it's Friday.
Oh, okay, cool. See, around here. Okay, I'm sorry. I feel the delirious coming. My food's
coming.
12 minutes
It's
yeah,
away.
it's
I
all
think
good.
You know,
I think we're doing pretty good though because we're almost out of super chat, so you'll be able to get some rest.
Oh, nice.
Well, let me tell you guys something.
Yeah.
In Chicago, I eat like a fat, don't care about nothing, calories, oil, grease. We survive off pure grit.
Oh,
We're not exercising really. Well, we exercise some, but
you know what?
the food, I don't care. Dip it in cheese. Dip it in oil. Add the sauce on top of it. Dip it in the sauce, and then put a little. You know what? When you get the tray, put the sauce on the empty tray first. Then put the food on top of the sauce on the empty tray. That's how we eat in Chicago. So I've already got Italian beef. Right now. I did Harold's earlier. Ooh, when I say they sopped it up, salt and pepper, fried hard with the mouse sauce on the top. Oh, they don't got it like that in California. So I did the Italian beef already. Did the Harold's already. I got a gyro on the way from Nikki's with the cheese sauce. So I just got to hit pizza, hot dog, pizza puff. Only got 2 days left.
You better be round.
I don't give a damn.
No, that's good.
That's the sign of a good vacation.
Yeah.
Yes, I got
That's
to.
what you're supposed to do.
To.
You're supposed to do things you wouldn't normally do at home. It's like you go to Amsterdam, you gotta go to the red light district. That's like going to Philly and not getting a cheesesteak.
That's true.
Exactly.
Also, shout out the Great Migration because that's how we eat all the time in the South. And you know that South to Chicago, that Midwest pipeline.
That pipeline.
The recipes traveled.
This is the first visit where I'm like, I feel like I'm down South. The whole time I was growing up, people would say that Chicago people are country. And I would always be a little know-it-all, like, we're not even really down South. I mean, we're Midwest. We're so high up on the top of the thing. You guys are just calling all Black people Southern when Black people are from everywhere. You know, I used to do my little weird thing. This is the first time I'm like, this is something like the South.
It is, yeah. Same thing with Indianapolis is like that.
Mm-hmm.
Cleveland is like that. You know what I mean? Like, it's the Great Migration.
Yep. So we got a lot of Mississippi, Arkansas here. My family is Mississippi.
Okay.
So,
period.
I'm just fat out here. That's all I'm saying. Food is gonna get ate. Pause. I mean, unpause.
Shout out to High Level Tales. See you Wednesday for most. See you Thursday for me. Can't stay up too late, but still want to show support. It's all happening. Thank you so much, High Level Tales. 1 second applause. That's awesome, man. Such a great community. Philip McGee back says that interview with Boots was dope. He was humble when he has seen it from the beginning. He has to wear a hat that big to protect all those ideas and light bulbs. L, my heart. Big up BK. See you Wednesdays. It's all happening.
Hey.
That's a bar. We're going to do that for the bars.
Happening
do that for the bars.
I love that.
9. I fuck with that.
I like that too. I didn't know what it was gonna be. I don't know how he knew. Well, it's because it's him. That's
yeah.
Fine.
It was good. Big shout out to Bonquinfe. Says, hola, my favorite trio. Thank you for a great live, informative as usual. BK and L. I'm up for some HOTD content if you are. I don't know what that is.
House
What's
of the
HOTD?
Dragons.
Oh, House of the
Dragons.
was like, it's
I
a brand new acronym.
I'm with it. I don't know if you needed the T, but I knew what you were saying. Mokinfe, another name that I like a lot.
I love that name too.
Yeah, we might
That
have to
looks
do
so.
it because
That'd be so fire on a jersey.
facts.
Mokinfe. That'd be like a Culture United jersey with Mokinfe on the back.
Ooh, fire.
That'd be hard. Because I want to make Culture United soccer jerseys. There's someone who's supposed to be designing them, but they're way behind. So I'm moving on.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know if they voted for soccer jerseys. I think they said they was expensive, but I don't know. I just be eavesdropping on the conversation. Go ahead.
Yeah. I think a soccer jersey with Culture United on it. I think it would travel farther. People who don't even know what it is.
Yeah.
They'd be like, now you know what, Justin? You're right about that.
Yeah.
You vote soccer
whenever you see
jersey?
United, you just think soccer.
Yes, because football is an international sport.
Right. Yeah.
And the jerseys be comfortable as hell.
Yeah. Shout out to Brown Girl L. I envision the CU cruise syndicated. Thoughts? Yes, that's happening.
Yes.
That is definitely happening. Details to come later.
It's all happening.
1 second, pause. Andres Nelson. Without the end. I wonder if it's really Andres Nelson, but
It got to be Nelson. Yep, I was thinking that same thing. He said, man, I don't want these people knowing my real name. You know what I'm saying? Duck and cover.
Right.
Hey, man, you can't be telling them people everything, man. Hell no.
That's funny. Andre Nelson says, love from Kansas City. Love right back to you. 1 second, please.
Midwest. We in this thing.
And our last one here from D-Man Chief says, L kind of favored Lauryn Hill.
I wish the whole time I was growing up, I used to look at Lauryn Hill like, Lauryn Hill is beautiful, like strikingly beautiful.
Yeah.
So, but thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, D-Man Chief in 90s. D-Man, you chiefing since 96.
I had a crush on Lauryn Hill since Sister Act 2.
She was like a different beautiful. Like, are you a sculpture?
No, she's stunning. Art.
Yeah, for real.
I'm trying to think, what show was that? Was that Ghostbusters where it was a sculpture and then they oozed it and then it woke up? Yeah, that was Ghostbusters. The little crazy man. Lauryn Hill gives somebody oozed a sculpture and she just started walking around.
Facts.
Yep.
Word up. Yep, that's all super chats. You guys got anything you want to leave people with before we get out of here?
Culture United, would you like me to tell you a secret? I haven't told a lot of the people in my life because I don't want them to show up and make me the center of attention. And they're probably not still watching, so this is on them because they're not going to know what I'm going to say. I graduate on Friday.
Not a second applause, but I'll turn the volume down.
I love secret applause. Secret applause is fire. So I am about to walk the stage on Friday. It's gonna be so fun, I guess. Exciting.
Can you?
So I did it.
Send us photos.
Of course. To the group chat only.
Okay.
I'm gonna post something all underneath. Okay.
My bad. NPC John Smith says, for all the Game of Thrones fans, Drake is Kristen Cole.
Oh my goodness.
I need to meditate on that.
I'm not playing into the Drake commentary, if I'm being honest, because I think we had such an amazing episode, no Drake.
Yes.
And when Stat woke up to say, not to bring him up, but Drake, when I say I squint, I squinted my eyes closed. Like, man, we don't go back to sleep.
I almost asked Boots, Kendrick or Drake.
Thank you for not.
Oh my God. I now want to know what he would say.
Right. I want to know what he said.
Me too, Drake, but thank you for not.
The Bay a lot of love, you know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, that maybe would have been good to find out what did he think about. No.
I think it would have been fascinating to see what he said.
Yeah, of course.
It would, definitely. And I don't know what he would have said.
Wait, I kind of agree with the comment though, but maybe we can text about that on the side.
Yeah, let's do that. That's a good idea.
Like, it's a good parallel.
I don't know if I agree or not. This type of thing I have to research, watch clips, and all of that. I don't. I'm not an off the cuffer like that. I should be, but I'll be like, I got to think about
No,
it really deeply.
it's probably good that you like take a minute, take a beat.
I'm like, because I hate being I hate being wrong, but I would rather be late than
Yes.
late and right than quick and wrong.
But-
because I study people that are wrong. Like I study how to be wrong and how to. It's almost like it's interesting to me, and I think it's philosophy and Scorpio. Scorpios really like that.
Okay. Are you a
The
Scorpio?
depths, the under. Yes, super. I would like 4
Aw.
placements.
One
I'm
of my
Scorpio
babies
times
is a
Scorpio times
Scorpio.
Scorpio. I'm Scorpio exponential.
But I'm
girls.
trying to work on being not being as reactionary. So that's literally just I feel like my knee-jerk youth whenever it comes to like the knee-jerk, because then sometimes what you're teaching me to do is like pause and then I'll be like, wait, let me think about what I think, like that little metacognition thing. Yeah.
Yes. And I'm gonna tell you where I got it from. I got it from watching other people be wrong and trying to map backwards where did they go wrong.
Where did they go wrong? Yeah.
And when you
Well,
start
also
looking at it, it's a
too-
lot of commonalities. It's a lot of commonalities. Like,
Yeah.
oh, that's where you fucked up. That's where you went wrong. And I've been doing it since I was a really, really young kid. And so it kind of developed like a skin that I always kind of hesitate and be like, now, how could I have gotten this wrong? And how can I get around that wrongness? But sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. I love your reactionary. Like when you got the hollering about the game, I was like, oh yeah, BK's activated. I like your reactionary.
I was trying to find the balance for sure. So I totally see that. But also
like
it's
that.
the fear of being wrong, but then also the fear of like, oh my God, just growing up in those environments where you're like, I had the answer and like I didn't say it quick enough. Like
that's
that
worse.
That gets me too. I'd be like, fuck. Like anyway. But
that's actually worse. And I always got to clarify this. And I know we're going just it's not a fear of being wrong from the ego. It's not like I want to always be right. That's the wrong.
Right.
That is another path towards being wrong, right?
Right.
It's a fear of being wrong because if you're wrong, you skip the step. A lot of times you had a moral failing that kind of led you to, and maybe not moral, but some sort of logical failing or something like that led you to wrong. So my fear of being wrong is not because I just want to be right all the time, but it's like, oh, I want to have myself designed in a way or oriented in a way where I can catch it before it's wrong. So it's really that more so than it's like ego, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I feel like I'm learning that not the hard way, but it's exciting. I'm getting more comfortable being wrong through studying for this licensure exam, which is like maybe the biggest exam that I've ever taken. It's 4 hours too, so it's kind of like a mental endurance thing too. But getting things wrong means I'm about to learn the shit out of it, because it's like I literally can trace back, oh wait, that's why I didn't. And I'm almost looking for that more than I'm looking for, oh, I got that right, because my brain is going to be like, oh, you don't need to pay attention to that, you got that right. So I don't know, I'm learning and growing, but
that's what it's all about.
Yeah, I love that.
Right up. Shout out to
Our
NPC John
studious
Smith.
panel.
He's staying on it. He says Drake, Rihanna is Kristen Cole and Renera.
Okay, I wouldn't take the analogy that far, but
adding Rihanna in there is
crazy. That's crazy.
Did I read something that said Rihanna was in the studio?
Did Renera give Kristen Cole his first #1 album?
Single.
In medieval times? I don't know. No, I don't know.
That's his troll voice again. But that's a good point, because I don't like how Drake keep talking about, oh, I gave y'all #1s. Like Rihanna gave you yours. Twice, I think. I think it was the first two.
Kristen Cole and was like, I know he's a common man, but I want that nigga because he got experience fighting. So maybe there is a parallel there. But they're not together. She's already with Damon, and then he's still resenting. He's on a motherfucking spree, resenting her, saying, there may be something there. I don't know. We may need to explore some shit.
But anyway, I love how we didn't talk about Drake that much this episode.
Same.
Because it was so structured, layered, deep, dope on message. And it's like, y'all think that we always got to talk about Drake, but actually, We have great combos. Sans Drake. So,
Yeah. Ben did that.
but that he was kind of on point with that House of Dragons analogy. But a different day. Different day.
Yeah.
I'm gonna check the show one day and I'll catch up to this conversation. What I'll do is I'll catch
start
up to
now.
the show at some point in time, and then I'll come back to this video and I'll leave comments about it.
Yes.
Justin, please start now. Okay.
That's not
The
good.
next season
But
is coming out
I'll wait till the season's over.
Justin, please start.
No,
now.
that's not fair. It's not fair. We already had 2 seasons. They're over. Like, you could do that forever. What if it goes 16 seasons, like Grey's Anatomy or something? So get through the 2 seasons, right? Because think about how much better we will all understand House of Dragons. Look, the yawn is crazy. Think about how much better we will all understand House of Dragons if you understand House of Dragons and tell us what we missed. Come on, man. It's community work.
You know what? I'll think about it, and we'll see where that thought takes me.
Okay.
Thank you. Very managerial. No, I appreciate
Wasn't know.
Last thing I'm trying to pick up is another show. I don't watch that many shows because they take too much time. It's a commitment. How many episodes are these? Like 10 episodes?
Yeah.
Yes.
You know, nowadays.
And how long are the episodes? An hour?
Yeah, and some change.
Yes.
So that's 20 hours? I guess I can watch a day.
Come on, bro.
It's only a day. We'll see. We'll see how I feel.
Oh, well, maybe because maybe it's my ADHD because I need to have something playing in the background while I think about other things. So when I watch it, like there's always a slot to fill there. It's like, oh, I need to do this thing. So I can put on House of Dragons. So I'll be doing a thing like, you said what?
Right.
Come back like, so
Right.
maybe that's
The
why
only thing I watch
it
is-
works.
The only thing I watch is YouTube anyway. So I watch some YouTube videos.
I mainly
breaking
watch YouTube too. Yeah.
down. So you guys got anything else?
You would be surprised. Do I have anything else I want to say? I don't think so.
I
BK,
I will say go check out I did a video where I posed the question basically like, are you more loyal to identity or liberation? And so I would say go check out that video. I changed it from are you more loyal to race or liberation? I think people were getting hung up on that word. And so identity could be a little bit more macro. That's fine. But answer the question.
Yeah.
And that I was proud of that video because I was like, I'm just gonna make it because I want to make it. I'm trying to balance the music plus the pop culture plus the politics, but politics is like a passion of mine. So I was happy that like a 56-minute long video cracked the little, you know what I mean? Like cracked what I needed to crack. So go check that out. But of course, always see you Wednesday. Oh, period. Hey, you watched it. Thank you. I was proud of that because for a minute, I don't know, the politicking was, and again, almost like what Boots was saying, it's like I don't do it for that, but you notice these things once numbers. I mean, again, the gamification of everything. There's numbers always in your face. So, but it was nice to. I don't know. I think people like the long form more than like the streaming for me, but I'm still trying to figure that out. It's okay.
Oh,
Word up. Word up.
Oh, did I?
I watched that. You went off.
Elle, you got anything else?
Yeah, I have an idea I want you guys to hold me to. How about that?
Okay.
I had a random daydream that I need to bring into reality. L. Janelle's Encyclopedia of Public Philosophy. Right? A website. When people speak out on isn't that cool? It's so fun to say. I've said it 200 times. I want to be honest.
I love
L.
it.
Janelle's Encyclopedia of Public Philosophy.
Right.
When people go,
it feels like it'd be a TV show. It's like,
Right.
oh my God, what's that show I used to watch when I was a kid? Encyclopedia
I
Brown.
feel like it's giving like, oh, they don't know shit about that. They don't know shit about that. People get on these podcast mics. They talk. They profess philosophies. Who is tracking it? How do we know for sure when a person espouses a philosophy and then changes it, or to be able to map the fallacy in the philosophy?
Right.
So what if I had a website with some sort of cool structure where you can say, oh, this is Justin's philosophy on thoughts are physical. This is the reasoning. A, B, C. This is what it is. And then a way where you can be like, well, B is wrong. And then you, Justin, can be like, no, actually, B is right. So I haven't figured out how I want to do it, but some sort of modular encyclopedia of public philosophy. So once you say it out loud, once you get on a microphone, once you stand up and you make a point, then you qualify to go into the encyclopedia where other people can look up the bullshit you be saying.
I like it. I think it's, and the reason I like it more than anything else is because of Urban Dictionary. Right? We have databases of colloquialisms. Why can't we have databases of personal philosophies? Like there's like some people have personal philosophies that are like bros before hoes. You know what I'm saying? Like
yeah,
that might
like
be
explain that reasoning.
Right. You know, or people have philosophies that like, you know, never give money to homeless white people. You know, like there's people who have, you can make a philosophy about anything. You know what I'm saying? But people have these things that they walk around with all the time. Never throw good money after bad. Like whatever it is.
Yeah, all of those are philosophies.
Yeah.
So I wanna map it in some way. And then it'd be fun to be able to come and be like, this is the part that's flawed because of this. And then everybody can argue. Like, actually, no, it's true. No, it's not true. And then maybe you can have a score for like, how many of your philosophies were destroyed?
I love that. Making niggas actually stand on their 10 when it's
stand
like,
you
can't just bark bullshit, bitch. Tell me the logical fallacy, bitch. Yeah. I'm down with that.
Explain this again. How is this true? And then hopefully like scholars would be like, that shit is not true at all about economics. I don't know who the fuck told y'all that. Here goes the study.
Right.
This is actually false. And then their score goes down. So it's a little gamification, but also just a little bit of accountability too. Like when you say that shit, we're tracking it.
Yeah.
So hold me to it, guys. Just like listening to that Juvenile album.
And
shit! Did I bring that up? Yeah.
Yeah, hold you to
it's happening. It's all happening.
It's all happening. 1 second applause. Oh wait! I forgot to turn the applause back. Okay,
turn it back up. Yeah.
There we go. I forgot we were whispering.
Public applause this time.
Big shout out to Star Trek Ambassador 3632 says Culture United is the new 106 in Park for Black Culture, One Love.
Oh.
1 second applause.
Love you guys so much.
Make sure you check out Third Verse Morning Show tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. on the Third Verse Podcast channel. Sacro, DJ Mormilli, and myself. If you guys want to get a laugh, go look at that Vince Staples video I did. And go look at the age restriction sitting in front of... I've never had that. My entire... how long have I been doing these... What is this, 2013? 13 years on YouTube. I've never seen this. Never seen this. It's scary, actually, to see that, but it is something that happened. Again, big celebration salute to El Janelle. Coming through, booking.
Yes.
Got Boots Riley. Produced this whole episode. It's really, really amazing.
Wow.
And big shout out to LMBK for passing their finals. That's what I'm saying. We about uplifting education, all kinds of stuff over here.
Thanks.
And big thank you to all the moderators, and thank you to everybody who's tuned in to this episode. And big thank you for the Knicks for coming back. Because I grew up with the Spurs winning way too much, and I'd rather not carry that into a whole new. I don't want.
Yeah.
I don't
No.
want the new Jim Crow to be having like the Spurs sitting on top. You know what I'm saying?
What the fuck? No, take this shit back. No.
Hey, Wemby's French. Maybe he'll bring some healthcare over with him. You know what I'm saying? But like, all things considered, really happy that the Knicks got it done.
Fucking 7. Period.
Oh, that was fun. I had a good time with that one. And thank you to you all. And we out.
Bye.
Peace.
Culture united. Culture united. Culture united. Culture united. Connecting all over the world. Connecting all over the world. Connecting all over the world. Connecting all over the world.